Hello. We're going to get started here shortly. I'm almost ready to go. Let's get to the main screen here. Happy day 2 for Citizencon 2024. Coverage on with the Inforunners and Astropub. Main. There we go. Let me turn on some guest cameras here. All right. Welcome, everybody. I am live. I've got Execute and Algared in the background. I don't know if they I know they can hear me, but hopefully.
I'm about to go live, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll mute you on here.
No, don't mute me. Dude, I need to go.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Paul, or not?
Yes, you sound crunchy as shit, but I can hear you.
Yeah, well, it's because it's wet and funny in sunny Manchester. It's shockingly bad. Hang on.
No, I mean, it sounds like you're talking on a phone.
I am talking on the phone because that's what we can do right now.
Can you hear me, Paul?
Yeah. Hold on, I can hear you both. Hold on 1 second. I'm having to deal with some chat as well. Chat's like da 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 da. So it's like, calm down, chat. I'll get it in a moment. Turn it off for now. We'll start the giveaway before we get started for today at some point.
All right, now I should be able to hear Algared.
Sorry?
Yeah, I can hear now. I couldn't hear a second ago.
All right.
Yeah, but that's because you're ignoring me when I talk.
Algared, you need to find Raiden if you're here.
I'll try and find Raiden. I'm not here yet, but I'll try and find Raiden.
Okay, it's going to take me a bit to get everything set up. Hold on. All right, I'm going to mute you for now while I get things set up, just so the people can hear, because you're really loud in my ear as well. Give me a moment.
Okay.
All right, so let me get them set up on this side. Let me get to, and my camera died. Great start. There we go. Studio mode 1. Okay, so this is going to be really, really difficult to deal with because unfortunately, it's what we have to deal with. If we have videos and stuff like that popping up, and if someone leaves, it's going to screw up some of our stuff. But Execute, your camera is currently flipped. I'll flip you. Don't worry about it. I'll flip you. Don't bother. I'm muting you again.
Yes.
It's a shit show. Okay. Basically everything. Oh, and then he turned off his camera. Okay. All right. Well, we'll get him back here in a moment.
Yeah.
All right. X.
Because I got some Asian. Yo.
Did you turn your camera off for a reason?
Yeah, I turned it off because we're gonna wait here for an extra hour now.
Okay. I'll just turn you off for now then, and try to fix you later.
Yep. If you we can talk to you if you want. That saves battery, but basically, yeah, they just come out and said we're gonna be an extra hour.
Yeah, it's gonna take an extra hour before they let you in.
Yeah, they're having technical difficulties, obviously. I'm gonna talk to Boy Grum's here. So we're gonna be an extra hour, so I haven't talked to you for a bit. We're gonna be an extra hour, so I'll come talk to you. Hey, how have you been enjoying it so far?
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't. You said Toy Grubbin, so I didn't know if you were going to talk. I've been enjoying it. The one thing I will say is, I think CAG mishandled the release or the.
Hang on.
Okay.
What do you mean first in the door? It's been a
All right, I'm gonna mute myself right here. I'll come back to you here in a moment there, X. Sorry, X is having some issues, so I'm gonna let him deal with that. Any decent discussion points yesterday? Good morning there. Hey, R. Sorry, Iris. None of those things work right now. Thank you for your trolling, though. Okay, he's back. Let me fix him again. Hold on. Okay, so at least it wasn't entirely screwed. Now it's really weird. There we go. Do this on the fly, chat. Doing this on the fly. There we go. Okay. I'm going to unmute X again. There we go.
Let's go there.
All right.
I was going to sit there.
Okay.
They're already taken. You can't take like 10 of them like that, dude, without putting things there. Good luck. He just comes up and says, they're taken. Fuck off. Just move one over. Move one over for Algared.
All right. I'm not going to be able to show this. People are going to complain about like straight up vertigo at this point.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We were fighting for seats.
Okay.
Right. We're good now. We're in. What? Some guy's trying to hold 20 seats, and there's no way that's going to happen. When he's got nothing to hold them except like jumpers and shit.
Okay. Let me see if I can't get this to work right. No, I can't get it to work right. Okay. So, X, I'm just going to have to. Don't complain about the shit because it's shit right now. But
Okay.
let me fix this on this side.
Yeah, I'm fixing my stuff too. Just bear with me.
There we go. Okay. I think I fixed it.
Well, I don't know how you're seeing me. Are you seeing me as a square or how are you seeing me?
I'm seeing you vertical.
Okay.
Uh,
If I do this, what about now?
now you're vertical, but sideways. Just keep it vertical for now. It's fine.
Now? Must be something to do with the jar on the phone. Hold on.
There we go. Now you're good. All right. Sorry to getting this set up on our side there, chat. We had a bunch of cool tech and technology, and then we paid for a bunch of things on the side of the venue, and they offered a bunch of stuff, and it ended up with none of it working. And so we're back to some basic stuff. So this is what we're getting right now.
You got access to it? Piggles has also got Bluetooth headphones, so he's going to jump in and join us.
Execute. You are getting his face in everything.
Oh shit!
You've been getting his face off and on for the last 2 times just by accident.
Taken. Who? This for Algared.
Okay.
Yeah, people don't realize the live stream. I'm going to move over one because apparently I keep getting your face.
Okay.
I don't want to do that. I'm trying to do things to extend battery life, Paul. That's all.
That's okay. I'm gonna kind of respond to chat a little bit coming into because there's some stuff.
Yeah, go for it.
So people are saying, okay.
Paul,
Yes.
can you drag Pickles in, please?
Sure.
He's down on one of the other channels. Just drag him up.
Okay.
There
Well,
he is.
that's going to ruin everything. Back to this again. All right. Give me
Oh,
a
you
moment.
should be able to right click on it and go right click on it and hide non-video participants. Then that'll fix it. Hide non-video participants.
Where is it? I'll do virtual camera as well so you can see me.
Oh wait, now I can see you. Yep, cool.
I don't see show non-video participants. There we go. That fixed it. There we go.
Pickles, you're so ugly. You got a blue face.
Fuck you.
All right, so let's go through some of this stuff real quickly before you keep talking. Pickles is picking up a little bit more.
Pickles, you're picking up. You're picking
Okay.
up one of the guys behind you.
So we got a couple of things here. I don't want to sound negative, but I've been part of the social journey since 2012. I can see what kind of scope they're trying to create, just using the example of Helldivers 2, 8 years RDR and Cyberpunk. But man, that I'm confident we can deliver Squadron 42, 22.6 hit me hard. Please don't understand me. It's understand me. It's painful. I think that's basically the thing that I've been hearing is that most people are disappointed with the 2026 announcement, and I think it wouldn't have been as bad if Chris explained it more or kind of showed us more than just a demo of the intro level that was broken.
Yeah,
because it was like,
well, if we get the
here's
chance,
the thing that crashed twice and bunch of bugs and 2026 goodbye, and it was absolutely mishandled by CAG. So.
Yeah, so we've been talking about it, but there's not that many bugs. It doesn't seem that unpolished. Like there was 2 crashes, and they said it themselves they played and it didn't crash. And then, and you know what I mean? Like it wasn't that unpolished. I played games that were released that were.
Yeah.
But it's like also like people said, you know how they can't get it. They can't stuff it up. There can't be any mistakes.
Yeah.
There's only that one chance to make the first impression.
Yeah.
You want to speak to that?
That's
Figures?
play it safe.
We can't hear.
So
We can't hear you now.
I can hear him.
He's trying to get his mic set. He's not a content. No, he's breaking up a little bit. He's a little bit too strong. He's turned on the thing. But
all right, how's that? Am I?
Yeah.
well,
Better.
that's better.
All right, yeah.
We're gonna try and ask Chris because we might see him later today.
Okay.
But yeah, so we're gonna say people.
Yeah, like I said, it strikes me as there's definitely quite a lot of elements trying it safe. And you know, you don't want to promise something and not deliver it for yet another time. So yeah, it's very much sort of an under-promising situation from my perspective, at least.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna definitely have a better view today. We're in the second row too, aren't we? Where Algared grabbed seats completely off to the side. I don't know why he did that. He just wanted the front row. I'd rather be 10 rows back and centered than off to the side. So today we've got a better view anyway, which is great because for me these are the better panels. I do have to thank some of the people at CIG for moving us to the front of the line, which was really bad. I felt awful, but they butchered the lines. So you're paying for premium tickets, and they stuffed up the lines and just ended up putting everyone in together. You can't do that because then you're paying for premium. Premium meant to go in first, so they get the better seating. You can't charge and not fix it.
They did have 2 separate lines, but then they just shut one.
Yeah, someone stuffed it up along the way. And I reckon it was the French lady because she was really defensive when I went and had a go at her. But anyway, that's not your guys' problem. That's just a teething issue we're having here, obviously. So I'm sure you'll hear that in the days to come, though, that a lot of VIP ticket holders are mad because they stuffed up the seating. So,
Run through some of this. Pickles, is it possible for you to put yourself on
push to talk?
Push to talk.
They push to talk.
Can you do that on the phone?
Yeah, you can. There's a way you can sit it on, but it's the guy sitting right behind you. I can hear his voice.
And it's just the hype built up from the whole redacted thing and talking about how you don't want to miss this. They had talked about it all, talked about it all other than the demo. It might have been not been as big as a sting. I think that's another thing. I think CIG did it the thing that I always do, which is they overhyped it. They're like, this is going to be the biggest thing ever.
Yeah.
People were emotional and they cried, and a lot of people were like, that's it. That's what you had to show.
Yeah.
2 years. You came in to show us 2 years. That's the. I think honestly, CIG is going to have to do some firefighting on that one, because I don't think they delivered on any sort of reveal. And if it's 2026,
I agree with that.
and if it's 2020, because it's clear, as we talked about earlier, that like they at least initially planned for this to be the big release announcement of when it was going to be coming out, and that didn't pan out. So they at least were planning on that, and so then they just kind of stuffed it and ran off the stage, and like, cool. Now what is it, Austin? What?
Your video is frozen on my end. Is that just me or is...
That's you. It's
That's
on.
right, funny.
So.
Okay. No problem.
The hyping was very strange. I mean, they had to know it was honestly expected a release date. Yeah, I mean, everyone was expecting a release date, especially after they said they was feature complete last year. So.
Yep. That's what I said, like literally right before. I said this better be. I was actually expecting release.
Yeah.
And to be honest, like 3 years of polish is insanity.
Yeah. It's a lot of time.
It's not cope. What's the opposite of cope? Over compensation, I guess
Yeah.
is what I call it.
Let's see. Oh yeah, Van Ham says, shout out to Alan X from Down Under. Have a beer for me, lads, and have a great trip. They donated $10. So $10 Australian dollars.
I think I've brought myself 2 drinks the whole time I've been here.
Did people buy? Have been people buying you drinks?
Yeah, I brought a few Ollie drinks and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just there's just so many people that want to say hello, and I feel really bad. I'm going to be honest. Today, I might roll back a bit of the live streaming stuff, so I can actually talk to people. Because I just feel really bad that there are people here, and I'm kind of not giving them the attention that they require. So I might step it back a little bit.
I'm gonna have to talk.
Algared, if you can hear me. Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, what we definitely need to do as well, I think, is we need to talk to Space Tomato, because I do not think we're going to have time for Space Tomato to talk to us between panels, between the ship, between this panel and the next, between the ship panel and the 1.0 panel, because I think Seji's just going to do what they did this last time. They just went, and just like 5 minutes. So,
just a sec. Algared, can you hear me?
I can.
Your mic is hot micing. You need to play with the settings a bit, but we're right up the front in the second row, front center, second row. I'm going to seat for you, but you need to set yourself to push to talk or play with your mic. All right, sorry, Paul. I just knew it would be annoying for people to listen to Al walking or whatever he was doing. Like that. That's out.
Yeah. What's a super chat? Do they get all the money? Yeah, we get all the money when you donate it through a super chat. It's like a direct donation. I don't think they take a cut. They may take a small cut, but like we get more money than you would unless you were doing like PayPal. 70%. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you want to go through the schedule, Paul?
Sure. Let's go to the schedule for today.
What panels are there today, and what we're looking for? Yeah.
Because
we've got people too as well.
Well, I pull this over here. Let me pull up Citizencon. Thank you for that. 100 Canadian dollars from Chase Calm Gaming.
Thank you
for Inforunners. I want you all to enjoy the venue and stop worrying about streaming. Go have fun. Leave us to have fun. I mean, yeah, it's definitely going to happen, but for them, but
it's just.
Go ahead.
The whole reason we planned all this is because we'd known what it's like to not be able to go, and we wanted to try and show a bit of what it was like to be here. And it's just been we planned for months, and it's the venue that screwed it. And it was today in the line, the venue. I'm just starting to notice it wasn't CIG at all, or any way in shape or form. They planned out the arse. It was the venue. Dropped the ball. I think they're kind of used to just taking money and running at this place, but yeah.
So the schedule at 10 a.m. What time is it there, by the way, X?
What's the time, Ollie? Just say it in the thing.
About 25.
8:25.
8:25. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
deaf as a post. I couldn't even hear when you came through. Yeah, no, it came through, but it was really distorted.
So the crafting starts at 100. At 100. I see. Look at the 100 thing again. It starts at 10 a.m. your time. So, in about an hour and a half, and then that's crafting your home, and then at 11:15, it's Captains of Industry, which is the ship panel, and at noon, it's the 1.0 panel. Stars of My Destiny.
Yep.
So.
Algared, are you on your way? Because there's some things I need to go do around here, mate. So can you come and get your seat so I can move? You're on your way. All right. See you shortly. All right. Sorry, Paul. Too much organisation, buddy. Sorry.
What Execute about CIG coming back and doing the right thing and turning that down, he's 100% right. Who in the end solved the problem for us? At least got us to the point where we could actually
exactly.
do stuff. CIG,
CIG went to bat on the venue space. Let's just put it that way.
And basically slapped them around a bit, and then we finally got the stuff we're supposed to have. But it was absolute dog breakfast.
Yep. So thanks, CIG. Sorry, Paul. Back to you. Wait. Stuff might be talking.
So I think this day is going to be a little bit more engaging for players, because if we're looking at crafting your home, obviously that's base building and crafting. That's a big anticipated feature, and it's clear that CIG has been working on it this year because they showed off at least a little bit of a teaser at one point. So and they've been wanting to keep it under wraps until they can get here. I think honestly, what we're going to see with at least the first two panels is we're going to see the panels where CIG says, this is next year. This is next year. Because I think we're going to see, they're going to talk about, hey, this is our future plans, and these are the things we're going to do in the next 12 months. And then with Captain's Industry, these are the ships we're going to see in the next 12 months. So.
Well, ironically, you said 2026. That means it'd be Frankfurt. You guys done by previous things. USA, Europe. That means we'll be back to Frankfurt for the release. And would you guys agree with me on that, or am I off the point?
Yeah, but for the announcement stream. Well, I don't even. They may not even do an announcement at Citizencon next year. They may just do an announcement at Invictus next year if they depending on when they want to release it in 2026. Specifically Squadron 42, unless you're arguing the next several games are called that. I don't think that's what they mean. So it's go ahead.
8 or 2. I'd still say Manchester because the stuff we've heard in the past, the release will be at Manchester. That's the thing always confirmed.
Algared, let me see that wristband.
Evil man.
So let's see. There's some other discussions, and I'll answer this real quickly because it's there is some confusion in chat. Mockshade says, yeah, we can we talk about how the stuff we've seen from talk about in the weekly updates in Squadron 42 is chapter 1. It makes sense that the game is at least 14 to 24 months away. So it's important to note that the stuff they've been talking about in the last several months has been them polishing chapter 1 for release. And as there was a CIG developer in here who said here yesterday was that they've been developing the game in debug mode, and a couple of other developers and for other games said, okay, that makes sense because debug mode allows you for setting different settings, so you can set it at different you can set it for whatever you need to. Allows it for a lot more control over performance. But when you go into performance mode, it's more like, hey, this is what this game needs to run on this rig only. As far as I understand, I don't understand that concept right away. So that was one of the things they said was just like they've been focusing on chapter 1 because they knew that they needed to get it out for Squadron or for Citizencon. But
Algared just got here.
they also haven't, it's not weekly reports, they do monthly reports. And in that monthly reports, they've mentioned other things like other chapters. And a chapter is a mission in Squadron 42. So when you say a chapter, it's a mission. there's confusion because someone says, well, because Chris also calls Squadron 42.
I'm gonna go for a walk if that's all right.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you for now.
I'm gonna get some stuff for Paul. Yeah, sorry, I'm only gonna be a second. Just
okay. So Squadron is Squadron is one game of 3, and it's not some X game CIG release dev leak their game space, bro. They said at the very beginning when they first started working on Squadron that they wrote a script that was pretty thick, and then when Aaron Roberts came in, he said we need to break this into 3 games. So they said that this was part 1, because they even announced that people who got the expansion, the one that was going to be sold, that was sold during the Kickstarter, it's called temporary title Behind Enemy Lines. That was going to end up becoming number 2 in the game in the series. So if you got early enough, you got game 1 and game 2. So. Oh yeah, I was saying yesterday that the rig they were demoing in the game probably wasn't the rig. That's probably the reason why Chris said it's the machine, because they probably given this machine last minute, because the machine that they were using at the office that they captured the full gameplay. Yes. Oh, you're showing something else. Yeah. I'll unmute you.
Do so I could actually show you around the booth and stuff that we weren't able to do because of the shitty internet. So I fixed a lot of stuff, and then before everyone rocks up is the best time. So I'm going to flip my camera around.
Okay.
And we can ask chat where they want to go, because we don't have long. Well, we've got about an hour. So I'll start off with the Hornet, but chat, start feeding us what you want to see. God damn it, hurry up.
All right, chat. What do you want to see on the floor? Because X wants to show stuff on the floor, because we've had I know he said that, like, in the past people felt like they haven't been able to see. So is there anything you specifically want to see on the floor? Of course, there's the Hornet.
Yeah, sorry, I have not practiced with this rig either, so it is going to be dodgy as fuck. I do apologize. Hey mate, how you doing?
It's really choppy, but it's there.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and every once in a while it does like an engine test and gets really fucking loud. So we'll go over to these booths. I actually won 2 ships at the Bar Citizen. I got to go to the Bar Citizen booth and pick them up. I got a Cutlass Red and a Misery. So I'll probably ship my ships around and give something away, or add them to the. We were going to do a raffle when we got back. Anyway, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. They're saying they want to see the models. Which models, chat? You want to see JRDF? Do you want to see?
I know the ones they're talking about. They're talking about the Redeemer. There's a big I'm not this side of the truck. How you doing? I'll tell you them all. All right. So this is the big Bengal. Sorry, mate.
I'm seeing nothing but blurs right now. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. There's a lot of people in the way. I'm just talking to you first. So that's a giant big Bengal. Sorry? 1 to 500 scale. Thank you.
1 to 500 scale. Nice.
So
if you were to do a tabletop game, that would be because like that's the 1 to 500 scale is the one that you use for JRDF models for like game scale. It's the same as this stuff. So
yeah, they've done a med gun.
Mm-hmm.
On that one. They want to look at all the miniatures right now. Sorry. This is Hardnet. That's a org, an org.
Mongo Squad.
Org. Oh, this is pretty cool. They've done like a Dharma's extra large hangar. This is like that's like a ATOP terminal.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. None of it works though. Then we've got Atlas Gaming as well. They've done a bunch of med pens and stuff in those. Are you giving these away, or how does people get these? Crypto key game. All right. Thank you. So they are giving those away. This is Tom. Say hello, Tom. Wait, they're not going to be able to hear. And I'm terrible at controlling this thing because I had to go to a different mode. This stuff return. And I got this guy Viking. Wait, it's Tom's friend. Look at this bit. Oh, yes. That's like mine when it goes long. But yours is better than mine. Fuck you bastard.
X, could you reduce the quality a little bit on your phone? Because right now it's really choppy.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to do that. don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. I
Uh,
honestly don't know how to do that.
go to
So when we turn the,
go to your settings
hang on,
in Discord. Calm down, X. Go
hang
to
on.
your setting.
No. I've got people talking to me at the same time.
Okay.
Sorry. Settings. Hang on.
Go to settings Discord. Go to your video settings. And there's probably a setting that's like smooth
Just
and
trying to.
cool or something like that. You go into voice and video. I know you all can't see this, but
Do you know much about Discord on the phone, Tom? He wants me to turn the video settings down on the phone. Yeah, it's too high because of my phone. My phone's like in 4K or something, and I don't know how
It's
to turn it
actually
down.
pretty smooth to me. Than your own plus.
it's really choppy compared to what it was before when he was just looking at his own face. So
Yeah, but I wasn't moving. Now I'm moving. It's going choppy. Yeah, I don't know how to get to it either. Change audio, only video, deafen. See, I don't use it on the phone. I'm all PC.
I always see voice settings, but
If we go to voice, maybe nope.
it's under voice and video.
I can't see anywhere that.
Go on your
Okay.
profile
Yeah.
and log on the top right.
It says go to your profile, and it's a cog on the top right. There's no cog though.
Okay. Going on my phone to see what it
All
looks
right, I'm
like.
just gonna turn the camera off and
Okay.
here you do it. You go. Thumbs up, log it up for me.
Okay.
I'm just
Yeah, he's experimenting trying. Albert said something about going to profile and then go to the cog. Just
Yeah.
mute me, Paul. If you want.
Okay. Thank you, X. All right, I'm looking through myself. Yeah, there's really no video here. Interesting. Advanced. That's interesting. There is no video option on the on the phone. Okay. I'm really happy you guys have the setup like this. It's given me a better insight into what Citizencon is outside of the presentations. And it's urged me to go next year. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. So this is Tom's banner measurement. We
Okay.
can't turn the video down, Paul. There's no option for it. It just automatically does it on the phone.
We'll just deal with the choppiness. It's just chat understand that this video is garbage because this is just what we have right now. So
yeah. But blame Manchester Central. All complaints go to Stephen Gould at Manchester Central. Anyway, yeah, he's gonna have me. So he's done. I can't see behind me, sorry, bro. He's done the whole thing. Like, how many pieces was it before he connected it together? 26 pieces.
Oof.
So yeah, and they took it from the files and got someone to model it out, 3D print it. He was sanding it on stream and painting it and all that. So he's done. And I want him to hang it above the bed, so every time he sleeps, he can dream of it.
if any of you
Yeah. So Clause 3D. So they got going 3T printers. I'm going to zoom in on that so they can. So if anyone's into 3D printing, wait, hang on. This guy. Yeah, I'm watching. So
Okay.
3T printers is the guy that helps them out if you want help with models like that. All right. Say goodbye, Tom. Yeah, everyone makes that joke. Like it's shockingly bad. All right, see you later, mate.
That's the joke, though. That's why everyone makes it, because it's bad.
Yeah. Oh, Aaron does the same thing. Hey, buddy, how's yours? I gotta look for the bar system booth. Oh, these are the miniatures we're after. Excuse me, guys. Can I get this on the stream so everyone can see? So this is the Hornets. These are really detailed. I know it's not going to come through on video, but my eyes are. Yeah, man, these are. Oh, it's your favorite ships.
No.
Astropub, it's his favorite ship.
No.
Yeah.
No. No.
Can we get one of those for Astropub to go, please?
No.
Can we get one of those for Astropub to go?
No.
Do you know who Astropub is? You know Astropub. You don't know him.
He doesn't know who the fuck I am, dude. He doesn't know who the fuck I am.
He's
Not
got no
everyone
idea.
knows
That's
me.
funny. That's funny. Yeah. Do you sell these?
I don't think he can legally sell those. He can do it for.
Hang on.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, they do sell them. You got a
I need
card?
to get myself one. Yeah.
Yeah, they're. Yeah, I'm live streaming. You don't have a card? Nope. No. Do you have a card I can take with me to call you later? Paul, yeah. So yeah, I'll put it on stream and we'll look at it later. Yep, and there's Instagram as well. I'll look at these later. We can probably scan the QR codes off the video. They are going to be very popular. I'm not even joking. CIG need to start doing that stuff. Or Daj, if you watch this later, you need to get on that. These are custom computers. This looks mad. Oh shit! I thought it was a step, and it wasn't. Man, I'm not good with this. I'm sorry for the jank.
All right.
That's a Covalent shipping container.
Yep.
And if I go forward and lean in, it's a PC.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And I don't know where the bar system people are. Oh, these have Squadron 42. You're from CIG. Are you making the items? Oh, do you want to tell? This is Astropub. I don't know if you know who he is.
No.
You don't know? Where are you from? Mr. Belgium. You make great chocolate. I'm impressed. What are you ended up making today? Can you tell us a little bit about what you're making? Yeah, we got the goodie bag. Yep, that's the one.
Lip reading, chat. Lip reading.
Yeah. Oh, Vandal sword, and what's the other one? Vandal skull. Yeah. Also, wait, hang on. I'll get it up there. So he's working on that skull up there.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing a Vandal skull, and what's the other item going to be? A sandworm plushie. Oh wow, they'll both be popular. Yeah. Did you hear that, Paul?
Yes, I did. The sandworm plushie and the skull. I can't hear him speaking, but I can hear you replying.
Yeah. Sorry. My phone has decided to play some music. Hang on, I need to stop it. I don't know why it's doing this. Right, sorry for about that.
Yeah, I can try to make his screen
right.
bigger. We'll just do this.
All right. Yep. Sorry. And this is JRDF, so Daj might be here. Daj is a lazy ass. No, that's honest.
There we go.
Yeah. Do you know Astropub at all? Astropub. Do you know him at all? He's on here with me and a few other people.
Hello.
So we sort of come by and see. What would you like to show everyone that's watching?
Oh, that's the Raven model. That's in pre-order. Fully lit.
Yep.
Lit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got little LEDs in it. That's mad.
You can light it yourself. They don't sell the LEDs themselves, but you can light it yourself.
So it's going flat, basically. Yeah, so it's going flat, so it's weak at the moment. Yep.
Yeah, you can buy that right now. You can
Okay.
you can pre-order it on their website. So
half a year to make. Wow. Okay. Yeah. You had to change it all. All right. He's saying CIG, they can't hear you, so I have to relay. So CIG did the gold pass, and then they had to rework everything, and that's why it took so long.
yeah, I saw.
I know these are not coming through on camera, but they look fantastic.
Oh yeah. They look
Yeah.
good.
Because I'm often the one at home, right, sitting there going, oh, well, you can't see. And now I'm here in person. It's like, yeah, the camera does not do this shit justice. Excuse me, bro.
Yeah, they're really good. These are really good stuff.
Like really, really good. I'm impressed. Thank you very much. Oh, that's the Gladius Dodge was talking about too. Yeah,
What's up?
he was showing me in Paul the other day. Yeah.
Hold on. Execute. Al's trying to say something. Yes, Al?
The rape, he was just saying that the rape, I did a gold pass on it, which is quite quick delay. Gold pass on the Raven is actually a boarding car for one of the new ship teams.
Yeah, it was
Excuse
for
me?
Montreal.
You know where the
So.
bar citizen is? The bar citizen booth?
This area.
All right. Thanks. Hey, good. I'm on a live. Yeah, you can grab a picture. There you go.
There we go. There, that's the
Hang on.
Citizencon experience.
Hang on.
That's the authentic
Hang on.
Citizencon experience.
Yeah, and Paul. Hang on. Hey, oh shit! I hit it twice. Fuck. So
Hold on.
I'm not used to a firmware at all. All right. So let everyone. There we go. No, you're welcome. Yeah, we'll do. See you, bro.
Ooh. Lance, thank you for that raid. And thank you, Farisol, for that raid as well. Welcome.
All right. I'm struggling to find the booth for Bar Citizen.
Anything else? Anything else you want to
you know
see,
where
chat?
the Bar Citizen booth is? Oh, for fuck's sake. All right. I'll send this around. We'll talk to him. I'm here to pick up my ships. I won't have another time.
And for those of you who are wondering, yes, we will be doing ship giveaways. I'm talking to them, chat.
Oh, okay. How does it normally happen? You just give out codes or what? Right. Can they just send it to me on Discord later if I just give you my Discord name? Yeah. Well, here, can I get a pen? I'll just write it down. I'm fairly well known. Like both the other guys know me. Execute AUS.
XX.
What?
Nothing. I'm just very. I'm popular. I'm very popular. You understand? I'm very popular.
No, I'm not saying that. No, I actually know the two guys.
I know.
Like I could talk to them.
I know.
No, I'm not saying unknown. I don't like to say that.
I know.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm kind of a big deal. People know me. Chat's roasting you right now.
No, I never said that. I never said that. I said they know me as in I know them. Sorry, they're giving me shit in chat because they're saying I'm using the they know me thing. No, I know you them because I talked to them at the Bar Citizen is what I mean. Execute AUS. Just via Discord. But I'll try and come back, but like not being here is a bit of a pain in the butt because it's the only time I've got because I'm streaming honestly. All right.
Yes, they are selling the.
I'm on your Discord as Execute AUS. Yeah. It'll be Execute Inforunners or Manical Mind was one of them. Manical Minds. Execute Inforunners. All right. I'll try and come back later, but if I don't, that's why. Yeah. Thank you so much. I gotta stop taking this earpiece off. Every time I take it off, it keeps making music. They can't hear you. Sorry. No, they can't hear you. Because I had to go with Bluetooth headphones. All right, hang on.
So yes, I've been hearing that Star Citizen is currently dead right now. There's been some issues back end. I've heard it scattered. I've heard some people say that it was that the hotfix fixed some problems and people were playing it with no problems. Other people saying they can't even get out of their beds. So whatever, when they pushed it to live, there were some issues that came up. So it'll probably be fixed here.
I'm gonna get in trouble. So this is Mongol Squad.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm grabbing this just for Agent Letty. Who knows Agent Letty? I'm Execute. Yeah, nice to meet you. How you doing? So I'm here on part of your boss, just to make sure you're working. Yeah. 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 If she's far away, that's why I'm here. I'm here with the taser. No. All right. So is there any you want to say to Agent? I'm sure he'll watch us at another point. Yeah, all right. No worries. I'll make sure he sees that. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, yeah, we're good. Oh, we got right up front center. Yeah. What about you? Okay, sweet. Yeah, we're
Hey,
second row center.
is that Meg right there?
Hey,
Back up, back.
is your name Megs?
Meg. Oh, hello.
No, but he's Australian. What's it? I've forgotten. I'm so tired. Just tell me your name. Paul's asking. You tell me. Yeah, he's here with Crunchy and Sandy and stuff. He's been very helpful helping Crunchy in the background. He helped us a few times as well. But I'm just cooked, man. I don't even remember my own name at this point. Yeah, sorry. Thanks, man. Man, people get really upset when I don't remember their names. But I don't remember anything at the moment. I'm sleep deprived as shit. Right. Is there anything else you want to look at?
Chat.
I think
Anything
we're
else you want?
here.
Yeah.
This ugly
There's
guy
Jake.
here. Yeah. He's not like sexy as fuck. He's the cutest. He's got that little frown.
They
and that
are
hair.
very sexy. That is Jake is very sexy.
Yes. If you're into nerds, he's full nerd mode.
Yes, they are full nerd.
Yeah. So I haven't even been. Apparently, there's like a VIP lounge you can go over to and get food and stuff. And I've got access to it. I haven't even been there.
You're pointing at it. It's behind the big blue curtain. There's not really anything.
Is there
It's
anything there? Ollie,
I had a look
is there
yesterday.
anything
Literally
there
just them eating in a
worth
separate
getting?
bar. That's it.
What did they go over there? Tell us. So I walk around.
It's literally just some sofa stay. There's the same stuff that's in the general
Yeah,
lounge, just
probably.
turned off, and
Yeah.
there's a smaller separate bar and that stuff. But it's honestly there's nothing really
probably
special. Like I went in
Yeah.
when we got in
Well,
yesterday,
there's
just have
the
a look
merch one
around. I haven't
again.
been back since.
Yeah,
Wow.
so Algared lined up here for 2.5 hours yesterday to get merch. So it's nuts. Sorry, I'm trying to hold it up so you can see because I'm telling you what, I'm gonna get a drink because I'm parched.
Yeah. Thank you for that chat. If you are enjoying this, make sure you hit that like button on YouTube.
What do we got?
Subscribe on YouTube if
Got a
you're watching this on
door
YouTube.
open.
But if you're on Twitch, make sure you hit that follow button.
Might grab two. By the way, if you're an American and you're here, by the way, you need to try Coke because you've been murdered horribly. Sorry, dude. Didn't mean to put you on screen.
I'll turn you off for now, X. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, for a sec. Thanks.
While you're doing this, while you're making people uncomfortable.
I'm done. Just give me a second. I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you, mate. Now I got to carry 2 drinks with me. I'm going back to where I'm going now.
I'm late. What's up with X and audio? So basically, he's coming at us from using mobile internet, using the data, because we had paid a bunch of money for their Wi-Fi setup, and when they all right, you're back up. Oh, just back to the main. When we had we paid a bunch of money for Wi-Fi setup, and after we paid for that Wi-Fi setup, it turns out that the Wi-Fi setup we paid for was just the common Wi-Fi that everyone else is getting, the free Wi-Fi everyone else is getting, and they just were hosing us. So we had to go back to data, which means that as a result, we can't use any of the fancy equipment. So,
and it was £300, which is
yeah, which sucks.
Yeah.
All that planning go to waste. But anyway, we'll make do.
This is the reason why I was doing here in the studio, to help everybody out. So.
I wouldn't have worked without Paul yesterday. Thank you very much. Well, I would have been way more stressful if you hadn't been doing this, Paul.
No problem.
All right.
The donation will help. Trust me. Thank you for those donations. Did you get a refund for that? We don't know if we did or not. I think
no, not yet. We're going to leave that until afterwards, but yeah. I'll go over the VIP area and see what I can show you. It's kind of behind this. Hang on. Not like it. I wish there was a button just to turn camera, but there isn't one in Discord. Yeah. So they got security. Yeah. Thanks, bud.
I love the stuff in the background. Is that all lore history right there?
Yeah, I know Waffle. Hang on. I'll try and. Do you want to be on stream or not? This is Waffle. God, why is he's like drunk? How you doing, Waffle? Tell everyone here. I have to repeat it because they can't hear. But there's Waffle Insanity. He's a very long time back, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know he was this sexy, but his voice is that good.
He is
So,
very
yeah.
very
ladies,
sexy.
He's single, ladies. No, he's not. I think you're starting some teasers now. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah. I thought he needed to change his name to. So yeah, they've got some kind of bar over here, but this doesn't open up till later,
Mhm.
and that does like all the fancy drinks and stuff. So you've got all your premixes, beers, and all that. Your usual typical nerd booths.
Just putting everybody on
Stepping
stream.
and spin around showroom. Yep, everyone's on stream. Avocado. Oh wow, thank you. Avocados for all the avocados. Thank you. So yeah, everyone's just sitting around. Everyone's sleepy. Wake the fuck up. What's wrong with you all? Anyway, now they're all coming. Now they woke up. There we go. Oh, no, he didn't wake up. This guy really didn't wake up. Hey, go back to sleep. It was better when you were asleep. There you go. He's done. Yeah, so that's. I know they're here because this is the only one that's open. This is like a coffee cart.
Uh-huh.
So everyone's.
Wait for the coffee.
I've noticed anyone I know. But yeah, so it's just like as you can see, there's just like a little curtain and it goes back to the normal area. But so yeah, just all the VIP people here. So I think they're all lined up for coffee. Everyone's lined up for coffee. What else do you get here, guys? Can you just tell me? Well, I'm on stream, so I just want to tell people what the VIP experience is like. What do you get? You get brownies. I might just go stand. You guys want one? Yeah, so it's just soft drink, coffee, tea, that type of thing. So I think it's just a shorter line in general. It's very similar to what you got outside, if you saw. But yeah, just a shorter line. All right. Anything else, Paul?
Chat. Anything else you'd like to see?
I think that's everything. I think we've done the full loop. Other than the merch, if you want to go back to the merch booth, they do have cocktails here, but no one seems to come here. So, so they have a VIP bar, but then they also have a normal bar.
Mm-hmm. I love the little flags in the background. Those are neat. That's I know that the one on the far. The one on the far left is the UPE flag, and the one on the far right is the UNE flag.
What's the one? Hang on, if I go this way, what's the one on the very far side of the rings? That's one I've never seen.
That's the UNE flag, the United Nations of Earth flag.
All right. Because here's the thing: there's another one on this side with rings.
Yes, that's the United Planets of Earth flag.
Hang on a minute, I just realized they've got holograms here. That's a hologram, that torpedo burrito.
Yeah.
And on the other side, that's a Citizencon logo in hologram.
Yeah.
It's not going to come on camera.
It's coming through as hologram. It's definitely coming through as hologram. We can see it. So.
Yeah, it's like full on 3D. Hang on, I'm going to get close. If I get yelled at, you'll know why. But if I try and go side on, hang on. I'm trying to give you guys the experience of it again. So yeah, that's fucking sick. It looks like a floating. That's one of those spinning things. You know, I don't know if you've heard about them. They have like a propeller blade. It's definitely spinning. Yeah, now I can see it. If I kind of cover the light, I can see it. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, it's just a spinning light, like a fan. Think of it as a fan, but it's a light. That's mad. I want one. All right. Anything else, Paul?
Let's see. Message for Execute and Paul. Even through the Wi-Fi doesn't work out, and the coverage of the event has been wonderful to watch the live. Thanks for the effort. No problem.
Excuse me, boys. Can I just step through? I'm not cheating. Oh, look who I found.
Hey. Tell Elliot that he should make his missions work.
Yeah, I kept streaming between panels. Kept streaming between panels. Paul can't hear me, but there's anything we'd like to say to Paul and Algared and I'll on there as well. It's all you off guard. Your pants are still on though, so it's not that bad.
To ask him how the
okay, well, we're coming by later.
One second.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul. Hang on.
Ask him how the worm mission is. How fun is the worm mission? Because I know he's probably been involved in that, making that mission.
How fun is the war mission?
The worm mission. Worm.
That's what he says.
Worm.
The worm
Worm.
mission. Worm. Very fun. If I hold, I'll hold it because they don't want you to have my ear. Can you speak now? And they might be here. Yeah, they can hear. Go.
We can't, but it's okay.
I mean, it's not hearing you. Stop.
It's the other one. It's the other one. It's the other one, X. It's the other one, X. It's your other headphone.
Yeah, but do the other one.
Is it good?
There we go. There we can hear him.
Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. My team that's being broken. I worked on joint sessions, but they came back in and was like one of them was in the rock hit them and out and they were like, right, well that's how I'll go. No, that is a team of very talented people. Yeah, you know, you see how them handle fight on the bridge. Which I looked at it. I'm sat there, I heal. There were people behind me going, I was shouting out. So I just like shooting and I was right, I saw catching up his little and then also are you looking for missions up now with which one other? I heard that it's like so close. The reports I've had is that like there was have you had many people recognize you?
Yeah, I know he can't make that a thing. I'm basically just humoring it because if I ask him to do anything, he's gonna get stressed. So just chill out, chat.
Who they are. And I'm like, are you insane? Like they don't know. And I just some of them can go. So I called out to Aaron Robson on Smith the other day, and he was Chris. And I deliberately called Aaron, and apparently, and so his wife was like, Kevin, thank you very much. It made his day. Like Aaron is the most kind. Yep. About him, the whole operation. Well, I know what my brother's like keeping me on course. I can only imagine what it's like.
X.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been hello and like this. What doing me? And I'm like, well, you told me the other night, need more time. Yeah. We need to send up a complaint box for you. It's just got a shredder under it. Have like a load.
All right, X. The only thing I'll.
Yep. All right. I think they're going to cut us off. We have to go.
Yeah, I think we have to go. Yeah, the last thing I wanted you to just tell Elliot I'm still a big fan of the
Sorry, I can't find.
I'm still a big fan of Save Stanton. But all right.
Are you there, Paul?
Yeah, hold on. There we go. Yeah, give me a moment. I had to get to do some fixes, all right? All right. There we go. Guest enlarged. There we go. There we go. We're good now. All right, X just left. Okay.
I'm back. Sorry. I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but your camera's dead. Or never mind. Your camera's good. I just hit the wrong thing.
All right.
You're good.
All right. I'm trying to flip around.
So yeah, we didn't.
CIG streaming people are here.
So I was going to tell you right now that absolutely nobody heard anything you just said with Elliot.
Fuck's sake.
It's just the
Long
noise
story short, he was
suppression.
talking about the missions.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Can I say hello real quick? Do you want to say hello to real quick? Hang on. I'm trying to. I'm drunk. Sorry, I'm drunk. There we go. Yeah, there
Hi.
you go. Yeah. All right. Have a good night. Good things. Good con. Yep. Sorry. I'm trying to remember the lingo, man. I'm learning. No, I'm shocking. They should cut me off. I'm drunk. Anyway, all right. We'll make our way back to Algared and Ollie now.
He's punch drunk, chat. That's what he means. He's tired as fuck, is why.
No, I'm tired as fuck.
Yeah.
My feet have got blisters on it, the sides of my blisters
Yes.
at this point, you know. Right. Algared's muted. Right.
I can be unmuted.
I'll give you
Yeah.
Very easy to be unmuted.
Oh, hang on. So this is from the door to the stage.
Yeah.
How big the hall is.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It can hold 4,000, right?
I thought they said
I
5,000
can't count.
yesterday.
5,000?
Yeah, I thought they said 5.
Okay.
I thought they
Yeah,
said
so that's the
5,000.
kind of that's the whole production area back here that you wouldn't see. So walk behind because this is the shit again.
Oh yeah.
Shit you would never see if you
You
weren't
don't
here.
see it at Citizencon. Yeah, this is pretty typical. This is what I saw at 2016 and what I saw last year too, or 2018 as well as last year. Like that whole team of folks back there. These are all professional. Those are professional folks who do live streaming and video production stuff like that.
That's right. Oh wait, you guys work
They
for
wouldn't-
CRG or who do you work for? Yeah, you feel like it. Yep, cool. So that's the whole production team.
Yeah.
And the guy was very serious.
Yes, because he works as a in a professional production crew, and you just filmed them without permission. So yeah, he'd be pretty pissed.
No problem.
Yeah, lots of people don't like being filmed without your permission.
Yeah.
It's not
Not
just
without
an
my
Manchester thing,
permission.
It's not an execute. It's not an Australian thing or a UK thing. It's an everywhere thing.
Yeah.
I'm just not used to it. Again.
You're on camera all the time. That's why.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never had a problem with it. I guess it's because 3 of the jobs I've done have already got involved around cameras.
It's not
Very
illegal.
useful.
It is if you have any sort of promote. It is illegal if you have any. If you're not doing any. If you put someone's face out that didn't want to be put out there, it is illegal because they can sue you for it.
Yep.
That's the answer. Like.
Yep. That's why
Right.
you want people's faces
blurred out in the background of various shots because
All right.
Oh, in Australia it isn't.
It
It is in the US. I don't know about the UK.
No, you had Algared.
If you don't make money, it's
yeah,
legal.
well,
You can still get sued for it because some people don't want to be put their faces on camera. So it's based by state, Paul. Okay.
Look, even in school
Hey,
stuff.
well, that means you get another flight back to England. Woohoo.
Even school stuff. If we're doing stuff,
Yeah.
got to block the kids' faces out.
Yep.
Or not take pictures. You got to be really careful when you take photos of kids or of school events. Can't take a photo. That kid's in there. Not allowed to take photos of that one. No, can't do that one. It really is
Sure.
that level. That's in Australia.
They are wondering about the specs for the demo PC. I don't think X can get that information, but he could probably ask at Chris that if he manages to get an interview later. So
yeah, I think the only thing I'd really ask Chris is just about the release date. I know, but I was just out there. It'll be there for later, Algared's still me off because apparently he brought me a bottle of water. Like I'm not gonna need another one. Yeah. Sorry. What's that? Sorry? Hey, badges.
he muted. Oh, he's intentionally. Okay. I will go back to
I'm intentionally moving because Algared wants to talk to me. Yeah, it's all later, Algared. Come on. Badges is there. Meeting badges for the first time.
Oh, nice.
And you want to be on camera? Oh, I'm live with Paul. Hang on. Yeah,
Oh, there's Badgers. Hi, Badgers.
Yeah. They're waving at you. I know you can't see them, but they're waving at you.
Algared and
Paul's
Badgers.
waving at you. God, then they wave. Yeah, yeah. All right. I might head off for a little bit, Paul, if that's all right. And
That's
we'll
fine.
Just have
Save
a bit
your
of a
battery.
breather.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in here. We'll
Yeah, we'll do.
Later.
I'll still be on Discord,
Okay.
but bye.
All right. I'm gonna mute X for now, and I'll unmute him later. Go back to guest camera 1. All right. Oh, he has legs? Yeah, I know. Legs. We're arguing about that. My point was that people generally don't like being filmed, which is why people get annoyed when you stick a camera in their face, even in a private event. We should watch and talk about some new tech videos, like planet crafting. We could, but we only have like what? Like 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. Let me pull up those videos quick. What I'll do is I'll show you all the end of the last, where was that? Let's see if we can find that. There we go. About 18 minutes before the broadcast starts, so I don't think it's when it starts, actually. Yeah, I'll show you the escape pod sequence. Videos. I'm going to go all the way to the end. There we go.
So we're just walking off to the lounge again.
Okay.
Meet one of the guys. I put the camera.
You can't kill it. Not
I'm
before
gonna.
it takes you out.
I'm gonna mute this right now, Al, because I'm showing them off the end of the Squad 42 demo that they missed. So.
Lock your course.
Okay.
Get off that thing. Both of you clear?
Aye, aye.
Rachel.
I will. Damn it.
The graphics seems a lot better on the PC. Honestly, I think a lot of people are going to prefer this video over the other. They're going to watch this one before they watch the one that was on the early ass morning stream.
We're about to have company. I've got to try and divert as much energy as I can to the engines. So I'm going to need you to hold them off. Go now.
Yes, sir.
I am currently unable to view everything. No.
Life support and lab are offline. Disabling safeties on the reactor to boost some extra juice. Here they come!
Warning. Collision imminent.
Almost finished here.
Ejection systems offline.
The escape pod door is jacked. I need you to manually override the door. Give me your rifle. I'll cover you. I just need a minute to finish up here. What's the status on the door?
We're good. Down! Captain. Sir.
Don't argue. Just do me a favor. Give this to Bishop. Tell him it's all gonna be okay. Tell him it was a good trip.
Warning. Collision imminent.
Get the hell out of here.
Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact.
I said get out of here.
No, I'm not leaving you. I do solemnly pledge, mind and body, I will defend the Empire with my life.
Your application to the Flight Academy has been reconsidered. Captain McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. You're safe.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters.
Welcome to the Stanton. I'm Eugene Morrow.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic.
This will be your new home.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
Sir,
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
You want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
Genship. All right. There we go. Yeah, jail did the translations. You initially didn't see the 2026 there at the end. It's because they cut it off right at the end. Not 30, 10 years. It's 10 years before the game. That's the time of Star Citizen. So at 2945. And that 2-engine Hornet, yeah. It's probably just a modified Hornet. All right, I'm gonna unmute Al and see what Al was trying to say. Hold on. Hey, Al. If you were trying to say something earlier, what were you gonna say?
Say I could stuff, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think
got my phone.
I think we probably need to save some. We're gonna need to save some battery because I think we wanted to talk between stuff and that kind of thing. So.
Yep. So, but anyway, that's. I'm just chatting with some practices down to so. Anyway, I'll mute myself again, and there you go for a bit with stuff that's on the screen.
Yeah. All right. See you.
All right. See ya.
2026 release will be raising a lot of questions about CIG. In what way, Oss? Two damn years from being feature complete in what is in what way? Okay. Cal, yes, Cal is my husband. I mean, to be honest, people are assuming it's going to come in. I saw somebody in the last stream who's assuming it was going to come in at like December. So. Can't well understand when she meets him. I think the real problem wasn't the date. It wasn't the 2 years. It was the 2 years and then leave. CIG saying it's coming in 2026 and then just fucking leaving, just stopping the stream, saying it's over and then walking away. Like I get they were embarrassed because they had some problems with the live tech demo and the live demo on the stage and stuff like that. But like, you had no plans. Like that's really the real question is like, that's why people felt like it was like a gut punch because it was like 2026 goodbye. No release date, just a time frame, and then just drop it and fuck off. Like, at least last time they had a video where they kind of were talking about, hey, we're working on this. Let's show some cool features, that kind of stuff. They said nothing. So that's really the bitter taste was that CIG handled it so poorly. Timer stopped. Did I hit the wrong button? Oh, I did. There we go. I'm trying to keep my thing out there. let's not forget the shit they said that isn't coming out until Squadron. Idris, anyone? I think that's probably the more reason why people are mad. Isn't that like the Squadron 42 isn't coming out? Because I think a lot of people who play Star Citizen don't give a fuck anyways. The reason why people were excited about Squadron coming out in Star Citizen is because they said that the Idris wasn't coming out until they had Squadron out. So they're like, so people are just mad. They're like, oh, so it's gonna be 2 more years for my Idris. So yeah. No, Idris was going to come out when Squadron came out. That's what they said. And then they slipped up last year, saying that it was going to be in a year. I couldn't find the VOD for your react on day one. It was it's on Inforunners, but what were my thoughts on Star Citizen's 142 panels? The Star Citizen panels were neat. There's a lot of non-gameplay stuff, a lot of just kind of showing stuff. I called Castra. Everyone said I was a madman, but I said Castra was going to be the fourth system, and turns out I was right. Lower the game volume. Okay. Go down a little bit for you. It's the live stream. You can actually mute it for now. It's just the stuff. Yes, I was definitely vindicated with that. Well, a lot of us will be in our deathbeds when 1.0 comes out. Okay. CIG needs to do a better job with Squadron. And for the one thing I will say is that it proved to me that CIG is not ready for a Squadron release. Not in terms of gameplay wise. I'm sure they're trying hard to do things, but their marketing team is not ready. It's been my big concern for CIG for a long time. I know everyone says, well, start marketing and blah, blah, blah. No, shut the fuck up. Like the Squadron 42 is a completely different beast from Star Citizen, and it needs to be marketed in a certain way. And CIG just isn't up to snuff for it yet. So. Chris was mad because he put it on, because he was the one who made the call for a live demo, even though his team said, don't do it. And so he's mad that he was like, fuck, I should have listened to my team. They could have, yes. What's up?
In terms of the Paul being downed and bummed because of the crashes and stuff, one of the things that Rain said to him, Rain, his daughter, said to him was basically, it's okay, it was good. And it shows that it was live, and it shows that it was recoverable.
Yeah.
Right. No, but Chris was bummed because it did crash and end up the way he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
This may be a countdown to the countdown. At the very least, it's going to be a countdown to the pre-show because it's going to get started here. Oh, there we go. Pre-show. I'll put this back over to guest host large, and then I'll do, go. Honestly, live demo was fine. It was less crashes than Starfield had from yet release. Well, YouTube ads are important, but it's more than just YouTube ads. There's other things they need to do. Let's go over it real quick. Yeah, there's definitely, they could have, I think the video that they released afterwards is a good call because it's a lot better. I think most people will see that rather than the video that was at the end of a, 9-hour, 10-hour long live stream. And based off of what I've heard from developers who reached out to me after the fact, it's because of the system. Not like, I know when Chris was saying, is it the PC? What he meant was, it wasn't that the PC was fucking up, it's that they didn't develop the build for that PC. So they didn't have the specs for that PC when they were using it. So it was a fuck up on their planning. Instead of running it in like a debugging mode with a PC that they had, they used the sponsored PC as to try to show it off, which was bad for the sponsor and bad for CIG. Yeah, he was. It definitely sounded like he was mad at himself. Sure. But I think if they had shown off more than just 2026 buy, it would have been a lot better received, because the 2026 is still rough, but the cast and the writing was pretty good. Yeah, it wasn't awful. Is this the One Piece watch party? Indeed, Earth Nation. How's it going? We're waiting for. I'm going to pull up the.
You watch the show. That's pre-production.
Come on over here. There we go. I'm trying to get it running on my end. But yes, they let that hammerhead die when I've clearly seen its solo ships much larger than that and become sandworm. Became a sandworm for one star for lack of a game. No problem. Thank you for watching, y'all. So we are going to be talking about we're going to be watching the show, and then we'll be having kind of conversations about the panels, and we're going to have X and Al kind of pipe in their opinions when we get there. But yeah. Why is it not working? I'm trying the YouTube stream because the Twitch stream crashed last time. It's so bad. Like, all right. I'm going to let you hear this.
Really good player at that, and you made that Legatus difficulty look easy. So congratulations. So one of the cool aspects of Citizencon every year is that every time I walk past somebody, it seems like they hand me something and are like, here, Disco, put this in your pocket. And this is a collection of the things that I've been handed over the last 24 hours. We've got, these are pins from an F-35 ejector seat. It's an F-30, I can't remember if it's an F-35 or an F-18. I know those numbers are not remotely close, but I'm very tired. But these were pins from an ejector seat. We've got a bottle opener. You can never come to a Star Citizen event without somebody handing you a bottle opener. Challenge coins. We talked about challenge coins last year. Atlas Defense Industries. This is one from Citizencon this year. Different orgs. This was somebody's personal giant.
All right, I'm gonna go back to the guest large again, host large. So he was talking about come across as Cope. It was him trying to defend what was happening with Squadron 42's demo last time, but you know. So far, Paul, you've been pretty spot on for this year's CitizenCon. Tip my hat, sure. Thank you. Hopefully, you all are enjoying this. Thank you for watching. For those who are watching. He's got a poop emoji. Did I sleep? I did sleep. Yes. I do think we've noticed that we've had less people watching our stream than last time. And I was like, that sort of sucks. But I also realize it's 4 a.m. almost here in the US on day 2 when people stayed up really late last night to watch it. So it's just because I think even the live stream on Twitch for our YouTube for Star Citizen is like way down compared to what they were yesterday too. So we'll be uploading a reaction to the YouTube OG. I'm going to be watching each. Well, it's actually on right now. Dread King. It's actually on the Inforunners right now. I'm dual streaming this to YouTube and to the Twitch. It's on my Twitch, but it's on the Inforunners YouTube. So go check out the YouTube. My reaction to it on YouTube. But I will also be going over the all of everything next week. I'll be doing some reactions, walking through, kind of break down these sorts of things. So I'm in Florida, so the UK time is hard. Yeah, I get that. Why don't they make it so that I can sling my main weapon across the front of my chest? They originally had that, Francisco. I know you remember that. That they had this. They had that originally. That they had a 3-point sling, and it didn't eclipse too much. So. That's cool. I sat down with the Inforunners because they're going to be here live. Who are at their live right now. And what they said while they were working on that they were working on going live. I wasn't able to go because originally I was going to plan on going, but then everything went tits up on their end. So that's why we're kind of trying to fix it here. So. Now we know one ship will not wipe out a king ship. Will they bring that back with Starcloth? I don't know. I doubt it. I think they're going to kind of work with what they have with the backsling. All right. You can't hear it. I know. It's mostly just them talking about stuff in the background. I could turn it on for you. But it's like super just background noise right now. It's just filler. They're waiting for the stuff that's going to go in. I think the enemy in this game, I've seen a film, Star Trek vibes. Okay. A question. What is the lore of the two commanding Vandul? Who were they? They are the leaders. One of them is the leader of the Vandul clan that attacked with the kingship. And the other one is the vice leader. The one who was like, you fucking screwed us. You doomed us with your bloodlust. He's the vice leader. That's the one that's played by Andy Serkis. And yeah, so yeah, that's they become major antagonists throughout throughout Squadron 42. That's all you need to know. Yeah, Akuri, that's like a rank. Yes, Akuri is the rank.
Okay, maybe I'll give him a break. Come on, Dan. Help, thank you.
It's like Admiral, maybe. It's Warlord. Akuri is Warlord. It's Vandul Warlord. You know, clan leader.
All right, well, maybe it's not so easy. Maybe it's not so easy.
Yeah, we're doing it's crafting, base building, and ships and 1.0. So what do you? Let me hear your thoughts there, chat. What are you thinking about currently with the PU or with day 2? What are you looking forward to?
Like Jared said, hopefully you guys enjoyed the panels yesterday. We covered a bunch of stuff yesterday, but don't worry, there's still a bunch more.
Pioneer. You think we're gonna get a Pioneer update? All of it. Okay. Ionic, I saw you. So I let me take this moment to plug a little bit for those of you who don't know. I legitimately called Castra several years ago, and 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I made a video talking about Castra in the very first system survey. And when I made that video, I said in that video, I think it's the system we're going to get after Nyx. And nobody else has talked about Castra, which is why everyone was like, what the fuck is Castra? And I'm like, you motherfuckers don't know. Bitches don't know about Pangea. So I made an entire lore video on it. It's 8 minutes because it's at the time we didn't have a lot. I could probably make a 20-minute video now, and I probably will. But yeah, it was when that came out, when they started talking, when he started talking about you know the Vandul or the Xi'an Cold War, I was like, Castra. Holy shit, we're gonna make Castra. I feel like, Hadrian? That's kind of out of left field. There's Hadrian. And then he started talking a little bit more, and I'm like, Castra.
Down into sort of the micro this time. So let's take a look at the outside of these booths. As you can see, we have Bioticorp Waste. We have the Robber Space Industries. Come follow me a little bit. We're gonna go.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna shut up about it. I'm gonna be an absolute insufferable twat about the fact that I called it 2 years ago. because at the time I called it, and I think Mike did a reaction to my my video and said something effective like, "Nah, it's not gonna happen." Like basically said, "Nah, it's Odin," or something like that. And so I was like, "Sir." Literally any talk on the future flight would be nice. I don't know. Do you all think we're going to have any sort of flight discussions? Because I don't think Yogi's going to have a discussion today.
Citizencon. In case you don't know who I am, my name is Dan Halbrick. I'm the community producer here at Cloud Imperium Games. I produce our community managers. That's Jake Acapella, that's Freya, that's Christian, that's Ulf, that's Niku, all the people who you guys interact with on Spectrum, on Twitter, X, who cares what it's called these days.
Drones and repair topic. You think they're going to talk about drones and repair? That might be the case, because I think that's a big topic for crafting, I think. So
amazing here at Citizencon this year. We're just making sure that we catch as many people here on the show floor.
I think crafting is going to come with the, I think honestly, in terms of gameplay, I'm most interested in this first panel. But in terms of spicy popcorn drama, it's going to be the last panel.
Access to bar and refreshments here as well. You guys don't have to wait in the long line. Make sure you guys are checking that out as well. UE, thank you for your service. We have that huge United Empire of Earth timeline as well, going all the way back to 2137 to the pretty near recent future of 2950. It's only 4 years ago based on our in-lore world. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, obviously, we have the Hornet. We've covered that to death, so I'm not going to cover it, but it still looks pretty cool.
Question for you, Paul. What are your thoughts on the Jav and cruiser docking on Sherman? I agree with Tree that they were using its scale, but them in atmosphere is a big wow nonetheless. I think Tree is just going to have to live with the fact that CIG is going to go with rule of cool over practicality. But we'll see. Because yeah, you can't have the Javelin crashing on Daymar because one of its engines got a little boo boo, and also expect the Javelin to be able to dock at in the atmosphere. But. Yeah, the way they have both is to have it be like in a dry dock of some kind. But yeah. Yeah, if the station has capital class tractors or something like that, that makes sense. But I'm hoping they give us another teaser of ships coming in the next 12 months so we can start guessing what they are. The Inforunner me agrees.
We're about 10 minutes away from this proper start of day 2, so we're going to take a break here. This is your last chance to.
It could dry dock quickly and once, right? Yeah, everything can be land once.
For the next 4 to 5 hours, as we present day 2 of Citizencon, it's a different beast. Yesterday was the universe that we create. Today is dedicated entirely to the destiny that you're going to build. So stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it, and I'm really excited about today. So thanks for watching. We'll see you in about 10 minutes, everybody.
About 10 minutes left. I would love to see them working on drones, for sure. Yeah, you're gonna hear Jared in the background. Hey, Ramin. I'm with you there, Omega. The swords, but I don't think we're gonna see anything about swords until they get Squadron out. Yeah, Apollo, Vulcan. It's important for the Carrack, though. The Carrack doesn't need them. See what are the drones are there? Those are the two big ones. The Nautilus uses drones, so I guess the Reclaimer technically has it, but I think the Reclaimer is going to swap out its drone capability for Cutter. It does have oh, and the Crucible has drones too. Well, I think it said it had drones on top of the cutter, right? Because the cutter is actually I think is a remote operate. It's an ATLS. It's a Zeus suit, but it's got EVA platform, EVA capabilities. Another concern is that the dynamic fire system in Maelstrom, the new forests, knowing our community is like, it's going to have forest fires in 3, 2, 1. But we're also going to have weather systems. So weather systems should also help to put out those fires with rain and storms and such. So. So I'm going to be quiet when the presentations go live, so you won't hear my commentary. You'll just be watching the presentation, and then we'll be talking between them. So. I mean, I think let's be honest here. CIG is going to sell cosmetics for everything if they can get away with it. Yeah, what you missed with Jared, he was talking about how Rich is actually a really good player, and so he made the Vandal look easy on the Goddess mode because everyone's like they don't look that scary, I think a lot of people were like, but the aim was awful. Vasily Levski is one of the greatest heroes in Bulgaria. It's nuts they named a location and game after him. Not really. Because the people who founded Levski named it Levski in honor of Vasily Levski, because Vasily Levski was a revolutionary hero of Bulgaria. And the people who founded Levski were revolutionaries. They wanted to overthrow the government and establish a new, more democratic one. Tracks entirely with the meanings. Them taking Vasily Levski's name as a inspiration for it. And I'm glad they're using something other than fucking Roman history or American history, honestly. What do you think? The difficulty changes? I think that the difficulty will definitely they'll definitely tweak it. They've been talking about how they've been working on the difficulty changes and sliders or the difficulty swaps consistently. I think that's one of those things you do in Polish is trying to make those things kind of work right. They do have riot shields in game, so. Hey, what's up?
And helping fill time while we wait.
Sure. Let me turn off the game PC one because they'll be able to hear the background. So,
yeah.
Turn you up a little bit. Al's live. So, does anyone have any questions for Al? I will ask you, Al. Do you think they're going to show off anything with drones?
It'd be nice if I did. I'm going to say no, because we haven't heard anything. So I'm going to say no at the moment. If I do, it's a bonus.
I'll mute on my side. There we go. So you're going to say no. Okay. Let's see. The other thing I was talking about was repairing and like crafting. Like, do you think we're going to see an update on the Crucible maybe?
I would love to see. Actually, if they bring up a Crucible or stuff on the Crucible, drone could be on the market. If they're doing repair, I think some form of drone, because that might mean they can bulk out rather than Crucible. If they're just doing building, base building stuff can be 3D printed without needing drones, and it looks like if the vehicles go the way we think, that We've seen the miniature small manufacturing we've got in the Vulture not needing drones. I think that's the way they'll go. But still guess it's a good line. I know they want drones.
Yeah.
But at the moment.
So Jock Cop asks, Al, as a Javelin owner, what was it like to see it in action?
Lovely seeing Javelin in action. I was a bit concerned seeing the tail end one get blasted and then put out of action by the Vandal Kingship. So then it makes sense as to why we've lost so many so quickly.
Yeah. We're picking up some stuff in the background a little bit, but let me go with one more thing. People are mentioning that the emphasis on Vandal space with Nyx feels like a tease. A lot of people are bringing that up there. What do you think?
It seemed like a bit of a tease. It is kind of on that bordery area. I don't know, I suppose. Yeah. Look, we know they want the Vandal in. We know they're going to be a threat at some point. The Vandal border.
It's on the Vandal border. It borders Virgil, so it's like kind of an older Vandal system.
All right, yeah. I reckon no. Yeah, I think version point for. I think that it would make sense. That's why we. I don't. But we'll get the incursion, and over time, know the way the Vandal works. From what Dave Haddock told us ages ago, the Vandal come in, you beat them, they come back with a bit of force galore.
Yeah.
They come back with a bit. Eventually, build up to a kingship. So you can see that being the case, and I think if the Vandal forces did start to increase too much, then we might see a bigger UE presence in next, just like we've seen the Bishop in the combat, the unclaimed system at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone blank on where the UE is containing and fighting the Vandal in that unclaimed system, which is making a very high UE.
Oh,
I'm blank on the name.
Oberon.
Oberon.
Yeah.
So they're operating in Oberon, and that's where Vandal are, and I could see Nyx is in that same kind of category. So if we're taking the war to the Vandal, then I could see Nyx becoming a forward operating base down the track, just like Oberon.
Yeah.
So that's speculation on my part, but.
All right, Al, I'll let you go because we've got about a minute before it gets live. So we'll see you on the other side.
And it's getting very noisy here as well.
Later. We'll see you all on the other side, chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, master of the self-performed introduction and Mama Huckabee's second favorite son, Jared Huckabee! Hello, Citizencon! It's day 2. We liked it so much the first time, we're going to do it again. Now, as the last guy during the pre-show said, day 1 was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day 2 is all about the destiny that you forge. Now, a little history lesson here.
Back in 2015, the Persistent Universe was first launched. I think it was November or December or whatnot. Everybody remember Port Olisar? Everybody remember that one Big Benny's machine that somehow you could move it? And the Big Benny's challenge of spending hours and hours of just doing this? Trying to get that thing upstairs, downstairs, back into the hab. Shout out to Bad News Baron if you're watching. No, those were the days. Now, since that time, the Persistent Universe has grown. It's expanded. 3.0 arrived, and it had a whole bunch of new planets and moons and stuff like this. We've got Microtech, we've got Hurston, we've got Area 18, and what's the last one? We got Lorville. If you live with the developers, they still call them Stanton 1, Stanton 2, Stanton 3, so it's hard getting the two realities to reconcile in your head. But since this time, you've all been visitors. You've logged in, and you've done your thing, you've gone on adventures, you've fought some Xeno threat, you've mined some barrel, apparently, a whole lot of barrel, if we're looking at that trivia from yesterday. But this entire time, you've been visitors. Starting next year, you stake a claim in the Persistent Universe. Starting next year, the Persistent Universe truly becomes yours. And we have got a handful of gentlemen to tell you how they're going to do it, how you're going to do it, and how amazing it's all going to be. So please welcome to this stage Design Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42, one of my dear friends, one of my DMs. Hey, when are we playing again? That's not a good look. All right, please welcome to the stage Design Director Rick Porter.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared. And thank you, Citizencon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? Few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game. So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you would go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair. But nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building. We're going to have nearly limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting? Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game. And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a closer look at mining as an example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize. So for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering profession. Let's talk about refining. Currently, only mining resources can be refined, but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources. With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials. In addition to refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints. So now that you've gathered all these materials, what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items, weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships. Right? And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop. But crafting just doesn't end with shiny new gear. Think much bigger. Crafting enables you to build your own home among the stars. You choose to make a farm, a hunting lodge, an industrial complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates. Got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. Community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. Game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players. Now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper. Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here, and we have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most exciting, I think anyway, an update to base building. To start things off, please welcome Jacob Taylor to the stage.
Thank you, Rick. And hello, Citizencon. Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay, but I think it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with blueprints. Before you can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways. You can also upgrade your blueprints through research. We'll go into more detail about what this means a bit later. So, blueprints are the recipe, and Rick already told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients. But there's a bit more to it than that. we have a new concept for materials: material quality. Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal, or the ripeness of a fruit, or something along those lines. This quality will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare, and there are still important uses for low-quality materials. More on that later. All raw materials you find in the verse will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules, the same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality. But what's quality for? It's for item stats. Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stats system to the game. This will allow relevant properties of craftable items to be affected by the quality of materials used to craft them. For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation, but craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun, the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating a hot dog. So, as I said, the quality of materials will directly affect the item stats, such that higher quality results in better stats. Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus on to tailor your items to your playstyle. Here we see I'm making a gun with high-quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have. To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved base stats. So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials of the same quality. Making high tier items requires more advanced materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high-tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item, and tier 3 being a highly advanced version made with appropriately impressive materials. But you can also craft vehicles. And vehicles are so important that they will go up to tier 5, providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel. Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry, you can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch, so it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet. Let's take a look in-game at the difference it makes to have high-tier equipment made from high-quality materials. See how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun. The spooling is faster on a high-tier quantum drive. And a high-tier scraper beam is much more effective. So, that's an overview of crafting's key game mechanics. I'll now hand over to Torsten to walk you through the full crafting process. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, Jacob. Hi, I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the CGP system design team. We now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession. You will start with acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint. Some blueprints will be challenging to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire. While you may find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf. Blueprints are digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever. They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed. But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints. Those tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version. In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data from the Science Guild. Research is time-intensive, in addition to the action requirements. It will take time for the research data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials from multiple sources. And, as already mentioned by Jacob, pay attention to the quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world. If you want to find the best hidden materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined materials. The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary raw material defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take. An optional catalyst can speed up the process further. Let me give you a simple example. If you want high-quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low-quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high-quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This is one of the important use cases for low-quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself, you can get your org to help you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need on the open market. Now, we are reaching the final step. You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine. Talking about crafting machines, we will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support, like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. We will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we have talked about just now, these crafting machines also come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only progress in the products you produce, but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines. There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later. Talking about scale, I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you are part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time. You are free to be a generalist crafter, a specialist, or something in between. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so. It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention. As you can tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got crafted by someone else, and you will be using it. People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting. Players like you can become well-known specialists that are sought out to get certain things crafted from. With the ever-expanding game we all love, we will continuously expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression that involves the entirety of our game. And you might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building. I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Well done. Good morning, citizens. Who's excited to start talking about this next topic? Let's get into it. My name is Luc Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro. Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card. The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless Pyro, we can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress. A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time. We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside. As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem, because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building. Next up, we have a terminal that gives us access to the status of our building. And, more importantly, we get to activate it here. That should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building now. As you notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings. And it looks like Declan is now hooking up the power to the building. I wonder what he was up to earlier, though. Wow. Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place. We made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you. Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building. The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter. The graph card allows us to survey the land, to find a good location, to claim the land with credits when we're in a lawful system like Stanton, and most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction zones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For an example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited. Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on? Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure. Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need power. We need to power the building. All structures will have an unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within Construction ER. We can also link multiple buildings together. And we can assess the power consumption and shortage of, inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need supplies coming in and going out to be managed. Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next? Then we can actually upgrade our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3. The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be. Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting presentation. Tier upgrades can, for example, improve the structural integrity of the building or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe. It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed and moved using decorative ER mode as a hologram. This is so your furniture can easily fit through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to place down furniture pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't fit through the door. And you get to place them directly from your local inventory. The less trusted among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter, may want to mag-lock their furniture into place so that only you and your friends get to rearrange your decorations. And best of all, decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangars and ships. To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1, come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2, use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional. And maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3, personalize your base, personal hangar and ship with decorative ER. And there we have it, our home in Pyro. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Shao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication. Now give me a warm welcome for Declan.
Nice one, James. All right. Thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Dec. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down next to big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But do you want to see a big base? Yeah. Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. There's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be. So to kick us off, called in the help of a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built us this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to the GravCarts 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage. We'll pop into our construction AR, and we'll get down a generator, we'll connect some buildings together, just so we have a place to call home before we begin. All right, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large, solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas, depending on which type of deposit that you've settled on. We have our output grid here, where we're getting all the brand new resources up out of the ground. And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials. Now we want to turn those raw resources into the more valuable refined materials we saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this. It is our refinery. Once again, there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, it's for the resources which you're going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is determined where you'd select which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want. A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage. Base is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session. We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out the ground as quick as possible. And with base building, we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn, they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A, and then we're retrieving it on freight elevator B. There is a distance limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that, and it has to all be contained within the same base. Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish. We can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators. Now, we always want a safe place to store our ships, so the trusty hangar will do. See, it has this large, we call it a foundation tile. It's quite special in that it can actually deform the terrain around it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases. However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar. Does anyone want to guess what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar? An Idris, maybe not an Idris, if I'm honest. We'll have a drive around, we'll go to the entrance, and we'll see what's in store for us. Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting. Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship. So, quick recaps of the gains from industrializing. We've tapped into the brand new resources, and we've made use of them by turning into the more valuable refined materials. We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and hauling. And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big, valuable items, such as ships. Now, ships are valuable because you can fly them, you can play content with them, but because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players. So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock. Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You can even go as far as to make your own ship showroom. You can advertise your wares on a mobile pass for UEC. However, it is important to note that the point of purchase will always occur at the base itself. Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment to talk about why it's so impactful for crafting and base building the game as a whole. Understandably, throughout this presentation, we've been telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions, you want to do your beacons, that's how you want to make your credits instead. Shops mean that you can benefit from the players who do want to spend the time making those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important because crafted items using high-quality materials will be the most powerful in the game. On the flip side, if you do specialize, maybe you end up cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you will become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on edge in Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace? We've talked about selling items. Let's sell the look of your base. We have foundation tiles, which can help you divide up the foundation decals, sorry, which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely wherever you want, and they just help you mark up areas like, I want to use this place for cargo, I want this for housing, vehicles, and so on. You'll be able to earn paints in-game and apply them to buildings. As well as add your own custom text, so if you're part of an org, the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours. We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase or early white box, but we want to share some details. First up, we have farming and ranching. Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. As well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown. High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants. Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to provide them with feed, water, and shelter, but in return, they will provide you with produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will, of course, will. Not yet. Maybe. No. We have a few more additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing, as well as new variants of structures which you've seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal, as well as the XL structure class. If you remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today, rather, is large. XL is larger than large. And then you have your defense. So, in lawful areas, you have varying levels of security provided for you. With max security, you are protected by planetary shield tech. However, in lawless, Pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls, shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel. To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can, of course, have multiple. These can be across a single planet, moons, across multiple systems. There are advantages and disadvantages of locations and base types. For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax to be able to build, and then you'll gain protection in return. In lawless, no cost. Higher chance of better quality materials, but no security to fall back on. A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up in a single play session with short build times. However, the large base we just saw will take days, weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go. You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can set up a base as an org and own it as the org. For this, there will be permissions available, and you can assign roles and tasks. Ultimately, base building can be your main gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is that you value. On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very excited to share with you some of the work so far and the vision we have for these systems. But before we go, we have one final video. Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and you might see that base again later today. So stick around. Thank you.
Hello, Citizencon. I'm Kirsten, your core tech producer, and I'm here off the back of that amazing presentation with Thorsten. How are you feeling, Thorsten?
Much better now.
That was an incredible view to what players can expect next from crafting and base building. Do you want to tell us a bit more about the crafting system and what players can expect to come next?
Yeah, that was the best panel that we have, period.
I think we talked a lot about that already in the presentation, but it's,
I'm gonna wait for Algared.
Really dramatic change or an exciting change.
We're doing an interview with Thorsten, and then after that we'll talk a little bit.
We give the resources a meaning apart from just a monetary value. Now, even with the quality system that we now implement, there will be also a meaning to scout for like the perfect material, and of course, you need a bigger variety of the materials to be able to craft the items you need. And especially now with the tiered system that we will introduce, we also give a meaning for you as the crafter or the player you are to invest the time to be the best or the specialist. Because something that is very important to us is that we treat it as a real profession and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense, it's also about making it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
And more meaningful, yeah. So something that is also important for us is that everything that we do for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense, right? So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also, like, this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that the reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
So what impact will the crafting system have on
So we just said that the changes, changes they made to, like,
as also mentioned in the presentation, like, we want to see orcs building an empire of crafting or of manufacturing items and being like the get-to point for players to like go to their base and buy in their particular shops the items that they inherit, that they have the best, for example, FPS weapon for.
And I'm guessing that'll tie in quite well to the biomes we saw yesterday as part of the core engine presentation, right?
The biomes will also heavily affect what we do for crafting, because it also will give us a good opportunity to spread around resources in more interesting places, like the giant forests you saw, right? For example, if you have a prospector as a miner, it might not be efficient, or you might not even be able at all to go down into the trees to mine anything that might
changes
is below it. So you need to grab your ROC
and,
or your FPS
like
mining gear to
like
actually
that,
grab the resources that you can only find in those particular areas. So yeah, we will benefit a lot from this.
Super excited. Well, on that note, how has this Citizencon compared to previous years? You were at LA last year. How was it to be back here in Manchester?
It looks a bit smaller, but I got told it's actually bigger. So yeah, so it's. I really like the location, like
straight up
the theme it has.
No bullshit.
I like the community area with the cargo crates. So I think it's really nice. Yeah.
Is there any specific highlight?
Hey.
So it's a very subjective take on it, but I really liked our presentation about the orgs and the social stuff, because I'm part of an org myself. So I really looking forward to better tools to organize our trainings, our works, our events.
I'll have it up, so.
Do you want to give a little shout out to your org whilst you're here on camera?
Yeah, so shout outs to Argas.
It says execute, but it's Al.
Nice one. All right. Well,
Al,
on that note, we're going to throw to
What are
Dan?
your thoughts? Because, I mean, the chat was basically saying this is the best panel they've done.
Okay, he's live.
Back to the community booth section here at Citizencon 2954. We are here back, and we are with some old friends. We are here with Test Squadron. And I want to give a quick apology to my good friend O Lefty. Sorry for calling you D Lefty last year. I promise it's not because D is the first letter of my name and I'm a narcissist.
I do think that they will.
That's probably why. So apologies for that. But awesome. Chrome Ninja, tell us about Test Squadron and why you guys are back here at Citizencon. What's Test Squadron all about?
The drones, I think, will be eventually physicalized because I'm sure
Star Citizen.
that's the only thing to be able to see them fly around. But they're going to be.
Checked it the other day.
It's not the same.
Just hitting over 23,100. But we're a casual gaming org, and we're here giving away free stuff. We've got all this stuff.
In terms of the
awesome. There's some cool swag here. We got coasters. We got pins, we got pens, tons of awesome stuff here at Test Squadron. If you guys are looking to join a sort of friendly way to join Star Citizen, Test Squadron is the place.
Going backwards and forwards, just going back to a storage place, you just see it go and build stuff, as opposed to say a air drone, which we're piloting and flying to a location and stuff. So I think that's at least that's how I was envisioning drones. These are just automated process building. You see the process of building going up. So that's fun. I actually thought crafting process I was talking almost identically what Dayoc used to do. Dayoc had, if you had player crafted stuff, it was the best stuff in game. The better it was, the better materials you used, the better quality was, the more you upgraded it. So to me, it just seems like that process is very old MMO style.
Mm-hmm.
The big difference from what CIG always used to say, that now we can do ships and vehicles, and the scope has changed from what it was in 2014, which also makes sense.
Now, I people were saying Star Wars Galaxies. That's what it reminded me of too. The idea that you could have different tiers and all that kind of stuff. Some people were saying Ultima Online in terms of like the base building and stuff like that. So it's definitely a more classic MMO approach, and I do like what they're doing with the tiers, because tiers are going to completely change the game. Now, and this is going to piss off a lot of people, because now if you just want to be a fighter pilot, you need a support crew, a full-blown support crew to be able to do it properly. So
you need your support crew who are building you your top tier. Not only your size 1 weapon or your size 3 weapon, but your size 3 tier 4. So you want that top tier weapon for high fire rate or high penetration, and you can't be a master of everything.
Yeah.
So that I think that's a big thing there.
Nice. So y'all, I'm hearing a lot of people complaining in chat, and I'm going to be very clear about this, and I'll say this. We've had a lot of technical issues with this stream. We had a lot of better material, but the venue fucked us over. So we don't have access to our better computer or better stuff overall. So as a result, this is what we have to work with. So please bear with us on this situation. Okay.
Yeah, I'll keep remembering to mute myself after I speak as well, so that'll make sense.
Yeah, I can hear you, but yeah. No, but I'm just hearing people complain in chat, so, but yeah, no, this is, this, I don't know, this is a lot better than yesterday. Yesterday wasn't bad. It just, especially since it ended on such a sour note, this started off in such a more powerful note, because the big thing was, did you notice that I noticed, which was all of the early stuff said gray box.
Yeah, I did. It was all grey box. That's grey box, and I think that's pretty good. The other thing is, this is the panel where I think the Pioneer and the land claims and all that stuff should have originally been solved.
Yeah.
At this point, not back in 2016 or 2016. Because I think if land claims have been solved now rather than then, there wouldn't have been that sour taste that they left.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there is still some questions. I think chat has some questions, and I think we'll all have those questions. Is how do we prevent our bases that we spend months building from getting destroyed in 5 seconds?
And that is the question on everybody's mind. And I think you either build very small and stay hidden, or you have top tier buildings with defenses and people online all the time. It's a bit like Ark. You build a base and someone comes and wipes you out overnight while you're asleep. That'll be the same problem, unless you've got people working with you or helping you, or you've got good shielding and good everything else. And I guess we've just got to wait and see how the balancing works. And then you've got the differences of if you're in lawful space, that'll be heavily protected, versus unlawful space. So those balances will change.
All right, so it looks like Jared's coming back to the stage. I think they're going to get started with the next presentation soon. So you probably want to get back there. Thank you, Al, for your thoughts. We'll be right back.
I'm actually still in the hall. I'm still watching this, the back corner of the hall, so you didn't hear me walking around me. But I will head back to my seat.
All right,
now.
Thanks, Al.
Take care, guys. Bye.
You didn't see it, but Al just sneezed. I had the same problem. All right, let's get back to the browser side. See what they're saying.
And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who will never be on camera and who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please.
It's low, yeah. I'm trying to do it so you can hear, but it's not overpowering.
This one just says, learn to stretch. This one says, don't let the intrusive thoughts out. I almost lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday. This one says, hi, Dad. Hi, Dad. And this one says, don't run crossed out. Don't roll on the stage, dummy. All right. So that's enough for me. Guys, our next presentation is our annual ships presentation, this year titled Captains of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost certainly need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Ben Curtis was born in Manchester. No, I'm just. Vehicle art director Ben Curtis, and gosh. Oh, I was going to do something really embarrassing. All right. John Crew, you're saved. Come on out, John Crew. You're lucky they didn't wait. You're lucky they didn't wait. Cheers, Mom.
Hi, everybody. It's good to see you all again. Love you too. Excited to be here. In case you don't know me and you weren't listening to Jared there, which I do quite a lot, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director.
My name's Ben Curtis. I'm the vehicle art director.
and the clicker is not working.
Oh.
So if you've got technical difficulties...
You have to do a dance, John.
There we go.
There we go. We're good.
Right. So, today we're going to be talking about the vehicles to build your universe. And for those of you that watched the previous presentation, which is awesome about base building and crafting, you should be familiar with the construction grav cart. And you've seen how this works. You might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things? I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage. But realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in. It can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies in the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board. And drones will have sizes.
OK, so yeah, basically everything you're going to be building in Star Citizen has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So it ranges from small all the way up to large and extra large. And our drones kind of fall into those classes as well. But what does it really mean, the difference between what's a small drone, what's a large drone, what's a larger than large and extra large, and so on. And basically, a medium drone, for example, can build any structure up to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than what a small drone would. So the size makes a difference depending on how big you want to go. But the drones also scale in they scale in numbers, in the, one drone can only make one structure at a time. So the grav cart's got 2 drones on it, so that'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium, or if you've got a vehicle that carries multiple drones, you can craft a lot more structures, a lot bigger sizes. And that's kind of really the key to kind of like the upgrade path through the kind of drone sizes. So we've had a look at the small. So what's next? What do you want to build? A medium. So I know some of you have already seen it, but this is the CSV from Argo.
So launching today is the very first ground vehicle from Argo, the Construction Support Vehicle, CSV. So this specialized chassis is developed to take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast that really does just go everywhere. And if you're constructing a new settlement, there's 2 things you need. You need drones to build it, you need supplies to supply the drones to build it. And that's why the CSV comes in 2 variants. So we have the CSV FM, which stands for Fabrication Module. So this has 2 medium drones on board, and we built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically get it to fit in. So it fits in vehicles from a Cutlass Black upwards. It's approximately, and everyone always asks me, what ship fits in what, and I lose track of it all the time. It's about the size of a Tumbril Cyclone. So if you can put a Cyclone in a vehicle, you could put one of these in it. Obviously, 2 medium drones on board, and then it has an internal storage tank for resources. So it has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it. So you feed it 1 SCU crates, it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill. And it also has a size 0 serial generator on board for a bit of added protection. What happens when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game, and this has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So 4 1 SCU boxes, 2 2 SCU boxes, 1 4 SCU box. Depending on what you buy, you can use this to bring it and move it around. So this is the perfect companion vehicle to the CSV-FM. Said that. Shield generator as well. Moves about 28 meters a second. I cannot, my brain is fried. I can't remember what that is in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. And it is available right now to drive in SC Alpha 324.2. Available at playerc.csv. So now, let's take a little closer look at the vehicle, and Ben's going to go through it.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is the in-game version of the CSV. It's complete with its 4 SEU of cargo up on the rear. And I think the CSV kind of really builds on what Argo is known for as a manufacturer. It's got those kind of like really kind of hard industrial looks, and I think it helps it kind of feel at home on any build site. All of its components are easily accessible. And I think the exterior is like real dominating factor. It's those kind of large all-terrain wheels, and then that's kind of backed up by just simple, smooth, sleek lines. We've got the front-loaded cab that puts all the controls kind of right in the kind of where the player needs them, and I think that's one of the keys to the ship as a whole, or the vehicle as a whole. Sorry, is it's simple, it's purposeful, it's functional, and I think that just kind of just helps it to kind of feel part of that Argo family. But what if you want to go bigger?
Bigger?
Bigger. Okay. So, introducing the STAR-Lancer family. So, yeah, the STAR-Lancer is basically a whole new family of vehicles, from MISC, and these are covering a range of different roles. Today, we're going to be talking about the first 3, which are the build, which kind of makes sense, and that basically is for all your large structural construction needs. We have the TAC, which is going to be for people that want a little bit more defensive or offensive excursions in our universe. And then we have the MAX, which is a dedicated hauler, but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So we're going to take a bit of a closer look at all of them today. We're going to start off with the build.
So this is the STAR-Lancer build from the outside. The key thing to take away here is you'll see it has the drone bays on each side, and then it has the drone resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this is where you control all your drones from, much like Luke showed you in the previous presentation. So there are 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total. And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SEU of capacity, which can then go and load the internal resource tank to feed the drones. Drones that will then be deployed out of their little secret garages, and they go off and do what you've asked them to do. When they need to resupply, they'll come back, sit on these arms, suck up their resources that they need, carry on their day. That's the really important thing here, is that all these base building vehicles have enough storage on board to supply your drones. Obviously, if you're going to build 1 million things on your base, you're going to run out. But we want you to be able to have these vehicles and have knowledge that you're not going to be doing endless cargo runs initially to build your foundation, your base. You'll be able to build your base and have storage on that eventually, but these all get you going in the short term. So let's have a quick go over the stats. It holds 4 large construction drones. It's 83 meters long, 52 meters wide, 15 tall. Saw lots of rumors and chatters that people thought this was Freelancer size. It is not. It is significantly larger than the Constellation and Corsair. It's almost 600i in size, so it is a big ship. 2 S4 guns for the pilots, 16 missiles, remote turrets, and then 128 SU of cargo capacity in the build specifically. But what if you don't want to build stuff? What if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
So introducing the STAR-Lancer TAC. So like I say, this is designed to be a bit more aggression into the verse. So I think the first thing you're going to notice is the kind of the dual man size 5 turrets. Now these give much better kind of broadside coverage from any of the other variants. And then on top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically designed to fit a Mirai Fury inside. And I'm sure we will see plenty of other ships try to be fitted inside.
Successful or not.
We'll see. And I think John's going to run you through the interior now.
So yeah, let's have a look over the TAC from outside to in. So this is the tack in its default paint, so sort of military drab gray. Then internally, obviously Ben talked about the size 5 turrets. Then we have some drop seats behind, and these are on a deployable ramp, so you can do some ground assault. They will drop out, down. If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get injured, so there is an onboard medical facility directly behind there with 2 Tier 3 medical beds. Upstairs, obviously, there's the Fury hangar. Behind that is engineering. And then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and mess hall area, which is specific to the TAC, just because there's so much other stuff crammed in there. We had to redo the upstairs of it, basically, to fit that in. And we'll go over the more normal layout shortly.
OK, so yeah, to sum up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more firepower from the other variants. Its shield's been boosted up to two size 3 shield generators. It's got the med bay with the Tier 3 med beds, drop seats, it's got the hangar, and it's still able to carry up to 96 STU of cargo. And you can secure yours today by going to play.se/StarLance attack.
Built for life.
Okay, so I think you kind of hopefully agree that was a pretty great kind of trailer for the StarLancer Max. And as you can kind of see, we're just putting the finishing touches on that now. So yeah, we're just getting it all done, all ready for its launch at IAE. We will take a little bit of a closer look at it now. I think the StarLancer kind of really fully encapsulates MISC's kind of ability to create beautiful ships. It's got this bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying structure and its underlying strength. I think when the engineers were trying to kind of put this together, they were thinking about what's useful, what's great, and one of the things that we thought about was this deployable cargo grid that just brings the cargo down to the ground, makes it much easier for loading and unloading. And they also wanted to put the crew, they wanted to put what was important for them. So they've added a lot of windows out so the crew can see out into the verse, and it's one of the things that we know people like, is being able to have these kind of little windows out into space. And then above the kind of main habitation area, we've got these big skylights, and they just allow kind of like more natural light to cast down into the cruise area. For a bit more protection, you've got 8 size 3 missiles up front, and then a further 8 on top. And these are backed up by a set of size 4 remote turrets, both front and rear, that give good topside coverage. And then finally, when we get to the front, you'll see we have a further set of size 4 gimbal weapons. And again, these just kind of help to fill in those blind spots. I think as a whole, I think the engineers or MISC have done an exceptional job in creating a vehicle that kind of fully encapsulates the functionality needed, while still ensuring that the crew's kind of well-being and livelihood is protected. It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky, and I think it really shows off MISC's ability to deliver kind of quite beautiful ships.
Right, so don't worry, this is not an Origin 404 moment happening here. So let's have a look inside the Starlancer Max now. So, love it or hate it, we love it. The MISC traditional letterbox view is back. At the front of the ship, you have the pilot, co-pilot seat with 2 support stations at the rear. These are the ones that control the remote turrets by default. Then behind that, we have the escape pod room. 4 escape pods, full crew. And then behind that, we have the traversal. It's sort of a traversal room. It has a lift, goes between the 2 floors of this ship and goes to the exterior of the ship. And then a ladder for emergency backup. Behind that is the mess hall area. So nice shared communal space for you to relax with your crew. And then we move into the 4 individual crew rooms, each with double beds, so very luxurious for a spaceship. En suites for all. At the rear of this section, we have a further 2 lifts. These are just internal to go between the 2 decks of the ship. Then at the rear, we have the main engineering. So there are some components dotted around throughout the rest of the ship, but the bulk of your components and the engineering terminal are here at the rear of the ship. So that's upstairs. Let's go downstairs a little bit. We have the main vehicle entrance and cargo entrance for the rear section. This can be used as a garage, but it is also a cargo hold. Can fit vehicles up to a Ursa rover in size in here. And then on the Max, we have, as you saw in the trailer, it's sort of 1 cargo lift that drops down, but it retains a walkway throughout the center of the ship. So regardless of whether your cargo is up, down, being loaded, you still have traversal front to back of the ship. Then we have the downstairs of the traversal room, which also features the airlock onto the ship. And then lastly, we have the armory at the front of the ship. So if you're coming on board, leaving via EVA, leaving via that front entrance to the ground, you can stop off here, suit up, get your weapons, do the reverse coming back. And that is the Starlancer Max. So we'll quickly recap the stats. 224 SU of cargo, 128 on that ventral drop platform, 96 in the rear cargo area. It has 6 extra VTOL thrusters for all that extra mass that it's hauling. And it is available to pre-order now and will be flyable this IE at play.se Starlancer Max. And if you pre-order now before IE, you will get this exclusive sapphire paint, which is in the Citizencon colors and looks super cool in my opinion. So, we have talked small drones, medium drones, large drones. What about bigger things? So, who can guess what that is? So, I talked to you all quite some time ago about this in Germany. And this is obviously the original concept for the Pioneer. Now, some time has passed, and whilst the core concepts of base building have remained the same at a high level, how you physically build your bases has changed slightly. So back then, you were building everything on board the ship here. You would fly your Pioneer. This is the area I want to build in. I'm going to build my base on board the ship, and I'm going to drop it down. As you've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now. This doesn't work anymore. So we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of solve was the arm. We know a lot more about how we're going to be constructing these structures now, and kind of the arm didn't really make a lot of sense anymore. All it really did was it made the space you need to land the ship almost twice as big as what it's kind of needed. And we're not real spaceship engineers. We don't make real spaceships. But what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real life manufacturing as we possibly can. And I think that's really, it's really key to what I think Star Citizen is as a whole across like all the different departments, in that we're trying to make a believable universe. And if you think about the ARM, and whilst I can't deny it's a cool idea, I think really from a manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs onto what is already a very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we wanted to look at was kind of have a little bit of a shift around of kind of like the egress points on the ship. The cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that. We wanted to make sure that the landing pad made sense and had space to kind of come into the ship. And then we also needed a way of getting things out of the ship that we will be crafting. On top of that, we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics. I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction ventures. And to do that, we needed to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine or extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior of the Pioneer. So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship. And then top and bottom of that in this image, we have the escape pod rooms. And then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets that remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space. Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be fabricating larger vehicles and ships, as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill, so we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly it out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then we have the existing small landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship, all those things. Engineering at the rear, this is now capital components all the way around. It was a weird mix of size 3s before. It's now just all capital everything. Then we have the habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones in the drone room. But we don't just have some pictures like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
OK, yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the concept and where it's at on the interior. We start out on the interior bridge. It's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it. It gives kind of really nice views out over the front of the ship. And right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship, as well as the kind of additional remote turret access consoles. And then at the rear, we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles. And kind of flanking either side, we've got these 2 corridors, and they lead out to the manned turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew. Like I say, we want this to kind of be a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area. Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew pod. And one of the nice things about this is these actually open up, and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much privacy they actually want. This is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting machines. And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so it's pretty sizable. To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo lift at the back. That again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle. Down at the front, we have the drone room. Now these will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft our largest structures in game. They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area. And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the crafting area on the ship. So you can see here we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside. And then as these open up, we just finished making a storm. And as we see, there's a ramp that leads out, so you can drive any ground vehicles straight out the front, between all the landing gear, and you get this really nice kind of like sense of scale as you're driving underneath out the front of the ship. And we've also got the top exit for any flight vehicles. And then finally, we have the landing pad, and this just allows us for any ships that land up on deck, we can just bring them down into the belly of the ship.
So that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years. Holds 4 extra large drones. And if you're interested in finding out what extra large drones can build, I highly recommend sticking around for the next presentation. It's about 20% bigger. I know the jokes, we always make ships bigger, but to fit all that in, it needed it. It can craft small ships and vehicles. And one thing we didn't show in that video is the landing gear actually have integrated ground resource extractors in. So when you find your plot, you land your ship, and you can start extracting the resources from it. Capital components all round, and now it has 1,000 SEU of cargo capacity. Now the bad news. When base building comes out, this will not be there day 1 of it. But we are starting this in the next week or 2, so it is in production very soon. So, to finish up, we'll do the classic one last thing. Citizencon is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping and look at the now and a bit before. So, oh, sorry, this is Ben.
Yeah, so you remember last year we teased these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now, these were vehicles that we were planning on working on this year, and we've not quite delivered all of them yet this year. But we did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the X1, the Medvac, the Argo and PUV-1T, the RSI Zeus, and the rework on the Retaliator. Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
So, all but one of these will be released before the end of the year. So the Legionnaire is the one that's going to miss out. And that's because we want to align it with hacking gameplay. But the rest will be here before the end of the year. So, Crusader Intrepid, Mariah Guardian, and the Polaris. So, we have a few patches between where I am today standing on stage and the end of the year. But let's start with some things that you're going to see at IEE.
So on top of those ships we've talked about, we also worked on a number of other ships this year. So we're just going to quickly go through them before we get on to what we're doing next. So we delivered the Sulen, the Storm, the Cutter Rambler, the F7A and F7C Mark IIs. So I always get tongue twisted with these. And the F7A Mark Is.
They also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird, the Peregrine, and then most recently, the Argo Atlas. So, like last year, where we did a little tease, can't just leave without teasing a little bit more. So, let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months. So, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you, and a big thank you to all the vehicle team in all the studios around the globe. They give us all this really cool stuff that we can get to stand on stage and talk to you guys about. Some of them are probably hiding at the back, but I just want to say a big thank you to you all, especially for all the hard work on these recent ships.
Yeah. Massive, massive thank you to everyone involved in putting these vehicles together.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was
Thank you. Sorry. So still struggling things. Damn. There's Space Tomato. Hello,
Mr. Paul.
Jesus, dude. Jesus.
Urban.
Jesus. Yeah, everyone was all of the chat was like, Tomato is losing his mind right now with the medical
howling, man.
Well, listen, like them showing off the ironclad was in those silhouettes.
Yeah.
The freelancer the Misk Starlancer. What are your thoughts? Just immediate. Let's the rapid fire.
I'm glad that they're actually bringing it to IAE. That's very nice. I think everybody was looking at that and thinking, okay, besides the in-game shots, new concept. When you get this, when that's the main question that comes up, and to have it ready within the next month is nice. Going to be interesting to see where it fits into the ship lineup with the other ships of that kind of size range. But having 3 different versions of it is also an touch. Lots of drone talk.
Lots of drone talk. Yeah, there's lots of drones. That's another thing that was interesting, is that there was just a lot of discussions about drones, which is interesting in my opinion. Do you think?
Yeah, they like.
Well,
we're in Drone Citizen, boy.
We are in Drone Citizen. Gosh, yeah. I were you underwhelmed by the CSV? And there's Al. I'll get Al back on here. Hold on.
Hello, Al.
Hey, Paul.
Tomatoes with us
Hey,
too.
Citizen.
Hey, how's
Tomato.
it going?
X is going
the
to
CSV.
Okay.
All right, cool. The CSV, I wasn't expecting much. It's a truck.
Yeah.
it's a pickup truck. But you know, we're getting the one that's cargo focused right now, because the one that's ready for base building and drones is not there.
Yeah.
So I think that's the more interesting one, obviously.
Yeah, the CSV was a little underwhelmed because I was expecting something a little bit bigger, but it leaves it open for them to do a bigger like flatbed, because it was only 4 SCU, so it's a slightly better mule, I should say. It's slightly better mule, but
yeah.
But I think it still leaves them open to do an XL version that has like a 16 crate SCU crate or 2 16 SCU crates. There's X.
It looked like they were bringing in something large ground vehicle wise in that last little teaser video. Had a turret on top.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely an Atlas platform. It looked like an Atlas platform to me. So
Right. Okay, so in the beginning of that teaser trailer, that's definitely a freaking terrapin.
That is definitely a terrapin. That is 100% a terrapin.
Do you think it includes a rework, or is it just a new medical variant?
I think it's all right. Yeah, we've got it switched here because Al came on first, but I'll figure this out real quickly. I think it's a variant.
Think we'll get any updates to the existing one?
If you hang up and reconnect, it'll switch it around.
So you just turn off your camera and then turn off your camera
and turn it back on.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
no, that didn't work. Don't worry about it. I'll fix it out because your camera's not up yet right now, X. So, but yeah, what's your thoughts, X? Immediate thoughts.
Too much to go through. There's a lot. The medical terrapin we kind of saw coming, though. That's one thing we know was good call. Yeah. Because we've seen work on the terrapin. We got the Starlink right, but the wrong size. The TAC was the only thing we didn't see coming out of those ones. Everything else we kind of saw. Intrepid, Guardian.
Ironclad.
There's some ships in that ship silhouette that are huge. We have to go through that again.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like they're. Sorry, go ahead.
Go right ahead. They're. What were you saying? Looks like they're.
I was saying it looks like they're redoing the rest of the Hornets.
Yes.
Is that what we were seeing?
Well, they confirmed that a while ago.
The tracker and goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
So, yeah, go ahead.
And then is this the Guardian that we're seeing here as well? I guess you can't. I'm looking at. It was in that teaser after the Terrapin.
Oh yeah. Because they said in the next 12 months. So
it goes through all of them, but it's hard to tell when the interiors change. So it had the medical Terrapin, it had the Guardian, it had the Intrepid, and the Polaris. And I think somewhere after the Intrepid, it turns into the Guardian. But again, it's really hard to tell what order they put it out in.
And it looks like a small new Drake ship too.
Can you drag Pickles up, please, Sol?
Sure, I'll bring him down.
Yeah, I thought he said they showed 3 ships and into the Polaris, but I could have been wrong. But certainly the Terrapin, Intrepid, and the Fury or whatever it was seemed to be shown. But yeah.
I don't know what
Very
just
interesting
happened,
stuff.
but okay. Let me change that.
I think maybe later on, when in the next couple of days, we'll sit down and we'll go through the ship's image together. I don't know if you guys have got time. I did run into Loken, by the way. I thought he was here with all his friends, but he was all alone. So apparently he's been looking for us like yesterday. He couldn't find us, so but he's around. I did offer him to jump in on the Discord, but I don't know.
Well, do you all want to, like, after the 1.0 panel is over, jump together again and do a quick, just kind of talk through as we as y'all like kind of we digest before the end of the show?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
I've got to sit down with Casa Black after that.
Okay. So we'll sit down with Loki and stuff like that, and we'll get Space Spider to come talk about it. But yeah. This is exciting.
Yeah, well, again, we've got like 3 weeks before AIE before this, so we've got plenty of time, both to digest it and pull it apart. What I've got here, Space, I'm gonna go around with the Osmos and film a bunch of stuff. Is there anything you want on here to see, like stock footage?
Some people are also asking like where's the Galaxy? I think they also showed off the Galaxy. I think one of those silhouettes was the Galaxy. So
it probably was, and the Perseus was the other one that I probably was thinking of.
Oh yeah, the Perseus
should be the Galaxy in that list somewhere. Yeah. Space, did you hear me?
Yeah, what was that?
Do you want any stock footage that I can film with the con for your videos?
Oh no, that's okay. Thank you though. Right. How does it look? Well, you enjoying the floor?
Yeah, it's busy. All right, this goes back, so I'm gonna head off.
All right.
Just look out if I turn my camera around.
All right.
See it.
Yeah. See you,
and I'm going to disappear as well because again, so I'll head back.
All right.
Let's get to it.
Let's get back to it. Thank you for the sessions there. We'll see you later.
Of course. Good talk, guys.
Bye, guys.
Catch you later.
All right. Let's go to side, or are you? And I'm going to unmute.
Thank all the developers who took their time to build their presentations and showcase for you their amazing work that they've been doing over the last year for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So please, a round of applause for the developers. It is not easy to stand on this stage in front of 4,000 people, in front of tens of thousands of people at home, and the hundreds of thousands who will clip this and replay it and cut it into other content videos for years and years to come. So thank you so much. I want to do a couple individual call-outs, though, because it's important to me, and I'm on stage right now, and you're a captive audience. I want to call out Nick Pierce. Nick Pierce from the Characters and Creatures presentation. 10 days ago, we lost our main presenter. He didn't die or anything, he just couldn't make the trip. Nick stepped in with only 10 days to prepare that amazing armor specialization presentation that you saw. So Nick, you're a champion. Thank you so much stepping in at the last minute. Benoit and Ian. Benoit and Ian took the reins and delivered multiple presentations this year. You may only see them talking in this presentation or this presentation. You're going to see Ian in this one here, like this. But their work behind the scenes, getting all of these presentations up to the standard that they're required, was amazing this year. So Benoit and Ian, you don't have to clap for this one. This is just for me. Thank you so much, Benoit and Ian. All right, you can clap. That's fine. You might have noticed we went on ISC hiatus a couple weeks ago. We went on hiatus a little earlier than normal because we took the ISC gameplay capture team and we dedicated them to the work of Citizencon for the last almost 6 weeks. Every year at Citizencon, the devs spend their time creating their footage for you, their showcases for you, and many of them still did. But the amount of work it takes them away from the work of actually creating the game. So our ISC gameplay capture team really stepped up this year for the first time in Citizencon history and helped folks create the videos. Those amazing looks at Nyx, those amazing looks at Castra, the amazing looks at the Sandworm and stuff. So I want to call out Will, Dave, Toby, Alex, and our newest member, Thomas. Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much, guys. They had never participated in a Citizencon before, and I think they were a little surprised at first at the sheer amount of work that goes into doing this, but they stepped up and delivered some amazing stuff, the last of which you're going to see some in this next presentation. And then our last two groups of people I want to present, I want to share. Are they back there? Wave if you're back there. You guys ready? I can't see anything. All right, I hope. I'm vamping a little bit until Rich Tyler gets into place. I could hide it from you, but I'm not. So the last groups of people I want to thank. Well, let me tell you a story real quick. When I'm back there, and folks are coming up to me, and they're thanking me for this, and thanking me for doing ISC, for doing SEL, for putting this together on the stage today, I'm struck by two things every time I'm thanked. One is that I can't do any of this without you. There is no game project in the world that does a weekly behind-the-scenes docuseries each and every week, and then turns around and does a live talk show the next day after it. And that's only made possible because you guys keep tuning in, you guys keep watching, you guys keep supporting, you guys keep making relatively positive comments about me. I don't think I'm ever going to shave my face again. But it's all right. I just wanted to see what I look like. You know, I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. All right, I agree with the people. Let's bring it back. And then last but not least, there is one person who makes it possible for me to do everything that I've done here. I've been here for 10 years. I've produced 7 Citizencons. I've produced 3 Gamescoms, a PAX or 2, and a couple digital stuff, and of course ISC and SEL every single week. And really, after your support, the only reason I get to do this week in and week out and have these big moments like this is because of the same guy who makes it possible for all of us to do our jobs. So I'd like to thank, where's the camera? There you go. I'd like to thank Chris Roberts. Chris, thank you. Thank you for not thinking Sandy was crazy when she hired me. Thank you for saying yes to so many things I want to do, and for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So thank you so much. I do operate a lot on a let's just do it and see if I get in trouble afterwards thing. So is that Chris there? Are you ready? All right. So with that, yes, he's angry now. All right. So without further ado, let's get to our final presentation of the night. The Star is My Destination. Introduced to you by the one and only Chris Roberts.
Hey, well, I hope you had a great day yesterday. And by the way, there's a perfect run through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office, ran it through, no crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube. And by the way, that's a dedication of Rich. He's like, okay, I'm going to get it done properly, and he did it. And it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing, because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday. So anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building and the crafting and the ships, you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources, it totally changes the dynamic of what the game will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly excited, because I think it will just add so much to a living, breathing universe. But that is a perfect example of Star Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech. As you can see, we're constantly upgrading, you know, what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just, it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. Same for. Well, I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things. But the big question really is, at what point would we at CIG, what point would I, what point would the rest of the team consider Star Citizen ready for everybody? Not just you guys out here who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve, and we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that? And that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go wide. Everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today, is what we consider Star Citizen 1.0. That doesn't mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list, but I'm pretty sure, I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is. And, to do that, Rich Tyra, who's our senior game director, is going to come out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So without further ado, Rich Tyra. All right, Rich. Don't crash.
Yeah. Hello, Citizencon. So my name is Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game, and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen? Well, today, we're going to find out. OK, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game. OK, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and endgame content. And crucially, it means no more resets between patches. It's a true persistent universe. So if that's the 1, What about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning. Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals. And one of those goals was 100 star systems. But, and there is a but, the star systems of old are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went. To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest. And that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the Starchitect tool you saw yesterday. So where does that leave us for 1.0? Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is, let's get into the cool stuff. Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you. So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story. To help new and existing players, to help discover all the exciting features and content we have, to take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer. Like the United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, Citizencon. How's it going? Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game. But we're looking to do that in several of ways. Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that? First, it's a narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC-driven. So while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride? Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years, the gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot, but we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story. Citizenship. So, many of you already know this, but for the uninitiated, in the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have. Now, what those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on. So that's the why. So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5 star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them, but where exactly are you going to go? First, we've got Stanton, which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're all very intimately familiar with these 4 corporate-run worlds. But since I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding. We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant struggle between the gangs and survivors trying to hack out an existence here. If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nick's system. There's another unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's Alliance, a wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence, and a new threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids. Ian also made another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra. Situated along the former Perry line, this was a key strategic system to launch an attack if the Cold War between the humans and the Xi'an ever escalated. So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5? Yeah. We're finally doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting 5. Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend. But we're adding one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories. Now, these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in. So, that's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned. First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out 2 things. One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the mobiGlas whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help sell their personality. Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So, let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician, you'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading. Some of the factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there, the Imperial Sports Federation. So aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, Cargo Olympians, and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here. We had the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon. We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game, from population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research. Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy. On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel, Mercenary Guild's got you covered. On the flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough-and-tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, The underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power. So mercenary guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor. So as you can see, there's going to be a universe of exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing, we're also going to revitalize our social behaviors to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see the people of Loreville slowly trudging through the streets, overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in. To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyler.
Thanks, Dave. Smashed it. Thanks, Dave. Okay, so we have a main story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions, and we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy. So, as we've discussed before, we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity. But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in. This means transactions such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation. And this is where taxes and insurance come in. Boo! We'll have two main taxes: inheritance tax as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed. And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance, level 2, chassis and component insurance, and level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance. Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance. This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely. Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers. This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car. You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home. If your ship has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back. And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others, with starter or small ships always being readily available, and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible. Okay, so we've talked about our 2 core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity. But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in. I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's a lot. I actually had to ask them to take the variants out, because it didn't fit on this slide. And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for blueprints, and ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And this is just one of many loops. This is the core of Star Citizen 1.0. Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game. That's the journey, though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content. the content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically, everyone in this room. So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital, support, and fighter ships. You will finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0. We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players. On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the endgame experience, and I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day, as we still have a lot to show. So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content? As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems, 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies, and depending on the location, will dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces. But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources. Or, if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner. Also, if you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel, as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro. Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity, the literal definition of high risk, high reward. With crafting now requiring resources, you're going to want to create bases to mine and extract them. This is where base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields, a localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab. One huge difference, though, compared to planetary shields, is that these shields can be disabled. You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air. If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of Star Citizen. But we want to add more. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nyx and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology. Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage, but with the competition amongst factions being so intense, SEAL was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, SEAL eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nyx and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems. So fast forward to present day, without SEAL's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to Station Warfare. With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech, which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old SEAL days, the system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger structures earning more, and at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase shield protection. With shield coverage being limited, though, the system automatically selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards. meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection. So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org. And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's Creative Director, to the stage. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, hello, Citizencon. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Dave. So, to continue the conversation of large-scale endgame org activities, let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by Luke, and then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually, we saw a massive example of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about, with org system-wide activities, we want to give you guys the ultimate end goal. But also the thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is. Let me introduce you to player space stations. Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars. This will be the starting point for your base of operations for system-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials, and also will be a large time investment. But how do we start? Well, it all starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the Pioneer. Once it's created, the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in gray box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base. Awesome. Awesome. So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes resources, and the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if your org is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute. The supply bay has automated construction drones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module, and it's big. And out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public. And there'll be a radar station to track the activity outside the base. And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge. Super awesome. The back of the bridge leads to a centralized transit network. This spine physically connects the entire station and will provide access to the various decks. Each level in the station will have a centralized lobby area, and this is your station. You'll be able to use the decorator mode, so you'll have plenty of space to theme it however you want. And speaking of having plenty of space, this space station will have a one-to-one interior layout matching the exterior. No magic elevators. So you can circumnavigate around the entire perimeter, and it's wonderful. Okay, let's jump back in. All right. As you can see, right at the bottom of the central transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck. So like bigger ships, this is where all hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will serve as the beating heart of your station. Then we have the hangar deck. And as the name implies, this is where you'll gain access to your hangar network. The base station comes with a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed. Okay, let's check back in. All right, so your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics. For example, there'll be spaces for several freight elevators. And there'll be empty modules for open ship parking for vehicles and ships, vehicles and ground vehicles. And there'll be also exit points where you can simply drive out into your station. Then there'll be also an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room, and from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up. Now, everything we've spoken about so far is what comes with your station. Let's talk about what you can do to expand it. As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build. In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station. The rooms will require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap. The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms, where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms. And of course, there are shops. So similar to the small shops we built around the ground base, this is on a much bigger scale. But that's just the interior. Let's talk about the exterior. On the exterior, we have minor hardpoints. These are attachment points located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can customize your station with a variety of modules which tailor it to specific functionality. Some modules cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like shields or turrets. This goes back to bridge operations of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hardpoints. The core station module comes with 2 hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station. The first example Awesome, thank you. Awesome. The first example is the cargo wing. The cargo wing will dramatically increase your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for orgs who are specializing in holding. Then we have the refinery wing. So you'll be able to refine resources on a vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base. Now, a player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing. And finally, we have the hangar wing. So, all right. So, the bigger your fleet, the more hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars to help organize your fleet's deployment. All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts, and like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable. Okay, so let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game and see how our base is getting on. right. Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion. Similar to ground bases, you'll be able to earn tints for your station, and you'll be able to apply decals for your org logos. Outside of minor and major hardpoints, your station will come with 2 unique base expansion points. One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside. The top side will be for the crow's nest. Now, all the other modules built so far have very specific functionality, but I'll admit, this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space. All right. So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay? Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints. The flight deck is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations. So an org with a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now, this one's my favorite. Let's take a look. All right. There's a few little Easter eggs in that video. But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well, if you've built your super awesome station in a super lawless system, now you're the potential targets for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bid that Rich mentioned. Let's take a look at the inevitable. Okay, so not only is your station a staging area for offensive campaigns, it's also a defensive fortress. The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage. So the goal of attackers instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once inside, yes, once inside and you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors. Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station, such as blast doors, which seal shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets like anti-vehicle or anti-personnel. These will all help slow down the attack and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the end game goals for dedicated orgs, and will be your base of operations for system-wide activities. The station can be customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the stars. But wait. But wait. There's one more unique module we can build, and that is the dry dock. This unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations, and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms, leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed. So, the only question still remains, what sizes of ship can we build? Let's take a look. I'll just watch the end of the show. That's great. I want to see the reaction.
Thanks, Ian. So now we're talking. Multiple stations linking and dry docks to craft your very own capital ships. The ultimate end goal for any org. Okay, so let's take a step back. At the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned we had 3 types of players and 1 universe. And hopefully you can see we have purposeful gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base. Each one of you supports each other. You need the blueprints to craft, you need the resources to make them, and you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now, I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each system. But I'd do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SC Lives and Citizencons. Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making. And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0. Thank you, Citizencon, and can we welcome Chris Roberts? No? No?
One second.
Jared? Okay. So Chris is not ready yet. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
I have it on my thing on. Yeah. Welcome, Chris Roberts. We're ahead of schedule.
Yeah. Oh, it's going
1:30.
I don't know. Hey, you don't need this, right?
Well, then they're going to scroll it. Thanks. Thanks, Rich. Rich, Dave, and Ian, I hope you guys and girls loved what you saw there. It's having a definitive line in the sand is incredibly empowering for the whole team, and I think for all of you guys in the community. As I said, in introducing the presentation, we will never stop growing Star Citizen, even past 1.0. And part of what makes Star Citizen so special is the symbiotic relationship between you guys, the community, and us, the developers. And I know I can be accused of feature creep, but you only need to look at Spectrum, Reddit, and Discord to see countless great ideas and suggestions that come from people playing a live alpha and seeing areas that the game can grow and improve. And often we take these on board because they will make the game better. And in some ways, while you could say Star Citizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building this dream game together. And I think that's what makes it special. I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because we're doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved at that level and have your voices heard and impact what we do. Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great. And we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players, as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys are. But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see, oh, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on. So we'll always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing. Now we get stuff. So I hope you've enjoyed this year's Citizencon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that will be delivering the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evocati on 4.0. I think some people have been streaming some stuff. And in coming weeks, we'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU and then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at Citizencon, with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more. We love what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do. You allow us a privilege almost no other developer has, the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly mean that, because as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition that Star Citizen is and Squadron 42 is, and that's all down to you guys and girls. So thank you very, very much. And then over this past year, an incredibly passionate group of people have worked behind the scenes to bring this weekend's event to life. And I want to take a moment to thank Leah and Ed, Tyler, Jared, Kat, and so many others have poured their hearts into making this weekend special for all of you. And a huge thanks goes out to our presenters and teams supporting them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world. In the words of Admiral Bishop, I'm proud to stand with our teams and everyone that put this show together. And all of the CAG staff working on the show floor, your hard work ensures everything runs smooth and keeps the energy alive throughout the event. And finally, a heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much. And you know, many of us in the team are going to, myself included, are going to head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Atmos is doing. So I hope a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I think are, as always, they're good panels. And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And you know, Citizencon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together, supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So thank you, and we'll see you in the booth.
So for those of you who were like, oh, well, this is nuts because, you know, we've got, station crafting. Station crafting was confirmed last year. We knew that stations crafting was going to be happening at some point. I wasn't expecting it for 1.0. Player Bengals was insane. Orgs are becoming way more important. Yes. Mute myself here. Okay, so I think Al and Execute have they have to go get some food, and then they've got a tour. They've got a bunch of the stuff. So I'll kind of catch up with them to see if it's good or not, or see what's going on. But what was this? I'll see if I can hear them. The warranty stuff needs better clarification. Yes, I think the warranty stuff is definitely something needs to be clarified, because a lot of people who are going to panic because they bought LTI are like, wait, what? What they made was the decision that a lot of us have been asking for them to do for literal years, which is if you have insurance, if you have purchased a ship with your real cash, you should never be able to lose it, which is what people were thinking about with LTI. Now it's, you have access to the ship, but you only have access to ship for so long. That's a confusing thing. They're going to need to kind of figure that out, because it's the 3 stages, which are a little different. I have to go back and watch it again and break it down directly. LTI, they said at the end, LTI gives you warranty and insurance. So I think the way that it works is you have a warranty or you have insurance, and that's just you get your ship back. Warranty is everything you own on that ship. So even upgrades and other things like that. Or insurance is payout. They said it's payout. Okay. So insurance, if you buy the ship, they clearly said everything in the store bought is insurance and lifetime warranty. Okay.
Hey,
like I said, I have to go back there and look at it because I didn't fully catch that either, other than the LTI is fucked. Yeah, go ahead, Al.
My understanding, LTI basically being bought in the store is warranty.
Yeah.
With insurance, and then anything bought elsewhere just as get hull insurance. So personally, I said if it is the killing of LTI and it's just everything bought in the store is LTI, basically, then I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
What I've been calling.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have been calling for it because it's the LTI. For those of you who don't know, the Inforunners have not been a fan of LTI in general. We've talked about this many times where we think it's a dumb idea. Hey, Vertigo. All right, let me turn on the camera one. There we go. Turn on my camera. Hey, billionaire. So, damn.
Hi, billionaire.
I didn't hear you.
No, I forgot. He's copy earpieces.
I can't hear you, but I'm here.
Damn.
That's right there.
So, am I holding
there's a lot to unpack in that video, though.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack. I don't know exactly what, like, there's a lot to go over.
Certainly not in the few minutes we've got to go over it.
Go ahead.
Space stations?
Space stations.
Was that something you guys talked about?
Not really.
I always thought it was something to come.
Yeah.
It would be something we could build, but I didn't know the level to which they would.
I think the level of being able to build Bengal carriers, as they seem to imply in the video,
that was insane.
That was insane. That was somewhere beyond. I think anyone has built.
Trying to think of people who predicted that, like
no one,
because they said you couldn't purchase them,
but
they didn't say you couldn't build them.
Well, no one actually predicted that because CIG had always said there's only a certain number of them, and there may be a few abandoned ones to fight
that you could repair. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it makes sense too, that progression, because you have to build all your stuff on the ground first, protect that long enough to build your space station, then that long enough to build your capital ship. By that time, you should have enough people to build a Bengal carrier.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good progression.
It's also important to remember, and I don't know if you could tell this to billionaire, but basically, you can hear me? No.
Can you hear? No, you can't hear.
Okay, so to explain as well as you're going to need a blueprint. This isn't something you can just build. You're going to need a blueprint to build a Bengal carrier, and we have no idea how much it's going to cost. So,
basically, just saying we'll need to get blueprints to build those carriers.
Oh, absolutely.
We just lost audio from you, Al. Lost. You're muted now. Unmute yourself. I think your mic may have died on your headset. Okay, there we go. Okay.
So yeah, that you need blueprints and stuff will add to it.
Yeah.
That you need time to build, that adds to it.
Mm-hmm.
That you need.
I don't.
You can wait.
All right. I know X said he wanted to go get some food and stuff like that. So, and then you got to get. Oh gosh, the materials required. Yeah. Yeah. You need the resources to power the station. There's a lot of things to it. So all right, I'm gonna have to talk with chat again, but based off of what we've heard, for those who don't know, basically LTI is dead. Everyone gets LTI now.
What we've heard is correct.
Yes.
What we've heard is correct. Every ship purchased
gets LTI.
Warranty and insurance, which is the equivalent of LTI.
Yeah.
And that is, thank you.
Yes.
I've argued for that. So, finally, it makes sense.
But if you purchase a store without LTI,
anything purchased in the store
is LTI.
Has warranty in it.
Doesn't have LTI.
But LTI is just warranty and insurance.
LTI is dead. LTI is warranty.
Oh, he said warranty and insurance. That's equivalent. He didn't say. He was very specific.
Well, no, he said at the end. At the end, he did. Someone asked LTI, and he said that's warranty insurance.
What about LTI? And he said warranty and insurance.
Yes. Get lifetime warranty and with if you have your regular insurance. Let's say you got 6 months. Warranty ever.
But you need to pay for the insurance. Okay, got it.
I think there's still that thing, but I still think what it says is anything you buy in a store is significantly safer than anything else. So you can never lose what you
have to transfer. You have to transfer your insurance. You can't just I have insurance on everything.
Yeah. It's your warranty. It's your warranty, not your insurance. That you have to transfer.
But at the same time, you still don't have to. All in game.
And so in short,
that was pretty impressive.
So in short, they're saying nobody has a clue. We don't really know. Based off of one comment he made at the end was LTI is warranty and insurance, and that insurance is now will pay you credits back for you losing your ship, but we won't get your ship back. And so with LTI insurance, it could be that they're going to use terms again, but effectively what he's basically said was all ships purchased in the store, you will get warranty on. You will never lose those ships. So the whole purpose of LTI, meaning you lose your ship after 6 months, not in the case anymore. You do not lose your ship. You get warranty for everything. You always get it back. So have a good night there, Vertigo. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Thanks for the raid.
The other thing I heard, I understood from warranty was that warranty included not only the ship, but the components and also the decorations you've got on your ship. So
depending on which level you got.
Yeah. So depending on which level you got.
Has everything.
So don't want to got all your fancy decorations on. You want to have level 3 warranty insurance on your ship. So yeah, there's certainly a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
To session today, and it'll probably take us. Well, you're doing it in 1 month's time.
Does cargo shirts still exist? We don't know.
At least 50 videos.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah, the answer is we don't know. To give you an answer right now, every ship purchased in the store has the equivalent of what we thought LTI was going to be. You will never lose your ship. We don't know the details on how LTI is going to work. But basically, LTI has become much less of as it always been. There you go. Much less of an intended, or much less of a advantage that it was before. Because they're still selling LTI in the store as of right now. So
yeah. So we're going to make a move, and whatever we need, and pick up a few things. And we'll get back to you when we can.
Okay, I may or may not still be streaming. I probably have another 2 hours in me, but we'll see. So because I've been streaming a lot.
I'll get back to you. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
There we go. All right. Woo. Yeah, they've not talked. They didn't talk about cargo insurance. There's a lot of things they have to clarify. They should take insurance off of ships in your hangar and store pages. Insurance still exists. they're not going to clarify what it means before IAE because, I mean, they need to. They almost certainly do when they have LTI stuff, but they won't because they probably don't have everything 100% clarified, because what they changed it was now it's not just insurance. It's insurance. It's warranty, and it's something else, right? Let me go back and watch it real quickly on YouTube. It should be archived on YouTube. Not the kind of benefit that people were thinking about it before. Because if you remember, a lot of people were basically like, this is the best thing. You're going to be completely disadvantaged if you don't have LTI. It's not, it's no longer the be all and end all of things, I don't think. Okay. It's at 3:30. Okay. I'll pull it back up on here. Okay. Let me pull this up properly. So I'm working with two different systems here, and I'm working solo. So I'm just making sure that we've got browser side. We've got system. Oh. Okay. Okay, y'all ready? Tell me if you can hear it.
And will speak. Medical insurance covers your hospital.
I don't think you can hear it. You can hear it? Okay.
Now, as we have death of a spaceman, death of a space. Right now, for example, 90%.
You can't hear it anymore? It's cutting in and out? Okay, so I got to fix something. Hold on. Oh, God damn it, X. What?
Hello?
Hello? X?
Yeah.
Hey, X, what's up?
Oh, it's just, Algared doesn't listen. Food. I said, we'll do it on the way.
Yeah. How we get a lot of thoughts.
Yeah, a lot.
I don't think we can talk about it mobile. What is just your instant stuff?
I've got two guys with me that they're guiding me. So if they're gonna stop me from walking into shit, aren't you guys? Yeah, thank you.
What's your thoughts?
It's kind of like a lot of stuff you, me, and Algared and all that I've talked about. It's just we talked. I remember an episode when Algared did like 4.5 years ago about the room system being integrated into space stations and all that. And it's just if you essentially think about it, it's just an extension of the space stations we have, but they're all more they're essentially taking them up to another level. And once they've done that, they can actually backtrack that to the non-player stations as well. So it's essentially an upgrade across the whole thing.
Yeah.
The one thing, I think my thing just died, so I'm gonna have to move to. Give me a second.
Sure.
Pulled that up for me. But yeah, so they basically we're gonna have to move to a what do you call it? The hangars they talked about, the medium hangars, they build up to tier 5. And we were talking in the crowd before whether it was tier 5 ships or pad size bases. So and now I think that was confirmed in the last panel. Tier 6 being the big capitals. So tier 5 is like Polaris and down. So you can build all those on the ground, and it's again makes sense that the biggest player ownable ships in the game are basically all built in the space station. It's a reason to build them.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to want to fight the other people to stop them building them, all that type of thing. And they're just so big that they actually have tanks on them, which I think is insane. They are literally like a pinnacle of games like Ark, where you have all the PvP and stuff. But instead of building a base, you're literally building. Well, that's the ground stuff, isn't it? That's all the other games we've seen before this. An actual space station is insanity in a good way.
Yeah. We're going through the claim timers and insurance and stuff like that. So I'm kind of going through it myself to figure out what's going on, because we didn't quite get what was said, because a lot of people are currently in chat panicking about LTI because of what was said.
Okay, so I'll clarify. Basically, what we saw on the floor was basically if you purchase a ship. Listen to what Pickles, can you listen to what I'm saying and tell me if I say this correctly? If you purchase a ship, you get warranty and you get to claim them. So basically, if you've paid for a ship, you'll get them back new when you claim them.
Yeah.
If you earn them in game, they will be valued at what the wear and tear is worth.
Okay.
So they'll always be new if you purchase them.
Okay. So the question is, what is the difference between LTI and regular insurance?
Yeah, and that's the thing that was never really clarified, right? And that was the first question we put on our list to ask when we see someone.
Yeah.
Is basically, have they just confirmed that everyone has LTI now?
Yeah.
Or what is the difference? Because that's what we couldn't see either. But put it this way, LTI is going to be the best. It's just what lifetime becomes.
Yeah.
10 months and all that becomes.
So Billionaire actually brought up a point. They still have insurance. They just have warranty and insurance. Insurance now just gives you credits rather than giving you the ship back.
Yeah.
So what he said is the insurance might not change. Like you still get lifetime insurance, so you can always get your ship, the worth of your ship back, the credits from your ship back.
Mm-hmm.
And insurance with cash is now, or the normal insurance is now cash back, but it won't matter as much, because what really was the question is, do you get everything back? And the answer is yes, because they've changed insurance to warranty, is what it is. So
didn't it say warranty and insurance, or was claim insurance? What warranty and appropriate insurance? Yeah.
Yeah,
there's a bit there. I wouldn't be freaking out. If you got LTI, you're gonna be fine. I'd be kind of. And again, like Billing said, it just means it's going to cost you a little bit if you've only got. You'll still have LTI for those first 6 months or whatever. You know what I mean? That's the difference. So does that mean I have 10 months insurance and after that it's wear and tear?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how I saw it.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Yeah.
But you still
so now things like 120 month insurance, you get 10 years of LTI or the warranty. Warranty basically just means new.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Sorry, we're going this way.
It means you're always treated as new.
Yeah.
But they also said that you will never lose your ship, so you will always get your new ship back.
Exactly.
So if LTI is, or if insurance is all about, well, we'll pay you back based off of what your value of your ship is at the time, and warranty is no matter what you get is new. That means that LTI is that means that all normal insurance is now LTI insurance, because you always get it back as new. You don't have to pay extra for it. So I think they just fucked over the insurance system. I think that's the answer if that's the case. It's like the difference between insurance and warranty is done. It's gone. It doesn't matter anymore. But we'll see.
Well, that's my question. You're at the same place I'm at, as is Algared.
Yeah.
So again, it's kind of like what me and Algared have been saying for years. Just fuck off LTI, and everyone who purchases ship gets covered.
Yeah.
Simplifies it.
I think that would be my preference, is that just LTI is nothing anymore, but we'll see.
Yeah. I was sitting in the crowd before they mentioned it, and I was just like, it has to be Terra. There's no other freaking planet it could be. Like, you dropped it at the start that it's Terra versus Sol. It's got to be Terra.
Yeah.
And there were a couple of planets in there that also add to the tile set, like Aero and stuff like that. And I think there was a tropical beach one as well, which is what shows those new tile sets as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Redwoods is probably going to be Sherman and Castra. It's going to be Castra's Cascoms. Sure. So, that's what it makes sense of that. Yeah.
I was just sitting there listening to all the stuff going. Fucking job.
Okay. Yeah. See, here's the problem.
So much to do.
Here's the problem. Everyone is freaking out still because they're like, no. They're very clear. Warranty doesn't equal insurance. Warranty gives you your ship back. And if warranty gives you your ship back in its state, and you always get your insurance, warranty back, now you have insurance separate from warranty. So everyone has a warranty. So what the fuck is insurance good for if you already have a warranty?
The last thing Richard Tyra said was warranty is LTI. The warranty basically means that you get it back in a new state.
Yeah, but you would always get it back in a new state with purchasing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you purchase it, it also says, let's say for example, 10 months.
We were literally okay. We're literally watching it over again because we're going to go over it again, so we can literally hear what he said.
I'll let you go over it again. But
Okay.
the way I heard it is it so it's 10 months of LTI, for example.
Yeah.
So basically, LTI is now warranty. So you've got 10 months of warranty. After that, it'll then start to degrade.
Yeah.
But if you have LTI, it's forever.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see. I'll look through it
I'm seeing
again.
it differently from others, I guess.
What?
That's fine.
What? Like I said, I'll be streaming for a little bit more, but then I gotta hop off. So, because I know y'all are busy. So,
it's late for you.
Thank you
we can jump on tomorrow, or whatever, and talk.
Yeah, well, we could try. I'll see what I'm doing because I'm gonna also be zonked out from all of this, getting up early and everything. So,
all right, no doubt. I need to get back to work for school.
Yeah,
next week.
So,
I think the last thing I'll say though that me and Algared also did talk about was earn down economy is still valid.
Mm-hmm.
That was the other thing we noticed. There was nothing that really changed that in any substantial way because you still have more money to basically move around. The rep grind does come into it a bit more, but that affects everyone, not just the size of the ship. So in initial sense, if you had a big ship in every category, you're kind of covered. But you can still go sideways as well. All right, then. I'll love you and leave you.
Thank you, X.
Hey, everyone. Bye.
All right. And then we'll go with browser side again. All right. I'm going to turn this off. We're going to listen to it as all. Let's listen to it together.
And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance.
Okay.
With level 1 being chassis insurance.
Okay.
Level 2, chassis and component insurance.
Okay.
And level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance.
Okay. So, up until now, LTI was just hull insurance, chassis insurance. You get everything back as it was before. But then warranty is a little different.
Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits.
Okay, so you're only getting money for insurance.
Based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
Okay, so that's the important part. What does LTI mean? Is LTI level 3, tier 3 insurance, or is it tier 1 insurance? Because it was just hull insurance, which is the chassis insurance. So basically, if you have insurance and a warranty, you will always get back your ship plus other things. But every ship purchased in the store has warranty. With base components, yes, but these were upgrades. That's the thing. He was talking about upgrades, not chassis. Okay, I'm backing it up again, Jin, just so you couldn't get it. He said chassis. Oh, and components. But let's see if you said if that was upgrades.
Level 2, chassis and component insurance. And level 3,
yes. So yeah, it was stock components. Yeah. So it's a level 2 insurance. But the thing was that all basic insurance was also level 2 insurance then. Because that was also the case. Non-LTI just meant you had to pay for it over 6 after your period ran out. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to walk through it to make sure I understand it fully. All right. So, all right. So, level 1 is chassis, but it only pays out based off of the condition of your ship. So you do not get a ship back if you just have insurance. If you have chassis insurance, you only get the money's worth of your ship based off its status of what it was before. So if you have a degraded ship, you will only get what it was valued at. Okay? So why the fuck does it matter that we also have the warranty? Because the warranty means you get your stuff back all the time, right?
chassis component.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell Jin to calm and everybody else to calm who's screaming about I'm wrong, no, and he caps and all that kind of stuff. Because well, what we know so far is chassis and component is level 2.
And decorations insurance.
But why would you get your money back if you were getting your ship? That's the question. Because like say you get money based off of the value of your ship for like chassis, or based off the value of your chassis and your components, based off the value of chassis components and your decorations. That's money. Well, why would it matter if you had insurance and warranty? Because warranty is chassis, component, and decorations, and you get everything back at its new state, at the top state, depending on your level of insurance. So all ships come with insurance and appropriate insurance and warranty, but you also still got all, like, if you didn't have LTI, you still had all of your components too. It wasn't like the base insurance didn't give you your components back.
Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits.
Yes.
Based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important.
Listen, Bogo, this is what he's talking about. You get it back based on the wear and tear, okay?
Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had.
Y'all got that? So based off the tier of your insurance, so if you have a tier 1, you have a chassis, you're going to get your ship back, not your credits, your tier, your ship. If you have chassis and component insurance, then you get your ship and your components back brand new, not the value for them, your ship and your components brand new. Y'all got that? It's based off the tier of what you get back. Your warranty is in addition to your insurance. Tier 2 is not top level though. It's tier 2. But also all the ships you purchase, hold on.
Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
So I think I know what he's done. Calm thine tits. Let me put the tier 3 up there again. Calm thy titties. Put your balls back in your pants, please. Warranty gives you your ship back, or your ship and your components, or your ship your components and your decorations. Based off their current knowledge, LTI and insurance are the same thing. They're base hull insurance. So you get your chassis and your components. So every ship purchased on the store gets your chassis and hull or chassis and component insurance. But they also get a warranty, which means you always get your vehicle and your components back. And it may not be new, it may be whatever condition it was in. The difference is that after 6 months, you're still going to have to pay for insurance. The LTI never has to pay for those insurance, but you still have a guaranteed warranty. So if your insurance runs out, you will still be able to get that ship back once you can reinsure it. So LTI just simply means you don't have to pay extra insurance in the game. It's not actually changed anything. It's just changed how, what level of insurance do we get though? Tier 2. All ships get tier 2 insurance. That's not changed. They just changed how that was. All ships get your components and your chassis back. That's not just LTI. LTI and basic insurance were the same thing. The difference was that LTI means you didn't have to pay for insurance after a certain time. They say it's hull insurance, but when they described the hull insurance, it was you always came with your base hull and the components it came with, not any of the upgrades. White male models. Now that's the question. Have they changed hull insurance to mean chassis insurance? Because if they mean chassis insurance, meaning your base components you get with plus the chassis, then everything is tier 1. And if they mean the component insurance is upgraded components, that means that you have to purchase tier 2. So LTI is now mostly useless. You still have to increase your cost if you want to do the upgrades. CIG needs to break this down with ambiguity. Doubt. Impossible. CIG will never break this down without ambiguity because either they don't want to because they're afraid, or they have no ability to do so. No, it hasn't ended yet. I'll draw it here in a moment. Exclamation point giveaway in chat. And that'll get you intro to it. Damn it. It's not in that chat, not in YouTube chat. Give me a moment. I need to give it to you. There we go. There you go. There's the link. Go use that link. Use the link. Giveaway just gives you the link. Go use that link and that'll let you do it. So the question is, what level insurance do we get when we purchase the game? Is it chassis insurance or is it chassis and component insurance? I think when he says chassis insurance, he means chassis and component insurance, meaning all of the components that your ship comes with stock. If that's not the case, and you get tier 2, that means you can upgrade your ship for free with insurance and not have to ever worry about it, as long as you have that insurance. No, there's no guarantee that it's level 3. It was never, like, LTI was never explicitly said that you would get everything back forever, fuck off, you know, like you perfect sunshine. It was always supposed to be base hull insurance, which included the ship and the components. That may be the case, Anon, that they'll change it depending on price, but we don't know that because that's not what they said before. Yeah, LTI hull with stock components, or it has been for the last 12 years. But the thing is that normal insurance is hull plus stock components as well. The difference was that you didn't have to pay for insurance in game after a certain amount of time because you had that for life. Do I get clone and bone insurance and warranty? No. Your medical insurance is something you always have to pay. Yeah, there's no way they give the Aurora back for new players without any components. So if it's chassis with stock components, that's different than chassis. That opens up a whole bunch of can of worms because people will try to use that a lot. Wait, I have a take on this. What if you get level 1 insurance with warranty with LTI, but it covers just the components that come with it? Then you upgrade to level 2, you just need to pay for the difference in insurance instead of the full amount of level 2. That may also be the case with regular insurance too, where you can just pay for an upgrade in-game with a discount. Reclaim time is based off of ship build time. Not just ship build time, but condition of the ship. How is this actually the one thing we're talking about? I mean, day 2 was massive. Well, because it's the thing that a lot of people were freaking out about. Can cargo be insured? We don't know. Hey, joysticks. Ladies of the party might have missed the redacted goodies items, but you give me a hint, maybe. The items are a skull, a Vanduul skull, and a plushy worm. Volokar, the Volokar. Can in-game ships be purchased and insured in-game? Yes. You can even get warranty on in-game ships. But if you have a warranty, they're very difficult to get, and you can only get one. So you can only have one warranty, period. Not with player ships, but with any ships you purchase. Like in-game, you only have one transferable warranty. So if you purchase a Cutlass and you get a warranty for that Cutlass, and then you purchase a Zeus, you can transfer the warranty from the Cutlass to the Zeus, but now your Cutlass doesn't have a warranty anymore because you cannot get two warranties. And all the special crafted components, don't you think you get the same component back with warranty? Only if you have insurance that covers the components. So if you have a tier 2 insurance that has a whole chassis and component, then all of your special snowflake crafted components with the warranty will come back to you. But only if you have that level of insurance. I'm confused of how that works for owning multiple ships through the Pledge Store. Every ship in the Pledge Store has a non-transferable warranty. Basically, if you have a ship purchased through the store, you will never lose it. Even if it's destroyed, you will always get it back. As long as you have insurance. No, we'll go through that again here. I think you misunderstood it because we'll go through it again. Because he was very clear on how that was going to work. Hold on.
This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty.
There you go.
And these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely.
So they're rare. You don't just get one, but you do not get one. You can get one per ship, but you have to earn them. So it's not something you will get a ton of. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But those are different. No, I wasn't saying. What I was saying is, yes, you completely misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying that ships in game do not have a warranty. You have to earn the warranty, and it's going to be rare. Maybe not just one, but it's going to be rare. I don't imagine them having a ton of ability to do so. But if you purchase with real cash, you always have that warranty on that ship. You got a warranty for doing the story, but they don't have this. They don't say how once you can get them. Yeah, exactly. There's at least one guaranteed way, which means that it's probably going to be hard. So the message CIG is telling us is don't buy ships in game, buy them in the real life store, or earn them in game. It's not really that bad. You just can't have a huge fleet. Yeah, the transferable warranties are rare. The one that you're going to get for your ship is non-transferable. You can't buy ships and then have a warranty you can just transfer over to it. Once you've purchased a ship with cash, that warranty is stuck to that ship. But if you insure, you can still buy that ship back at the condition it was in before you got it, because you get the credits value for that ship before it was lost. So if you have a super rare component that's slightly damaged, you'll get the credits back for it, not the component, which means you have to recraft it or buy it at that level. It's a huge money thing. So if you earn in game, you can't just change a ship every 5 minutes. Exactly. So it's a money drain. Yeah, it's a money sink. Now explain taxes in Star Citizen. When a mommy and a daddy love each other very much. Death taxes, y'all. When you die, when you hit that big exclamation point in the sky, you will no longer be able to regen. And when your IVS score is 0, you have to regen. You have to create a brand new character with a brand new whatever. And your new character will get all of your stuff. But the value of your stuff is going to have a tax value. So when you get it, you have to pay whatever is in the credit. So like, say you had 3 million credits, but you had $2 million worth of, or 2 million credits worth of stuff in your inventory. Well, you can get all that stuff back, but you're going to have to pay the taxes on that 2 million of property. It's inheritance tax. It's what is it called? An estate tax. You have to pay an estate tax to get your stuff back. What happens to blueprints? Nothing. They said once you get a blueprint, you're done. You have the blueprint forever. Now, that doesn't mean if you die, you suddenly have to create a new character. You don't have a one life. It's not that perma. It's not that kind of perma. You have however many times you get killed. It's a variable slider. Basically, to use an MMO term, blueprints are bind on pickup or bind on use. One of the two. They're bind items. Once you get them, they're bound to you for life. So you can't unbind them. Bind on use, not pickup, but it binds to you, not to the machine you use. Question: with the death of the spaceman, do you lose citizenship status from the main narrative? Yes. You are not the same person. Almost certainly you will lose citizenship, which means you have to re-earn it. Did they say how warranty works with piracy? No, they did not. There was also a medical terrapin, yes. Yes, but you can pick it up after looting and then sell it or use it yourself. Okay, so once you've used it, it binds onto your account. So it's a bind on use. I don't think the anything you get you paid for in your account is going to be in that estate tax. No, of course not. Anything you pay for real cash won't be in estate tax. But your components are going to suck. Purchasing a ship with cash with real cash, you're probably going to have at best tier 2 components. You're not going to get top of the line components when you purchase it because CIG wants you to play the game. So all of the components you're going to purchase are going to be tier 1. Or you're going to get our tier 1 when you get the base hull. I'm going to have an anime girl decal on my ship. I wish. I really hope they do that. I don't know how they'll do it. They didn't explain how it other than just org logos, but I don't think you have to regain citizenship, as the person who inherits your stuff will kind of be related, and generally your kids also are citizens. Nope, that's not how that works. Zero Ski Gaming. In the Star Citizen universe, citizenship is earned. Once you've earned citizenship, if you have kids, those kids are not citizens until they earn their citizenship. That is the lore root of Star Citizen, and it's not just like the lore can be changed. No, it's part of the gameplay idea that CIG came up with in the first place. Some service to the Empire, not necessarily military service, but any service to the Empire. So that brings up those who have Squadron 42. Will it affect them? I believe if they said in the past that you can earn citizenship through Squadron 42. So if you don't want to play the main campaign, you can play Squadron 42 and get citizenship. That may change, that may have changed, but they've said that in the past, that playing Squadron 42 and completing it will get you citizenship. You're speculating now. I agree with you, but it's speculation. That's true, but I highly doubt it unless they've completely changed how citizenship works, which would basically mean that they have a massive amount of stuff. So, did they up the size of the Idris turrets? No, but thank you for the super chats though. If I play with my new character, does my new character get citizenship? I don't know. The answer, I think, is no. Based off of the lore and based off of what they've said before, no. Your new character does not get citizenship. But if you play with your if you play 142 again, maybe. I don't know. It may create one transferable citizenship. I don't know how that's going to work. If the lore can't be changed, then why do they show orgs can now craft Bengal carriers? There's nothing in the lore that said you couldn't craft Bengal carriers. The UEE builds Bengal carriers. You can build a Bengal carrier. What they said was they weren't going to allow for players to buy Bengal carriers, and they were going to be persistent, so you can't store them. I don't think anything really changed that because we didn't have like ship crafting until now. They said you could craft capital ships. I don't think you can craft it. I agree with Dell that it's that it's a derelict you can fight over and refit. Possibly. CIG seemed to imply that you could craft it, and they like that ambiguity because they want players to talk about you can craft a Bengal carrier, and other people get mad about it. So we'll find out more about it later. But I do think that you could probably craft a Bengal carrier, but you're going to need a blueprint, which is going to require an insane level raid or some sort of insane thing you can do. They said cap ships, yeah. They didn't say necessary Bengal, yeah. I would imagine that there's some sort of criminal level organization where you can raid like a RSI production facility to acquire the plans for a Bengal carrier. But it's such a high level risk that you're basically fighting the entirety of the UEE to try to get it and run, and you're probably going to die, kind of thing. And it's going to take a massive org to take care of it. Yeah. Citizenship is inherited. Okay, Cody, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about this. We're talking about the UEE, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. And this is just an AI trying to pretend you're a human. They just buy it for $5,000. I don't think they're going to do that. If that's the case, it's blocked only by breaking law, which is cruel to the lawful. I'm sure there's a lawful way you could do it, like you manage to prevent an invasion of a Vandal clan, or something like that. No, because there is no combined chat screen there, Jen. Because this is not my overview. This is the Inforunners. Yeah. I'm going to wrap this up soon anyways. We got about another 30 minutes or so. So with that all handled out and we've kind of calmed down a little bit, I'm going to make some stupid decisions and make some predictions. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? I haven't even eaten breakfast yet, no. No Alien Races 1.0. Nope. CIG, I mean, to be quite fair, CIG has said that was a post-launch release. They've always said that playable Alien Races would be post-launch release. If you're saying non-playable Alien players, Tavarin and Banu and Jian exist in the UEE, so we'll probably still see them. It's just we don't have a guarantee on that. Before I go to my prediction, I wonder if you can get blueprints by reverse engineering wrecked Bengal carrier. That may be another way you could do that. If you have to find a specific location in the verse and scan it and reverse engineer it or something like that. Confusing citizenship with reputation title. So, Cody, hi, my name is Paul Shelley. I do a lot of lore and stuff like that. The Star Citizen lore, the story behind Star Citizen, the universe of Star Citizen has its own different status. Just because you can inherit citizenship, because you can do that in, say, the United States, if you're born in the as a citizen of the United States, if you're born in the United States, you're a citizen of the United States, doesn't mean that you're a citizen of the UEE, the United Empire of Earth. You're born. The lore, the background of the game means that when you are you can only earn citizenship if you do a great service to the Empire. And by doing a great service to the Empire, one way or the other, you can earn citizenship. And that citizenship will give you the ability to there's some other things I've talked about, but like own land makes it easier. There is no 14th Amendment in the UEE. Yeah. So what you're confusing is you're confusing real life for fiction. And when we're saying fiction, the UEE citizenship in Star Citizen is a reputation title. Can illegal immigrants vote in the UEE? No one can vote unless you're a citizen in the UEE. Civilians can't vote. They can only vote in local elections. You question the person who predicted Castra? Yeah. It's a fictional legal status. Exactly. It's not at all a real thing. It's in game. The only difference is that in Starship Troopers, service guarantees citizenship. In the UEE, service does not guarantee citizenship. You can still serve in the military or do something great, and the UEE can go, nah. We found that out because we talked to Dave Haddock. I talked to Dave Haddock in an interview a couple of years ago, and he was like, no, yeah, just because you serve in the military doesn't mean you guaranteed citizenship. My point is, it's something that could change to be less confusing, like the Act of 1940 was a change by Congress. I have no idea what you're talking about. Could it change? Sure. But why are you using real life examples that don't make any sense, my dude? I'm just going to ignore you from now on. They said that in the past. All right, so I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to make a date prediction. This is so far out that I'm probably going to be wrong because I'm sure not even CIG knows. But it's clear by what they showed that CIG wants to get 1.0 out sooner than later. And based off of the ships they showed, they are heavily focusing on crafting and base building. I think by early next year, CIG will have the tier 1 version of crafting and base building, which is that push cart, which they already have built, small bases with small things, the basic functionality, plus crafting, fabricating armor, weapons, components, that kind of thing, small component and stuff, and like food and stuff like that. Maybe not food, but the other that stuff. And then at the end of the year, they want to get the Pioneer out. So the end of the year next year is going to be the release of larger stuff, including space stations, larger bases and space stations. I think that's their internal plan, which means all of the stuff we saw today is planned in the next 12 to 18 months, because that's anything, it may not make it to like, you know, Pioneer level, or Pioneer may slip, that kind of stuff, but it's within the next year and a half. And then within 2 years, I think is when CIG wants to release the game. I don't think they're going to release the game in 2026. Star Citizen. I think 1.0 is more likely to come out in 2027 or 2028, based off what we saw. Because the thing, before anyone calls me insane, everything we saw with base building and the space stations is in gray box. Okay? Y'all know what gray box is, right? Comes after white box, yes. It's the final step before a big, it's the final step before the big final art. And it's usually the harder point. Like white box, you're just sort of figuring stuff out. It's a term from theater where you white box and other things you stage. You literally used to like put white boxes around where people would like move and stuff like that. And gray box is the new term, which basically means the step between the basic plot outline of something to a more, you're not in final textures or anything like that, but you're in a state where it's good. It doesn't have lighting attached to it. It doesn't have damage states in Star Citizen's case, but it's there and it's looking better than just white like transparencies. The fact that they're in gray box means that they're within 12 to 18 months of final. Citizencon is now over, yes. The final art can take a long time, but when we're dealing with stuff like, that's why I said like 18 months. Blocking, thank you. That's what I was thinking about. In theater, we call it blocking, but we literally use white boxes. Sometimes we use just like white pieces of tape and that kind of stuff to help it out, but yeah. No, 1.0 will be much later. I think at least 3 years from content complete. Then you need to get everything else before you start polishing. What do you mean get everything else? That is everything else. Content complete is completion. It's just polishing. I think CIG is planning for 2 years out. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's more like 3 to 4, but we'll see. Like I said, I'm just going to ignore Cody because I have an entire channel on lore. So I don't think they're going to change citizenship since it's so embedded. The idea of earning citizenship is so embedded in the lore of Star Citizen that removing it would completely change everything about the game. The final polish is at the same time takes sometimes polish is like the same time it takes to do white plus gray box. Yes. Can you link the lore channel for the guy? I will, but it's fine. Just opinion, but CIG should replace Citizen with Star Citizen, for example. What? Again, I'm just going to ignore Cody from now on. I'm going to be honest. I was not impressed with the state of Squadron 42. I expected more from that demo. What did you expect from the tutorial prologue level, Raylan? Day 2 was a lot better than day 1. Day 1 was okay. It felt average. And then the Squadron 42 thing kind of was a gut punch. And then day 2 was a lot better. They couldn't just give a random reason why your new character has citizenship, i.e. they're a great fighter pilot. They could, but why would they do that when they could make you play the game more? Why not? Now you can play. Now you can do New Game Plus. You can do the entire story again, but with a new character. I am not a fan of that, by the way. I am not a fan of this linear story plan for Star Citizen, because that's exactly what they said they didn't want to do, so they've completely 180'd it. We getting everyone is the chosen one situation, which I'm not a fan of. It's not a tutorial, Jin. It's the, like, it takes you through all 5 systems and gives you citizenship at the end. I am. I've got about another 20 minutes or so. It's a story mode. Yeah. I really hope it's not a you're the chosen one, go over and save Terra or Earth from breaking into, like, I hope it's not a linear story with a beginning, middle, and end, because that would suck, but we'll see. Yeah, you don't have to do the main story, but the fact that there is a main story is the reason why I have a problem with it. Because, like, one of the things that they pitched the game on in the very beginning was the idea that this was a universe that you could impact. And one of the things that Chris said early on was that he wasn't a fan of games that were where, like, you had to, like, you spent all this time to beat a boss, and after you beat that boss, you know, you leave and some dude just comes in behind you and does the same thing again. So, like, you have no impact. It just feels weightless because you're just playing a single player game with multiple players involved in it. So everyone feels the special snowflake. Everyone beats the terrorist at the end, sort of thing. Like, that sucks because it doesn't make you feel like you've participated in anything. Just make a single player game at that point. And I agreed. That was one of the reasons that drew me to Star Citizen. The idea of having that, basically the ESO campaign or the Final Fantasy 14 campaign, where you just are following characters through an entire thing where your character is just there as the chosen one or some other things. It feels bad. It feels bad. Give the writers some credit to being able to do not to do that. It's not that I don't give them credit. It's that the way that they described it sounds like it's a story mission specifically around the overarching coming war between Terra and Earth. And so that feels like there's going to be specific characters involved, which is good writing. You know, having characters that you can contact and deal with stuff like that. So yeah. There is a way to go around it. I'm sure they'll try to go around it, but I'm a little too afraid that they're not going to. Do I think it's going to be awful? No. Am I still going to play it? Yeah. I'm still going to enjoy it, and I know most people will. It's just disappointing to see them go that route. If they manage to thread the needle and do something like, you're going to go deal with this organization because this organization is doing this and this organization is doing that, and not the big bad evil villain, or the what is it, the BBEG, big bad evil guy. There's a BBEG that you have to go fight at the end. If there's no BBEG and it's more like organization wise, and you get to strike a choice between Terra and Earth and try to help things, that'll be a little bit different. But that's not a story mission. It's just a like series of missions. With that in mind, how do you justify mission givers then, Paul? What people doing the same missions? I always thought that the mission givers were going to be a little different in the sense that mission givers were going to give you cutscenes and other things. You would talk with them, but once you've left the cutscene, it's like kind of like how GTA does it, where you get a mission after that. So they could randomly generate a mission because it's mostly about you earning trust with that person. And so every time you get a cutscene, it's more about you earning trust with that person. It's more of a visual representation. It's not like that and it may be that she says, like, say, Tisa Pacheco. I was thinking about Tisa Pacheco. I know that there was a mission in Tisa Pacheco's chain when they was doing it where you get drunk with her and she kind of talks about her time when she was before. It could be that when she reaches a certain level of trust with somebody, she takes them out and gets drunk with them to kind of tell them more about her past to make sure everything's cool. It's just something she does with every lieutenant in her organization, kind of thing. Like, you can still do it with just missions that are generated by the system in the background. No, it's not necessarily off the table. Good rep with the CDF. That's still possible. They just said that the easiest way of doing the citizenship is finishing the main story. That's why I don't think it's a tutorial. It's not an introduction, because if we call it an introduction and that means everyone gets citizenship in like 5 minutes. It's like, it sucks. Not 5 minutes, like 20 hours you get a citizenship. It's like, that doesn't feel earned. That feels like guaranteed, What's a BLD? I don't know what a BLD is. I said BBEG. BBEG. Can I play Star Citizen without citizenship? Yeah. You don't have to have citizenship. Citizenship just makes it so you can buy land in certain places. Civilians still have rights. You just don't have all the privileges of a citizen. Almost certainly, getting citizenship will make your taxes lighter too. So you'll be able to keep more stuff. Maybe a discount on insurance, maybe a discount on medical stuff, maybe even free medical insurance. Who knows? But they want you to earn citizenship as a means to make your life easier, but you don't have to earn citizenship. And it can be revoked if you do piracy. Oh, the Starlancer BLD. Oh, it's the builder. Right, yeah. The BLD is the Starlancer BLD is not coming until they have everything else done. It's not being sold right now. It's just the Max and the TAC. And if you gain it with a new character, every playthrough Squadron 2 needs an ID, so that you can't just reload the last game's save game at the end. I believe so as well. I think you'll generate a new ID. The easiest answer is CIG can do a really cinematic thing at the end where, like, when you end, you get your citizenship card, and it's a unique card that you can go into the game, into Star Citizen, and transfer it, and then you have that card transferred. And if you try to reload the last save that you did on that character, then you get the same card. You can only use it once. So it's not a hard thing to do. Yeah, that's the other thing that no one's talked about. 3.24.3 is confirmed for IAE, so 4.0 is not coming out by IAE. Which means I think a lot of y'all are right. 4.0 is, I still think 4.0 is coming this year, but I think it's going to be squeaky bum time. They're going to come squeaking in at, midnight, December 20th. They'll release it. It'll be a dog shit pile of burning garbage, and then they'll go on break. The 20th is when they have from the 23rd to the 6th off. They have 2 weeks off of vacation. No, I mean, I could see 4.0 coming out, shortly after Invictus or Invictus IAE, which is going to be the 25th through the 29th of November. So I could still see it coming out in early December. But I don't trust CIG. I trust CIG to absolutely wait to the last minute to turn in their homework, and it's dog shit. No, I think it'll be in the PU because Chris and they keep saying that 4.0 is going to be out by the end of the year. And I think they're going to do that because they made the promise. So no matter what, and they can just fix it afterwards. Do I think they're over-engineering a bit? What do you mean, Dub? I wish they wouldn't. I only get to play during holidays. That's how it is, man. Take it up with CIG. So will 3.24.3 have engineering? Hell no. 3.24.3 is going to be just the IAE patch, almost guaranteed. CIG is going to spend this entire time working on 4.0 and 3.24.3 or 24.2 to make it better. Nope. They confirmed that right now. I will pull it up in the background here. I'll show you here in a moment. I've not watched day 2 on a scale of 1 to 10. In terms of what? Hype? Your baby's coming out next year, Knowledge. That's what we found out. Your child, your innocent baby child. Actually, I think honestly, Star Citizen is turning into a game that Knowledge would really like. Hey, Knowledge, remember Atlas? Remember how Atlas worked? Congratulations. Star Citizen is becoming Atlas. Yeah, it's Star Wars Galaxies, and it's the crafting system, all that kind of thing. It can be bad or good. Day 2 felt a lot better than day 1. Day 1 was very and then they did the Squad 42 dump, punch everyone in the gut with a 2026 and said bye. That was shit. That was just bad on their part. But day 2 they came out swinging. So Let's see if we can get the new ships. It's so fucking impossible to find these things these days. If you go to like the main site, here it is. Okay. The max. I think it's maybe the TAC. Oh, damn. I don't want to sign in. I don't want you to see all my naughty things. All right. Here. Do. All right. So we're going to pull this up. Browser full. And I'm going to make myself on the screen. So if you see up here, see if I can't prove it, but I'll read it off to you. So if you look at the actual the STAR-Lancer Max, you look at the STAR-Lancer Max thing, you see over here, it says the STAR-Lancer Max will be available in-game in Star Citizen Alpha 3.24.3. Alpha 3.24.3, which means that CIG is, because we know it's coming in IAE, November 22nd, I think is what they said. So it will be out with at an IAE, which is going to be 24.3. So we know that for sure. I'm doing my best to try to help y'all out. Fuck. 3.24.3. Yes. Second panel. Yeah. Anime ship girls confirmed. You know it. Later, knowledge. All right, well, let's finish up this giveaway because I got to go get some food here in about 10 minutes. So. No interest in TAC or Max, might be interested in BLD. I may or may not have already upgraded a ship to the TAC. I'm the problem. I know. Deal with it. Because let's be very clear here. The TAC is exactly what we need for lore expeditions. That is exactly what I need. Once we get the TAC, let's go over the TAC. Texas can do what they want with their money. Hold on. If I'm gonna talk about what's effectively a box truck that's been converted to be a technical, got to wear the right stuff for this. Let me change some stuff around. Should do this. By the way, I'm a little bit more eccentric than X and Algared. So for those of you who are new to the Inforunners, we are not usually this wild. I'm just insane. So, all right, let's go to the browser full. All right, so let's go over this real quick. This is the Max, right? The TAC, I believe, is coming out as well. Oh, there is no announcement for TAC. So the Max is coming out soon. The TAC isn't coming out for a while. unless it's coming out as well. That's definitely something they need to kind of figure out. Oh, it releases 2025, so it's coming out in 2025. It says it in there. It's not coming out this year. It's coming out next year. All right, let's look at the different. Let's look at the interior. So we've got a snub bay, so we can put any snub in there. It's basically the same as like a slightly smaller version of the. I'm sorry, we're talking about this. I got to do my Texas accent. All right, we're talking about a snub bay, so it's about the same size as the Carrack. We got a Carrack bay here. We also have an engineer, obviously, needed engineering room, and a med bay with 2 tier 3 beds. No, we do not need tier 1 or tier 2 to regen anymore. So tier 3 beds means that you have 2 regeneration beds on board. Not perfect because you still need other things, but you can always stick you can always get another ship along if you need to with tier 1, but that's all you really need. And then you've got 8 jump seats, so you've got yourself a ground crew of 8. You got a nice little squad of 8 there. You can do things. You got a common room where they can just fuck around. There's no cargo, but you can also put the cargo in the hangar right there. It's got onboard habitation for you to live, and it's got a cockpit. Exterior, we've got size 4 dual link turrets. We've got the bespoke missile launcher. We got the manually operated size 5 turrets, remote operated dual size 4 turrets. So, and missile turrets. Missile turrets. What the fuck is a missile turret? Hey, Axis. It's a turret with missiles. When the fuck did we get turrets with missiles? Oh, I guess you're right. 8.9 has a turret missiles. All right. So why should you get it? It's a baby Odyssey. So if you're looking to go long ranges, but you're going to hostile territory, you've got yourself a ship that can go long ranges, has its own snub support, so you can do things like because you can. It says it's supposed to be for a Fury, but that means you could also put in I believe a Pisces could fit in there. Vanguard also has it. Yeah, but that has like rocket pods attached to a manual turret. Yeah, almost an Argo cargo personnel should fit in the same place as a Fury. Someone was asking for me to convince them to buy it. So it's perfect for long range excursions. This shits on a Redeemer. This just shits all over the Redeemer. It shits on the Redeemer, and then it pile drives it, and then it pisses on its grave. This thing like turns the Redeemer into dog shit. Seems you don't like the Redeemer. I fucking hate the Redeemer. Why? Why the Redeemer's a dropship? So is this. This is also a dropship. It has space for 8 different crew. 8 jump seats. Crew of 7. It has, like, do you want to go through the size? It's got 4 size 4 turret guns and 2 size 5s. So it has more weapons concentrated on itself. It has better shields. It has its own medical bay. So why the fuck would you need a Redeemer when you can have a basically Redeemer with a medical bay? And a vehicle, a snub ship. You could put a fucking Fury in this thing, and it would that basically. Yeah, it has a med bay. It has 2 size 3 beds, medical beds. Oh, it's because it's shit, Sketch, because it's shit. That's why it has it's a shit drop ship, even though it's a drop ship. You also won't risk venting the sleeping crew when the door opens in the back. Exactly. And it's out by IAE. It's not out by IAE. This one's coming out in 2025. So. Can it fit an Ursa? No, there's no cargo bay for this one. The Max has the size. I think the Max probably can fit an Ursa. Basically, this is a long-range patrol boat. It's a long-range gunship, is what it is. It's the same size as a hammerhead. This thing is huge. But it allows for militia to be able to respond to things. Or if you're part of my league, my organization, the League of Relic Enthusiasts, it means that you have a solid, stout vehicle. So yeah. No, I've said that before many times. It is a little pricey. It is what? $330 credit, I think, but for War Bond, it's only it's about $300 War Bond. So $295 plus tax. In the US, it's gonna add more taxes to it depending where you are. Price of a Caterpillar, yeah. You get a Miss loaner for it too. Nice. Or a Miss loaner. Now the Max is a little different. Pull open and do the. So the Max has deployable cargo. Side deployable cargo. It's not just any cargo. You'll see it come down here and deploy, I think. So you see how it basically is like a Connie thing where it drops down and then it sides open up. But it has a middle walkway like a Caterpillar kind of. And it has 224 SCU. But it's coming in clownfish paint like the Freelancer Max. It's very beboppy. Just shy of a 600i. Yeah, which is, I think, the hammerhead is 90 meters long. So, yeah. Change the paint. Okay. The paint is Wildcat, Snowcap, Pacific, and Sapphire. I like the Sapphire paint a little bit. I think Wildcat's my favorite though, because it's stupid. That or, you know, Pacific's yellow. I hate yellow. Sapphire's okay, and then Factory Standard's fine too. Go to the yellow, the Pacific, the bus. It's another pane of your concierge. I'm not logged in my thing, but I think concierge has a different one too. Yeah. You can buy the pane on its own too. It's only $11. Cockpit view. Let's see. Pretty good cockpit view. It looks like it's pretty wide open actually. 4. The max only requires 4 crew. The TAC requires 7. No special concierge paint? Oh, okay. 7 plus 8 optional marines. So it has life support for 7 or 15 people. The freelancer still marked as no. Freelancer is always marked at crew 2. I do think though, yeah, I was going to say 16 because it was like 8 and 8, 16. That's 15. So it should have stuff for 15. Enough 15, but he only needs 7 crew. Which means if it can seat 15, it has life support for close to that. Because life support is going to be an important thing to note going forward. Crew size is the life support that it can handle for a certain amount of time. The TAC is the civilian response to the Hammerhead, is what it is. It's not really good as the Hammerhead, but it also has the ability to deploy troops, which the Hammerhead doesn't, which makes it a little bit more versatile. And it's a MISC ship, so it's probably got ungodly fuel. Like it's probably really good. It's fuel reserves or anything else like that. And have less SCU than a 600i Explorer. The 600i Explorer is more expensive and has better things. You like the Perseus is coming next year? Yes. Yes, I am. There's a Mojave. Oh, it says Into the Sunset available exclusively for members of the Chairman's Club. The Pacific one is? That's what this is? Does the TAC have a different one too? Yeah, the Mojave. I like the Mojave. I imagine you can swap these on the different ones though. So you can see the thing is that these are like bottom turrets. So you've got 2 bottom turrets and a top turret. These are all crew serviced. This looks like there's more than that. Because this is showing 2 guns up here, 4 guns on either side here, plus 2 crew services guns. So pilot controlled 2 size 4 twin linked weapons. Okay, those are these 2. Turrets, 2 remote dual size 4. So it doesn't have 4 size 4. It has 6 size 4 guns, and then 2 manned turret on the top. Yeah, this absolutely shits on the Redeemer. Yeah, I thought the Galaxy was coming before the Perseus as well, because I was looking back and I'm like, oh yeah, that looks like the silhouette of a let's look at that again. Let's go back and look at the silhouettes. I literally clicked it once and it was in the perfect position. I've got the touch.
of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months.
So that's the build version of the SCV. That I don't know. My guess on this one, hear me out on this one. The Ursa is based off of a marine transport vehicle called the Marine Transport Vehicle, I think. Something like that. Marine Combat Vehicle, the MCV. So I think this is the MCV. This is the up armored fuck you version of the Ursa. Might be a half track. What's on the back? It looks like it could be a transport pod, or it could also be a like some like anti-aircraft or something like that. Yeah, it looks like it has tracks. Like at least it's a half track, at least, if not a full track. Could also be a construction vehicle. We already have a construction vehicle though. That's what this is. That's what this is. This is an Anvil vehicle. This is the Atlas chassis, like distinctly the Atlas chassis. I think this is the construction vehicle. This is the heavy Atlas construction vehicle right here. That's the Super Hornet Mark II. That's the Tracker Mark II. Medical Terrapin. This is the Mirai Defender, I think is what they called it. This is something new. This is a distinctive MISC look. This is like probably a medium-sized prospector. So, Mirai Guardian. Thank you, Mirai Guardian. This is the Crusader starter ship, the Intrepid, which sounds like it's a because the Intrepid class in Star Trek was the Voyager class. So who knows? This, what the fuck are you? You scream Drake to me, but you also scream alien to me. So I don't know. Why do people think we get a medical terrapin? Let me show you. I'll back this up a little bit.
We have a few patches between where
So yeah, contributing Mirai Guardian, and then the Polaris.
I am today standing on stage and the end of the year. But let's start with some things that you're going to see at IEE.
Look at this screens. What is that? What is that? That's a terrapin. That is a terrapin. Those are medical facilities. Anvil. This isn't the Intrepid. It says Anvil right there. That is the doorway, the side doorway for the terrapin. That is literally the profile of the terrapin. That's the terrapin. They'll slap up there. It's heat sinks. Right there. And this is the Intrepid right here. That's why people are saying the medical terrapin, because they literally showed it. All right, let's go back to here. Yeah, this is the... I have no idea what you are again. What is this? I want to say that this is the tack, but it doesn't look like the tack, does it? It's got to be an Anvil gunship. It could be the Apollo, but we haven't heard nothing about the Apollo. That doesn't look like the engines for the Apollo. That's the tack. Or it might be the Max. Perseus. They already said the Max was coming out in IAE, so that's definitely the tack. This is the Perseus. Guaranteed the Perseus. That's the Ironclad. Well, no, because we know the tack is coming out in 2025. It could be the BLD, but I don't think so. I think that's the tack, but it could be. And the Pioneer. Percy. What was this? The Ironclad. Pioneer. Ironclad. Percy. Starlancer. Don't know what the fuck you are. Don't know what the fuck you are. Intrepid. Misk Minor. Medium Minor. Fat Fury, aka Guardian. The Metapin, the medical turtle, med turtle. Tracker 2, Super Hornet 2. That could also be a the not the Super Hornet. No, it doesn't have the top turret. It's the Ghost. This is the Mark II Ghost. Anvil construction vehicle. Some other vehicle. And then, yeah. I think the Perseus is going to keep its size 7 bespokes because it keeps it good. The reason why the Polaris got its size changed was because it didn't work. It baffles me why CIG is going to skip over the Galaxy. Because the Galaxy is younger than the Perseus. Like they released the Galaxy, they sold the Galaxy like last year, right? The Perseus was sold in like 2018. So it's been around, or 2019. It's been around for a lot longer. What happened to the Polaris? Its main guns got switched from size 7s to size 6s. It upgunned a little bit more too in the other guns, but its main guns were switched to size 6s from size 4s. 5 to 6, sorry, 5 to 6, not 4 to 6. We need the Perseus more to keep the people in the UEE in check. The Perseus is also the natural hard counter to the Polaris. All right. Let's finish this off. I am exhausted. I have been streaming right now for 7 hours and 20 minutes. And I streamed 14 hours last time. So I've been streaming for the last 2 days, 21 hours. Shoot. Okay. Go through and clear everything out here. All right, let me end this giveaway, closing it off. And the winner is... Oh, it's Danger. I don't have the other two. I clicked it twice on accident. I'm tired. I'm sorry. It's Danger. It's Stranger Danger. Are you here, Stranger Danger? Let me see if Stranger Danger is here. Stranger Danger's in chat. Stranger Danger's got to speak up though. Lucas is here. I clicked it twice. Why do they make a miscarriage ship while leaving the ships with the same rolls in the dark? Because money? What role does the misc have that they're leaving in the dark? That the Starlancer has that they're leaving in the dark? The Galaxy has is a combat ship and a hauler. I guess it is. The Galaxy is also like twice the size of the Percy of that, right? Yeah, they're not selling the Starlancer BLD. The Galaxy's almost certainly going to get released probably around the same time as the BLD. Yeah, the Galaxy is huge. It's Carrack sized. The Starlancer is 600 eye size. It's big, but not as big as that. Yeah. It could be a salvage ship. That could be the Misk Fortune. Let me look it up. It's 110 meters. So it's a little bit bigger because the okay, so I've been talking about I've been talking about Stranger Danger, and Stranger Danger still hasn't spoken, so I'm going to give this to Lucas. If Stranger Danger does speak up, I will give Stranger Danger something else because I misclicked. I do still have some other things, but it's not going to be the same as the Pirate Week Origin M50, but it'll be something else. 83 meters. So yeah, so it's a good, 30 meters smaller. So. The reason why the Galaxy is coming out later is because they also need to get the shape language down for the Galaxy. They don't need to get the shape language down for MISC. They've had the shape language down for MISC for a while now, so they know how to make a MISC ship. Oh, it's the same. It's just a Pioneer or just a Prospector, but with a salvage beam instead. Interesting. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the Galaxy does, the RSI doesn't have its shape language down yet. The Polaris is the thing that's giving its shape language. So the reason why they're skipping the Galaxy and going for right now is because they don't have the shape language, and the people who are working on the Perseus or on the Polaris are then going to work on the Perseus because the Perseus is a lot older, so they're getting that done first, and then they're going to work on the Galaxy. Loading screen is going to be a while. The game's kind of messed up right now. All right, so Lucas, are you still here? I'm going to send this to you. I think you're not a novice, so you've done this before. I think you've won a couple things before. Send me a message on either Twitch or Discord, and I will send you your ship. So congratulations. Congratulations there, Lucas. How's some other players in the Perseus other than main armament? The shape language, how like they're both Doritos. They're both spicy Doritos. Also, the interior component's going to be the same. They both carry torpedoes. They both have guns. They're both combat ships. The Polaris is actually bigger than the Perseus, though, because the Perseus doesn't have its own hangar. Next weekend, I'm going to have to scrape some things up. Next weekend is my 24-hour captain's table. So I will be getting up butt-ass early in the morning on Saturday, and we're going to be going for 24 hours talking about Citizencon and the year so far for Star Citizen. And we're going to be raising money for charity. We're going to be raising money for Gamers Outreach, which they don't know yet. I have to talk to them. We're going to talk about basically highs and lows of this year, Citizencon, goods and bads, and then, what stands out, and then we'll move on to the questions and answers, stuff like that. We'll be starting this year. I don't know, because I let it out and no one has really said anything. I think Major Star Stuff wants to come on, but I'll reach out to the big heads if I can and see if I can't pull some people in. It's going on at different times. Bo can come on. Bo's not been on before. You've not been on before, right, Bo? Or have you? There's been a lot of people who've been on that I've forgotten. Like a year in review. Yes. For those of you who don't know, I always do this for my captains on my channel, the Astro Pub and the Astro Pub Live on YouTube. Those will be my that I do something called the Captain's Table, which I do weekly. You'll see the Inforunners, which I am part of, which is the reason why we're doing this. We will see them on come on as well. So how about Badger? Always can do that. If I can get him on there. Space Tomato, I'm finishing Space Tomato. I'm concluding. Did you do your recording? How was your podcast? All right, we'll go on for a little longer. Okay, I can do another 30 minutes. We'll talk about it for 30 minutes. I'm just gonna go get something to drink. All right, chat. We're not gonna leave yet. We're gonna do 30 minutes and just talk a little bit. Do I feel the next patch for 4.0 will have a ton more things? No, 4.0 is 4.0. Make it a whiskey? No, my brain is dying. I got to go make breakfast for the wife and stuff like that because it's still only like 10 a.m. my time. Oh, do you want a whiskey? I get you some whiskey. Yeah. I'll have an old fashioned. What do you think, Toes? Was day 2 better than day 1? Too much new info. Will you be cutting 24 hours into segments for those who can't watch 24 hours? Yes, I will, Chris. I'll be recording each segment in its own section. Though I probably won't do the question and answer sessions because like they're a little bit more that I can handle because I usually split it into 2 sections anyways. So we'll do like a hard hour or so for conversation, an hour for question and answers, and move on. So, question: what was your favorite part? The Castra announcement, because I'm a vain motherfucker. And I don't get a like people joke about me being Lorstradamus. I'm not Lorstradamus. I don't have some fucking crystal ball. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about most of the time. I'm just going off of what I can tell. And CIG changes their minds a lot. So when I see something happening and go, hey, that's going to happen, they decide not to. Like I said, there were going to be demo. I thought there was going to be demo on the floor. They didn't do that. Instead, they had an actual like full version of the Hornet. Made an educated wish. Well, with Castra, I made a good guess based off of what they had. So, all right, I'm gonna let this ad run, and then I will be right back. Or I'll go back and let this ad run. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon. Castra is also my favorite system, Sherman Station. Sherman is in reference to the greatest of the OGs of all time, William Tecumseh Sherman, and it's great. An educated wish. Yes, I know. I got that. Will I be chatting about cutting up into different parts? Yeah, I will. I think it's said that. Yeah. Oh, what's your thought about the Connie Taurus versus the Starlancer Max? How much does the Connie Taurus hold? 200 something? I think it's just down to you're not going to get a lot of the Taurus has more guns. Oh yeah, so the Max is bigger. It holds more, but it's not as versatile as the Taurus, because the Taurus is also has its own shielded compartment and also has more guns. It's like 4 size 5 guns on it, whereas the Starlancer only has like 2. So nope, the TAC has 0 cargo. There's less minimum crew in the Taurus too. There's only 3 in Taurus. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this ad run. I'll be back in about a couple minutes. TAC has 98 cargo. Where is it putting the cargo? Hold on, before I go. Is it getting its cargo? There's no cargo listed on here. Look at the tech sheets. This is 98 SCU, yeah. Where the fuck is it putting this? There's an engineering room. There's a common room. There's a bed. There's jump seats. There's habitation. Where the fuck is it getting its cargo from? Maybe down here? Like that's the jump bay. That's the medical bay. I think it's the gunner seat, I guess. There's a ramp at the back. Oh, right down here, right. Damn, it might be able to hold an Ursa then. That makes it a lot better, actually. Holy shit. It's a long-range Valkyrie. All right, we'll be right back. It's Ursa capable? I didn't remember hearing them say that, but yeah. Oh. I say the Ironclad Assault has a better than a C2 M2. It makes me question the Liberator. The Liberator's job is to hold Liberator's job it technically has more space. So tomorrow we'll know how CIG was financially wise, right? What do you mean? Are they releasing their financials tomorrow? Typically, I don't think they do that quickly. Oh, if they sold, I think they're going to sell fuck tons of ships. The Starlancer is a really good ship. Go to the funding tracker. So they made about $656,000 on the 18th. They made less money on the 19th, but it'll be tomorrow. Yeah, they made about $500,000 on the 19th. So, what's your concern about bases, Arvis? Adivus? Let's look at the hours by. They made $263,000 at 10 a.m. Not even 10 a.m. What the fuck is this? I guess it's 10 p.m. The Argo flatbed, I have one to give away, but that's one I'd probably buy in game. Just because I think that it leaves it open for them to do an XL version of that, because the purpose of that one is specifically to fit on a small ship. I think it fits on a cutter, is what they said, or something like that. It fits on a small platform. So it's not it's really easy to maneuver around, and you can put a lot of cargo space on it, Atlas and above. Okay, so that's great. It's a great little ship for that. But I think they could do one that has like 16 by 16, or 216 SCUs put together, so 32, but like 32 side by side. You just have it be a second axle in the back. Same size as the Cyclone. Yeah, as always, when with the Inforunners, I'll explain this. If you're interested in a ship right now, if you're interested in any ship right now, find a vehicle which can be upgraded. Let's do the Inforunners thing. All right, let's do it. We're not going to do the full breakdown because I don't want to. We're going to have to do that as a crew. But let's do the. Go to the shop, go to pledge store. We go to ship upgrades. Okay. So if we go to the ship upgrades, we're going to go all ships. We're going to go with here. We're going to go with the Star Lancer. All right. So let's go with the Star Lancer TAC, right? You want to get the TAC. Well, you see all of the ships you can currently purchase. You go all the way to the bottom. You will see that for about the ship you can get for the TAC is, let's say, the Mole, because the Mole is always sold. So it's a $15. You spend $15 right now, and for the price of a Mole, you have locked in the price of that TAC. So for whatever you're always getting 300, you're always going to get it at that 330 price, even if it goes up after its release. And if you don't end up not wanting to start that Star Lancer TAC when it comes out because it's kind of garbage, you can melt that $15 and use it on anything else. So if you're already interested in something like the Star Lancer, it'd be pretty easy to do. The CSV. It's an LTI token, yeah. What about LTI not being insurance anymore? Which time zone? I don't know what time zone. I'm in the central time zone, which like 10 doesn't make any sense. That seems more like midnight, I guess, like 10 p.m. But it's kind of weird. You build a base and go sleep, and I mess it up, like Ark, especially star bases. Yeah, but here's the thing, Atavis, when it comes to like star bases, you and 3 friends aren't going to build a fucking star base. Let's be very clear here. Bases and like stations and like big bases are going to require massive orgs. You are not going to be. So if you are at the stage where you're building a space station, you're going to have either an alliance or an org that has people from all over the world who can guard it 24/7. Then you're fine. Like as long as you have people online, you're fine. You just got to make sure it's good. It's what CIG is saying is it's no longer about being a popular org. It's about being an efficient org. Logistics is the game. I've been saying that forever. Star Citizen is a logistics game pretending to be a space adventure. Where can I buy friends to make a station, preferably with LTI? Now, LTI, let's explain what LTI is. So we broke this down. The question effectively becomes, so the first thing we have to understand is that insurance, there are now 3 different types of insurance. Okay? There is chassis insurance, chassis and component insurance, and then chassis, component, and decoration insurance. Tier 1 is just the chassis. Tier 2 is the chassis component and chassis and components, and tier 3 is chassis, component, and decorations. Your insurance will no longer give you back your ship. It will give you back your credits value for that ship. So if your ship has been degraded to the point where it's dog shit, then you will get nothing. You're like the degradation status. You will get a smaller payout. I'm a little concerned about that one because if you blew up my ship, then it was degraded a lot because you blew up my fucking ship. So I get near 0 credits. So I'm guessing it's going to have to be a certain status that's like natural wear and tear rather than being damaged by vehicles or something like that. Now the assumption we're currently working on is that chassis and component insurance tier 2 is what everybody has. But we don't know. We don't know what these definitions are. It could be that tier 1, which is chassis insurance, is just what everyone has when you purchase the game, even LTI. Now, the second thing you have to understand is that you also have warranty. A warranty allows you to always, instead of getting your stuff back in credits, you get it back based off of your insurance level. So if you have tier 1 insurance, but you have a warranty on that ship, then you get that ship back. Instead of credits, you get that ship back. The question is, which level of insurance do we have currently? Because CIG used to call this hull insurance, but that hull insurance gave you the basic stuff that you got when you purchased the ship. So all the basic standard stock loadout it comes with is what you have. That doesn't sound like when you say chassis insurance. That just sounds like it's just the chassis. So if the chassis is just everything you purchase when you purchase the ship, that is one thing. But if it's and I think everyone's going to have tier 2. If it's everyone's going to have tier 1 if it's just that, or everyone's going to have tier 2. Your LTI doesn't give you higher insurance. It just gives you base hull insurance. Because even LTI was base hull insurance. You didn't have to pay extra for renewing it. Well, that wouldn't make a lot of sense for level 3 because level 3 would assume that you also get all your decorations back, and there's no ship that has decorations like that you built into it. That's the question. We don't know what chassis insurance versus chassis and component insurance is. We don't know what that means. If they just changed hull insurance to just called chassis insurance, then it's, yeah, that's tier 1. Then everyone gets tier 1.
The thing that everyone gets is a warranty. Everyone, if you purchase a ship with real cash, you get a warranty. So no matter what, you will always get that ship back, depending on the insurance it's covered under. They don't need to clear up LTI. They just need to clear up insurance. They made insurance more complicated because now they changed insurance in terms of what it means. So what tier of insurance is LTI? Based off of what has always been said, LTI was always basic insurance. The difference between basic insurance and insurance you get, or the difference between LTI and the insurance you get, like the 6 months insurance you get with a typical ship, is that LTI, you don't have to pay for it. With 6 months, that's how much you have paid for, and then after 6 months, you have to pay for it in game. Warranty, if you have a warranty on a vessel, you get the ship back. But it's the ship will come back dependent on what insurance level you have on it. You can think of the warranty as a token that means you get your ship back instead of credits. And then the insurance level is the determining on what status that ship is going to be. Is it going to be your basic ship? Is it going to be components? Or is it going to be decorations as well? Rich did say LTI, did he say it's chassis insurance? In-game ships do not come with a warranty. You have to earn a warranty through gameplay. And when you earn that warranty through a gameplay, you only get so many. So it's not stock standard. You have to earn them and you can transfer them. But if you transfer them, it has a cooldown timer. So you can't just constantly transfer them over and over again. They did say the easiest way, or one of the main ways of getting a warranty, is by becoming a citizen. Hold on, now I can pull it up right here because he said it at the end of the show, right?
Deck or the blueprints to craft. So we're gonna ad lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance.
He didn't say chassis. He just said warranty and insurance. You want me to say it? You want me to do it again?
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
The most basic insurance is chassis. Yes, the most basic insurance is chassis. Warranty is just the difference between getting credits back and getting the ship back. It's actually not as complicated as it sounds. It's just complicated because CIG made insurance so fucking confusing. It was pretty clear. The question comes down to what type of insurance do we get? What type of insurance is LTI and what type of insurance is when you purchase the ship? Because the intent is clear. The intent is that you will never lose your ship. If you purchase your ship with real cash, you will never lose that ship. It is yours forever. And I think the reason why they said that was because legally they'd be fucked. Also, it would greatly diminish the value of ships if you could just lose your ship instantly when you log into the game. But nobody knows yet. All of this is speculation. No, what we do know is how insurance and how warranty is going to work. That's what I'm trying to say. We know that tier 1 is chassis insurance, tier 2 is chassis and components insurance, and tier 3 is chassis, component, and decorations insurance. And if you blow up your ship, you will get credits back based off the the value of the items that you had in your ship at the time. So you won't get your ship back, you just get credits, just with insurance. In order to get your ship back, plus the components and the decorations, you would need to have a warranty and a a tier 3 insurance. If you had tier 3 insurance, you would have you'd get your ship back with all that stuff. If you only had tier 1 insurance, you would just get the chassis of that ship back. So we know that. That's clear. What we don't know is what level insurance do we come standard with and what LTI insurance is. That's it. They're clear. The question is, it's clear if you listen to it. The question is, what level of insurance do we have? I should probably turn that off. It's not running right now. By default, I'd say tier 1. I think everyone should assume tier 1 until otherwise said so. Don't assume LTI is highest. Assume that LTI is what it was, is the lowest, period. Just because if you start assuming that insurance is higher than it is, you're going to get mad when it turns out not to be. And it's still insurance. So like insurance actually hasn't changed that much. For those of you who don't know how insurance works in that your ship, or it used to work where your ship was covered for a certain amount of time, so you'd get it back depending on how long your insurance was. So if you had lifetime insurance, you would get that ship back forever at its basic state when you got it. And for like lower, so you had 6 months insurance, you could play the game for 6 months and not have to worry about it. The second that six months and 1 day rolls over, now you have to pay in-game credits for that insurance. So as a result, insurance was a way of getting you to continue to pay in-game to keep your ship running, especially for long term. It wouldn't penalize you in the short term, but the longer you played, the more chance you had to get money, and then you can use to pay for it. The key was to balance it, because if you had a huge roster of ships, you needed to pay insurance on all of them, and that can be complicated. So that actually doesn't change. You still pay when your time runs out. You'll still have to pay for that insurance. The question is now more like in warranty. So what happens if you have a warranty but not insurance? You don't get anything back until you can get your insurance back. Yes, 6 months means you have to pay the bill every 6 months. But like, say you start the game with your ship, you have 6 months from when you start the game until that insurance runs out. Use IRL car insurance as a comparison for subscription purposes. Well, in real life, car insurance doesn't pay you your ship back or your car back. But yeah, you have a premium you have to pay every so often, every 3 months, 6 months, whatever. And that's what you're paying. You're paying the premium every set of months that you have it. And you're covered under that insurance depending on the level of coverage you have. And the level of coverage you have is going to depend on how high how like much you want to be covered. Like the how much money you pay for it will determine how high your coverage is. I wouldn't try to load into Star. If you're having trouble loading the Star Citizen, they've had a lot of disruptions recently. There's something in the backend that broke. I think if you look at the disruption service they have like a disruption service on the launcher that'll explain that. It's been borked all weekend. Hi, how high are you? Tier 3. Yeah. So I can steal someone's javelin and get a title for it. According to this presentation, only if you steal it and then you have a certain reputation with the council, and the council will be the will give you the ability to scrub a ship for its registry so you can earn it. But it may take time or resources or whatever. Thank you, Ionic. The PTU ran so much better. Welcome to the reality of Star Citizen from now until 1.0. The PTU will always run better because nobody fucking plays the PTU, but everyone wants to play live. So. Yeah, it's got a kill switch. So you can't actually steal ships. You have to remove the kill switch. My fellow Evocati and PTU players get mad at me when I say this, but the PTU system has failed. It is a failure. If the purpose of the PTU was to ensure that live launches were less bumpy, it's failed because it cannot get the concurrency that you can get on live. .4.0 could fix most of these issues if they limit the player number to something the servers and code can actually handle. The servers and code can actually handle a lot of this stuff fine. The issue is more the hybrid service, which has many other issues and crashing issues. No, the Liberator's not in there. What you're seeing that you think this Liberator is actually the Ironclad. Yeah, SRV, multiple SRVs. Not enough incentive for the PTU. Exactly. There's just no one's going to play PTU if it doesn't give them progression, especially as we get closer to 1.0. No one's going to fucking give a shit. Like, in order to get people to care, you need to give them a reason to care. Some sort of benefit to them. And if you're not giving them a benefit to them, they're going to go play other games or play live where they can actually accrue like credit and rep and that kind of stuff. There's no benefit to it other than playing stuff early, and often playing stuff early means it's broken. I pinged you with a pic on the Astropub channel. Thank you. Star Citizen? Okay. Oh. Oh, you think it's the Apollo? Yeah, that actually does look like the Apollo. No shit. I think drones are on the menu, boys. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, I believe the drones are going to be coming into the game. Didn't you predict the correct 5 systems 2 years ago? Yeah, sort of. The one thing I didn't get right was Odin. But I've always said that Terra was going to be the end of the line of 5. Drones heavily featured all of Citizencon. We didn't actually see any drones, though. We just saw cameras. Those weren't physical drones. Unless CIG, unless we could see them physically, I didn't see any physical drones. But it definitely seems like they want to get the Pioneer out and this next year. And if they want to get the Pioneer out next year, that means drone gameplay. There's a bar drone, lots of construction drones today. If you think Star Citizen is going to take 2 more years, you are high, Mr. Boobage. There's no way that Star Citizen comes out in 2 years. 1.0 is minimum 3 to 4 years away. I do think that CIG has limited it down to the point where it's just like I could see them getting everything but Castra done. Oh, they might be able to get Castra done next year, but it's going to take them a year to get Terra. Terra is super complicated. Plus all of the other things. But I do think that base building is going to be released next year. Maybe not everything. Bro, I'm trolling. I call 6 years. It's a little too much. I know you're trolling, but I'm going to take your troll and turn it into a life lesson. Hello, my name is Paul. I'm a teacher. Castra's only 2 planets. Yeah, but it was still an early white box when they showed it off, and Nyx still hasn't been released yet. Do you think the community will accept their argument for not having 100 systems? No, but they don't have to accept the argument. That's just the case. In game dev, we often say anything beyond a year is a pure risk in terms of planning. Too many unknowns. Don't take anything beyond 12 months as serious when it comes to timeframes, in my opinion, including Squadron 42. Based off of legitimate CIG developers who've talked to me about this, they wanted to announce it for 2025, but they decided to not risk giving a date in 2025 that they were looking for, and instead went for 2026. This was given to me as privileged information after we had this discussion on Twitch yesterday. So, and the people who reached out to me did provide proof that they work for CIG. So, like they did 2026 as a cover rather than as a definitive. I didn't say 6 years was trolling. The person who said 2 years was trolling. I think 6 years is a little too high. I don't think CIG is going to take 6 years to get it done. I do think it's going to take them longer than they think, but it's probably not going to take. It's probably not going to take 6. Estimate for player space station stuff to make it into our hands. A year. Not everything we saw, but I could see at the soonest a year. But because if it's like shooting for December of next year, we all know what's going to happen at the end of the year. Shit's just going to start getting stripped off if it doesn't work. So it's harder to tell, but it's probably within a year and a half. I expect space stations to be a 1.0 thing. I think we're going to get the first versions of space stations earlier than that. Remember, iterative development. We're not going to see all of the space station stuffs, but the space station building, like building the basic space station, maybe the basic building, will probably come out sooner than the extensions and all the other things. Server meshing was supposed to be snug. Be the snug they had to overcome that slowed down development. Shouldn't it make it more sense to make 1.0 components faster? Yes, 100%. It makes it more faster, but we also have to kind of realize that it's not just server meshing. It's server meshing and then dynamic meshing. And to use this as an allegory, you know how the more you do something, the faster you can do it? So when you first started doing something, like say tying your shoes when you were a kid, it probably took you longer to tie your shoes yourself than it takes you to tie your shoes now because you do it all the time automatically. Same with anything in life. The more you do something, the better you get at it. unless you're really, really shit or there's some other problem. But generally speaking, you learn more as you go. And game development is no different, just like anything else. The more you do it, the better you get at it. So just because server meshing is over with doesn't mean they can start suddenly chunk out like 7 quadrillion missions, and like they're not going to go to 1.0 from 0 to 1.0 in like a short amount of time, because it's going to take time for them to build up. I do think Nyx, for instance, is likely going to come out sooner than we think, because it already has Levski. It's Levski that they have in basically just sort of plopped it on a new structure is what they really did. So Chris Roberts didn't give a single, he gave only one date. He gave one date that I knew of, that I saw, this one, and that was 2026. That was the only date we saw. Jared said that we're going to start seeing a lot of the stuff that was happening today next year. We didn't know specifically what. Anybody who expects everything we saw in day 2 to come out next year is high as fuck. Oh, did he say 12 to 18 months? Where did he say that? Is that the end of the stream?
Impact what we do, because occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks, and we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. All the stuff that you write, some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really.
Was it Chris or was it Richard?
Great, and we take it aboard because we're just trying to build. What defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys are. But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see, oh, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on. So we'll always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in there.
That's not 30 seconds.
So,
People said 20, 30 seconds.
I hope you enjoyed this year's Citizencon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that will be delivering the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evercati on 4.0, I think.
Okay, so yeah, he did say 4.0, but all right, let's weasel word this. Okay, let's weasel word this, because this is CIG. What did they say? Features that are going to be coming into 4.0 or into 1.0, like monster hunting and base building. He didn't say 1.0 is coming out in 12 to 18 months. He said monster hunting and base building is coming out in 1.0 stuff. So yeah, I do not doubt that. Monster hunting was in, they said was basically playable. That's probably a 4.1 feature. And base building is going to come in next year. Like, there's no doubt about that. I don't think it's wrong. Yeah, Chris needs to shut the fuck up about the goddamn dates. Because god damn it, he said 12 to 18 months. He gave himself a lot of runway, but he can still fuck it up. Okay, no, that's not 1.0. 1.0 is not base building. 1.0 is part of base building, but 1.0, did you not see the full thing they talked about? 1.0 is a lot more than base building. It's every single feature wrapped up. A bunch of different orgs in game, like guilds that you have to work with, a full story that you have to play through. There's a lot of other things other than base building. All right, Bo, thanks for hanging out. You said 1.0 will be less bugs, not bug-free. True. There's no such thing as a bug-free game, though. Every game, even Baldur's Gate 3, which is a very good, fun game, has bugs. I played Space Marine 2, which spent a year to craft things out to make it a little bit better, and than its original launch date, and it's really optimized. It still has bugs. There are bugs in games that exist from time immemorial. The perfect game in the universe ever built will probably have bugs. They still did not cover player-to-player trades. That's true. They didn't do that at all. So when he says it's, he doesn't, that's why they were saying it's not bug free, but it's more optimized, is what he said. Bug free is a myth and it used as an excuse. Give us polished game, not a bug mess. Yeah, that's what they said. They said they wanted to polish the game. I played Deep Rock Galactic. It recently had, yeah, Space Marine 2 also had a lot of bugs. Millions of them. Do you think 1.0 is when they have playable Idris and Javelin? No, because a playable Idris is going to come out in 2026 at the latest. I think it'll probably come out earlier than that. We'll see. The more impressions I see like today, the less I believe in AI crew. Yeah, I think AI is dead. I think CIG is abandoning AI. No, I don't think they're actually doing it, but I do think that it's not a priority. We're not going to get AI crew for 1.0, for instance. Hey, 420 viewers, blaze it. So the elephant in the room is the instant stuff that is for PvE only safety, or is it because of performance? Probably a little bit of both. My guess is like the Area 18 stuff that they showed off yesterday, where they're like, you know, underground instanced events. Those are dungeons. Now, why do they have dungeons in other games, in other MMOs? Well, partially it's because of performance, and also partially because they don't want players to run into each other and fuck with each other. They want players to have, you know, community experience together, so they're not getting trolled by other people. Yeah. It's also a very good way to control difficulty and tell a story. It's also a great way of creating infinite content. I believe, based off of what we saw yesterday, that the sewer levels the underhive. I'm just going to call it what it is. The underhive of Area 18 is an infinite level spawner. So you'll go down into the sewers, you'll take an elevator, and they'll generate a map. That map may be a certain number, a certain map that might be random. They may have like 7 or 8 different versions of that map, and then you'll just randomly end up in a different version every time you go down, and you will, and it'll be something else. And it's the what is it called? The zone. What's the zone in Pyro? The one that's in Ruin Station, where you can go there, not Ruin Station, that we can go into like the other areas. Contested zones, thank you. In Pyro. Yeah, it's an extraction shooter. It's the extraction shooter part. I love instances has been saying for years that CIG should implement them. Now that they're actually happening, I can finally talk about instances without being called the doomer. Well, I think there's two different contexts of the instances. Instances in terms of like this makes sense, and like in terms of hangars made sense. Instances in terms of like separating players from an area of open gameplay doesn't make a lot of sense. Layering that instance doesn't make a lot of sense, but an event instance does. At this point, let drones be your AI crew. Fuck it. I think Blades and AI crew are dead. Not dead, but I'm thinking that they have become deprioritized. That's a post 1.0 feature. Yeah, instance base building, for instance, doesn't make a lot of sense because that kind of removes the danger of bases. But instance sewers or random in station interiors when you're fighting other people, yeah, man, why not? We've had no evidence of Blades. Excuse me, but PDCs are still going to be a thing. That's what the instance fleet battles are confusing me. Instance fleet battles are almost certainly PvE experiences. So an event experience. So here's a good example, Xenothreat. You'll have a certain amount of time to get to an area of Xenothreat, and then they will lock it out the area, so you won't be able to travel to that area after a certain point, so that or it'll spawn a new instance as you go in there. So that way you can have 7 different instances of Xenothreat happening at the exact same time in the exact same place, but you don't have to support 4,000 people trying to do it at once. Did I do a video on the pending Terra Civil War? It's one of my older videos, actually, Normally. The Earth Terra Civil War has been a main staple. That has been the underlying friction that CIG has been trying to write in the lore for a long time. That was the story of Star Citizen. That's always been the story of Star Citizen. To give you context, the story of Star Citizen was the fall of Rome. The UEE is Rome, and it will fall. And by fall, it's not a historical analysis because there's like 7,000 different falls of Rome. The split between the East and West and the fall of the Western Roman Empire to barbarians. That's what I mean. Terra is Constantinople, Earth is Rome. It is not subtle. They're never meant to be subtle. Since they came up with that idea, it's evolved. So it's not just space Rome, it's more than that. That's the reason why you have so much Roman iconography everywhere. Sol Terra split will replicate the Roman Empire split. Will Earth be sacked? That's one of the impetuses. But the idea was that they would have these events, like the sack of Earth by the Vanduul. Because the Vanduul, who do you think the Vanduul are supposed to be? Think of the name. Think how they spell it. God damn it, y'all. They're the Vandals, which was an actual Germanic tribe that was invading Rome. The Visigoths were, I think, cousins of the Vandals, but yeah. It's literally, that's where we get the term vandal from. You know, when you vandalize something, it means you just like defaced something. It's because the Vandals sacked Rome. The British. So yeah, that's always been the story. So I wasn't surprised when they said the story was the sack of Rome, or that was the Earth, the brewing Earth Terra like, yeah, that made sense. Problem I have is that it sounded like we're gonna get beginning, middle, and end. We're getting ESO, we're getting Final Fantasy 14, rather than getting the epic sweeping story of this universe, like a high level story that we're participating in. I mean, I'd say the CIG references are subtlety as a battle mace, yeah. Are the Xi'an the equivalent to the Persians or straight up the far away Chinese Empire? They're a combination of the two. I would say that their initial concept was Persians, but their name is also not subtle. Xi'an is literally a city. It's a province in China, I believe. I know it's a city in China. It's spelled the same way. And to go even further, the Banu is literally a surname. It's a Bedouin surname. The Banu are the Bedouins. They're the Arabs. Like, is what they're supposed to be. $10 million people live in that city. Yeah. Really? I didn't know that was that big. Tavarin are a little more complicated. I don't know if their naming convention comes from. I haven't looked it up. But the Tavarin they fought 2 wars against the Empire. Once before the Empire was an emperor. The other time was an emperor, what became an empire. It's a mixed analogy because the Tavarin, I think, are supposed to be the Carthaginians. But Ivar Mezer is Julius Caesar. And he brought the warlord of the Vandul to the Senate floor to end the war of the First Tavaran War. Literally, Vercingetorix to the floor of the Senate. The Tavarin are a little bit more complicated because I think the Tavarin originally, when they were coming up with the idea, the Tavarin were the Kilrathi. If this was a wing commander, or if this was like a privateer sort of wing commander universe, they are the Kilrathi, a species that has been incorporated into the human sphere of influence. Remember the Raptor space game, bro? Or the Odin? Or when they said that there was going to be base building at the beginning of this year? People selectively forget. It happens to me all the time too. People selectively forget that the leaks has gotten a lot wrong. They just remember what they got right. It's literally the Nostradamus effect. Giveaways ended, so I'm about to wrap it up though. Yeah, so they're the Gauls, the Celts, they're kind of a combination of the Gauls and the Celts, and also the Carthaginians and the Spanish. I can't remember the name of the Spanish, but yeah. Yeah, the Hadesians would be something like the Egyptians. I expect their architecture to be very Egyptian too. Yeah, they're definitely originally. I think when the game was originally when they came up with the idea of it being a Wing Commander game, they wanted to have the Kilrathi as sort of a part of a client species of humanity. So when that was no longer able for them to use Wing Commander, they pivoted and created their own species that's just the Kilrathi, because the Kilrathi are very honor bound, Bushido sort of style, and then they kind of adapted it to this space roam idea. Dude, all of Iberia was Celtic. Wasn't it a different like culture though? Because like all of like Celtic like stretches from France all the way to like Ireland, but like to call the Irish Celts and the Celts on in the Britain the same. It's like no, they weren't the fucking same. Baskia. Did they announce any new ships today? Yeah, the Star Lancer and the Argo CSV, as well as the other things. The Crusader Intrepid and the Mirai Guardian. The Caliphate in Iberia was after the Rome, though. That was post-Roman Empire. Also the Pioneer concept, yeah. Fun fact, that's where Bundeslander originates from Celt. I assume that Lander means like where they're from, but what's Bundes? Is that like warland? I don't speak German, so I know some of it. And the medical terrapin's coming out. It's like Union land. Not different tribes. Oh. Tribesmen, basically. But for different tribes. Yeah, if we're talking about CIG Insider, then the CIG Insider that said that they were going to have base building at the beginning of next year or this year. They said that 1.0 is going to come out in 2 years. Was going to come out in 2025. There's a lot of things they got wrong. Bunds Federal Lande, something to lay into. Okay. The Germanic tribes driven away by most Celtic tribes. That's why the Sioux can't sue for genocide against Calvary. Yeah, right. Wasn't there a leak in Q1 2025 a year ago? Something like that. Yeah, that's the same leak. It was this big long leak that ended up being wrong. Hippity hoppity, this chat is now German property. Someone says one German word and Paul can't fucking shut his mouth. Hey, can I? They were building a Bengal at the base. Yes. All right, y'all. I'm tired. I'm going to go get some food in me. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully you enjoyed this. If you did enjoy this content, please follow me on Twitch, youtube.com. YouTube. That's how tired I am. twitch.tv/theastropub on Twitch, and at YouTube, youtube.com/theastropub live. If you like lore of Star Citizen and other universes, I'm going to be doing a Battletech primer, a MechWarrior primer. I'm going to be doing a Warhammer 40k primer in the future. I'll probably cover Battletech a little bit more, as well as any other space games. There's the most recent announcement of a space game that came out that was kind of interesting. That's made from former BioWare employees. That looks very like inspired by Mass Effect. That has like time dilation as an effect. We'll be covering a lot of stuff like that. And so, you know, for that, it's the youtube.com/theastrohistorian. And if you like this content as well, if you're watching this on Twitch, make sure to join us on the Inforunners at twitch.tv/theinforunners and youtube.com/the-Inforunners. So YouTube, twitch.tv/Inforunners and youtube.com/theinforunners, where we do content. We talk about ships. We talk about we talk about other things in Star Citizen, but mostly we focus on ships. We do our guides. We tell you about the latest deals that CIG is doing. We talk about different upgrade paths. We're really kind of focused on that sort of thing. Would love to have you join us. Thank you for having us, for us having me be your guide through this citcon and discussion through this. Hopefully you enjoyed yourselves. And like I say every time, to see you someday in the black.